Yeah, we'll see how the early stream goes, Colrath. Sometimes they're good on drop stays, and sometimes they're not. See how the early morning metrics look. If they're good, we'll do early morning again tomorrow, and if not, we'll start a little bit closer to the normal time. Let's take a look at Pixie and Blink stats. Or sorry, Nocturne and Blink stats. Words, what do they mean?
Oh, snap.
No Loki Collector deck. One of the top performers. Oops, sorry, missed the mute button. Barely stock movers doing stuff. Played enough that it circles around to being in a Jeff stream. Wait, did I? What's going on, Cam? Morning, good morning. Don't forget to sleep. I got a solid 6.5 hours between when I signed off last night and this morning, so we're doing all right here. A-okay. Clear up some browser tabs. Under pressure. Thanks for being under Hooglandia for 12 months. It's just sort to go with that shield. With that no Loki deck, does it need Valentina? I think you do unfortunately need Valentina and US Agent for this list. Well, it's interesting that this build's playing Absorbing, but I don't think I've seen that before. It's new. You need stats that these cards provide, because they're one of your primary ways to put numbers on the board. All right, let's look at Blink. Let's cut Hela. Played a little bit of this yesterday. It felt good, but Blink felt bad in it. Oh, hey, look, this will be deck highlight tonight on the Jeff Hoogland channel. I might play more of it live today too, but this one felt really sweet. First deck I've played Grandmaster in where I wasn't like, this card sucks, please give me something else. Smooth Bang, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Well, that reminds me, I owe someone DM me about claiming their gift sub from our last mobile game promo. Hero that real quick. Check CM. I mean, is CM really a spoiler at the moment? That sounds really bad into all the people that are playing Hela stuff. I guess it's spoiler to people that are trying to play fun things, but it's spoiler for Angela Nocturne. I guess it depends on the build, right? Like I just loaded an Angela Nocturne deck that has okay stats, stock movers here, and it's got a solid amount. I guess you could like only play a Red Hulk on the last turn. What's a good Werewolf by Night deck? If you look on the Jeff Hoogland deck highlights, there was a Werewolf by Night deck over the weekend that I think is reasonable. I kind of want to try Blink with Lockjaw. I think could be fun. That's an interesting pile. So you've got Blade, Black Knight stuff. I just keep looking at... I keep seeing, like, these Blink builds where I look at it, it's like there's only, like, Jubilee's, like, the only card that you want to actually blink. It feels weird. Beavis had posted a lockjaw list. Split our goodest boy again at some point. Oh, that's funny, actually. This list actually doesn't have a lockjaw proper in it. It's actually just playing Blink. It's actually just playing Blink instead of lockjaw. No, I want a lockjaw in my deck. I guess the curve's just so chunky. I just look at this and truly struggle. Like I don't even know how to play games. Like this archetype is just so outclassed. I don't know how you play something like this and have it not just be worse than Hela basically every time. When you blink a goblin, the new card appears on your side, which is an interesting interaction. Let's call it. Yeah, I just can't do it. There's just no way this is competitive. Yeah, I'm a little bit sad that they gutted Lockjaw because of Hela and Thanos. That's a card. I really hope they rework Hela at some point and give us Lockjaw back. By rework, do you mean delete? I mean make a different card, yeah. Yeah. She should just be a new Marvel Snap card. It should just be a Spider-Man level rework. Like how there's actually people playing the Blink Destroy deck. Ah, the content creator special. Take Blink and shove her into the established good deck. we hate. Hela. Easy, obvious reasons. Scroll past it. There's a Blink Nocturne list, yeah. This core has a couple of different details in it. Slightly better with armor, that doesn't surprise me. Still plenty of Shang-Chi out there. Hand, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. I don't want to live in a world where Leech is either a Hela savior or the issue. I think it's genuinely difficult for Leech's new design to be problematic.
Breaking news.
I think Leech's design targets a very specific subset of things now. And Marvel Snap's range on how it works is diverse enough that it's not a big deal. This is my general reminder that when talking about cards that I think are problematic or could stand to have changes, it is explicitly not an invitation. It is not me asking you, hey, dear Twitch chatter, how should Hela be reworked? Please tell me your thoughts. As is the case, there are always lots of options as to how they can rework any given Marvel Snap card. And on average, what the designers come up with will be a better choice than what random folks like us can come up with. Oh man, this deck's gotta be shit, yeah? Jubilee into my Angela, draw the fourth card that I could blink my Jubilee into. Oh man. The game volume is a little stronger than your voice. That's not what my audio mixer implies, and those levels are identical to what they always are on stream, so in general, I tend to have my game audio a little bit stronger in proportion to my voice than a lot of other content creators. I think the game audio is good, and I want people to be able to hear it. Yeah, audio is very normal for the channel. You sound like you got the crud. What a terrible thing to come into someone's Twitch chat and say. We're gonna give you a quick lesson on being a reasonable human being and expected values of stupid statements. When you come in, and when you come into someone's space and you say, hey, you sound like shit. Are you sick? Or you, like some variation of that like you just did, Rex. There's two possible outcomes. The first is, yes, that person is sick, and you're needling them, letting them know that they sound bad. The second option is they're not sick and they feel okay, but now you've come into their space and been like, hey, you sound terrible. And now they're thinking about, oh, they sound terrible. It's just like one of those incredibly negative EV things to walk into someone's space and say. It offers essentially no positive upside and a significant amount of downsides in multiple ways. What I currently sound like is that I rolled out of bed, grabbed something out of the fridge and a drink out of the corner, and then hit the start streaming button, as opposed to waiting to start streaming until I had been conscious for a couple of hours. That's what I currently sound like. Before Jubilee. Why?
Doom rules all.
It's not even about not waking up 100. It's just like, it's perfectly normal as a typical human being to sound slightly different, in case that happened. What did I want to get rid of, though? So, like, obviously we could have ended up blinking the Nocturne here, but why do I need to get rid of Baxter Building or Monster Metropolis? I don't know that I understand that these locations are bad for me, yeah?
We are the future.
Future. Now, the problem here is they could just have another absolutely massive thing of mine, yeah? I think it's this. And this pulls Loki, and I just, like, don't play for Baxter Building. I guess I could do this to keep them honest. And then I'm 8-6 here if they play for here. I think they're gonna play for Baxter Building. I guess the downside here is because they have the Loki discount, they could like play something small into the Baxter Building and then also play something big left or right. Sure, one cube will limp in here.
We are the future.
Yeah, thank you, George. Would my original line have won it? If I would have kept Vision here, we would have tied, and then we would have been down 10, up 11. Yeah, leaving the Vision right when I got him. I don't actually have a good answer to that question currently. What makes a good curve for Blink's ability? I think the answer is I think it's less about having a specifically good curve for her ability and more about it's less about having a specific good curve and more about having enough reasonable targets for her in your deck. I'm gonna go broke with this free booster feature, chat. It takes so much of my gold. Where's my Echo at? I think I still need a gold Echo. I might take the free Echo boosters here too. Alright, well I'm figuring this out. It's almost time for ads. Have some ads while I give Ben Brode his due. Here, me. this echoes at this already. Yeah, we'll just keep upgrading that one. She's not amazing in the metagame anymore, but she'll probably have her moments to come around eventually. Like this deck, for example, like there's only like Jubilee's the only super clean card. One thing that's interesting, I think the most interesting aspects of Blink are the ability for her to generate redundancy. Like one thing that might be worth trying is like putting her in a deck that has like Sarah. Putting her in a deck that has like Sarah as the only 5-drop in it. And then like having something like Jubilee or a different 4 you don't mind swapping out, so that way Blink is kind of just like a second copy of Sarah in the archetype. Like are there any other, like what are decks that like really want to have one specific card by the end of the game that Blink could like be solid and give you redundancy on? Yeah, I think the more I play with her, the more I'm convinced she's probably like an Iron Lad-like consistency. Which obviously goes in Hela. Like, Hela is the easy, obvious answer. The Goblin from the Whale Trek is nice. I think I'm split on the Ghost Spider. I did not replace my Ghost Spider with the new one. It's fine. I feel like if you're just getting super random cards with her, it just ends up being... Yes, I definitely prefer the gold background stakes. You keep the character color. My long-term goal is to get a gold for everything, which we're getting there. I think we're like at 140-ish last I checked. Let's play a couple more with this, then maybe we'll noodle around in the deck editor with something Sarah based. Suplee, thank you for the 38 months. I appreciate the over 3 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Nice thing about Snap Balance, I feel every card will have its day probably. Yeah, unless a card is like explicitly a new player experience card like Captain America or like Quicksilver, you should expect that Second Dinner's gonna eventually get around to making sure things are playable. Is a wonderful, wonderful thing about their balanced approach to the game. Baron Mordor, when he's got to be on their list. I'm actually honestly a little bit surprised they haven't pushed him to at least a 2/4 yet, just because his ability is definitely a downside some amount of the time. To be fair, Punisher was in that beginner card category. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I feel like at the same time, Stiggy, the point you're trying to make is a knock against it ever happening for Cap, because if that Gene Punisher deck wasn't going to be the moment where What's It Called becomes real, it's not gonna be the moment where he becomes real either. I mean, it's fine, I think, for cards to be good at exactly one list. It's just like, if there was going to be a list where that was also good, I think it would be that one, yeah. And unfortunately here, I think we're gonna just like witness the downside of armor against destroys. They just have priorities so frequently. It's tough to get to leverage this card efficiently a lot of the time. Continue to just have their stuff on curve or just dead, yeah.
What a game!
I took a bit of a break from content in general. I gotta say, whenever I return to your place, you're always a fresh reminder that not everyone sucks. We try to suck the least amount possible here, you know. We do what we can. Yeah, and then I guess it'll probably be our last game with this deck. I think I'm gonna noodle around with some Sarah stuff. It's just so awkward. Like trying to play like a game like this. Our deck's just like not functional without our deck just like, I can't Kitty Pride and 6 drops next turn. They're nulling in the middle. Okay, so this Space Stone's actually like sick, yeah? I get to bail on Sanctuary. The problem is they have a giant Deadpool, yeah? One of my favorite memes is how the Marvel Snap community will constantly be like, it's a cash grab and terrible if Second Dinner changes a card before it's in Spotlight Caches to encourage people to get it. But it's also a cash grab and terrible if they change a card after it leaves the Spotlight Caches as well. Look at that. We ended up getting that one because they spread and played for all three.
Victory.
I think that was probably a mistake on their part. I think they're probably supposed to play hard for 2 since they don't know where it could end up. Really, definitely feels like we got away with one here. What? I actually don't. I know it sounds naive to say it, but genuinely, I feel like at this point that their balance passes aren't strictly or even remotely, in most cases, monetization related. It feels like they truly just like have this giant list of cards that they want to eventually make changes to, and their goal is to make sure that they're eventually going to push things into playable. I also think the power creep discussions around Snap are very silly, because like while they're kind of moving the point at what's playable, they're very clearly buffing older cards like Crossbones to try and keep them in line with what the newer cards are. So like, it's definitely fair to be like, Cull set a new standard for like the power 4 energy cards they're gonna bring to the table, but Second Dinner was also at the same time like, oh, by the way, we're gonna make sure Crossbones is in line with that new standard, right? Which is really good and sweet. And like, even in the leaked OTA notes people have been referencing in chat, they have Claw going up to +8 power. Like, I don't understand how anybody can look at the company buffing is the series 1 card, right? Or series 2? Like buffing literally one of the beginner cards in the game and being like, oh, their balance changes are cash grabby and they don't care about balance, they're just trying to sap your wallet. All right, I think I want to try Sarah Blink. I guess the other question is what do I want to be? What do I want to be Sarahing out? It might just be surfer things. It might just be surfer things. So the one thing that's noteworthy is that if I want to do surfer things, and I want to be able to blink 3s into Sarah, I need to not have Absorbing Man, which I think means I want to play Grandmaster. I think. Surfer in before I miss him. Yeah, I think the interesting part of Blink is putting together shells like this where you want to try and control what you're aiming to get with her as opposed to just playing random things. So Ironheart and Brood are both solid 3s to push up into Sarah. Are there any other 3s that have like solid on reveals? So I actually think Hope's probably less important in a build like this because we're not aiming to go 3-4 on 7. And I think that's one of the big things Hope does for Surfer is Hope lets you go 3-4 on 7. I don't think this is a magic deck because I think most decks, there's a lot of decks out there that will leverage that effect better than you. Yeah, it could just be Black Widow. We talked about her a little bit yesterday. Just like a card that gets value that you then turn into something else. Storm could reasonably be okay too, although Storm you usually want to play on 3. Warhead's actually a cute idea. You just don't have a ton of control over when your opponent triggers it. Red Guardian's probably a reasonable one. But I probably want Mobius, not for the sake of blinking, but just for the sake of being Mobius. I probably want one more 2 as my last card, just for the sake of... I probably want another 2 for the sake of being able to blink up into Surfer at the end of the game. We could throw in a 6. I don't know that I want to throw in a 6. That sounds not great. I guess there's games where you like Grandmaster the blink and she blinks herself into a big one, but like turning your 7 power thing into something else is like not particularly exciting. Yeah, it's probably just like Jeff. Sticky Inserts, generically good card. White Widow could be okay too, honestly. Does Blink not hit Grandmaster diagrams? Or it does not. Grandmaster does not count as your last played card until his effect fully resolves. Honestly, I might put Nocturne in the Gladiator slot. Because there's a lot of fucking Hela right now. And this deck is not playing Shang-Chi, so like Gladiator bites off more than he can chew, you just lose the lane. We could play like a 1 energy cheap disruptive card too, just for both curve purposes and for like endgame blinks. Like imagine you're in like a draw situation where like Surfer's one of 2 cards in your deck, and like your turn 6 is just like 1-drop blink. Although I guess if you're playing a 1-drop, you could roll into like Forge if it's left in your deck. It's not stellar. I probably want it to be a 2 for that reason. Honestly, White Widow might be the pick just because she leaves behind a thing. So if you like play her out and blink her away, she still generated some value. Let's start there. Hey, morning, Nord. Appreciate the early crew here. It's a bit earlier than we're usually on, but we're popping a little bit of drops going. Oh, Red Hulk. Red Hulk is so offensively good against our archetype.
This just in.
We're definitely going to be getting rid of London before too long. That was the Red Guardian of Widow's Kiss. It loses the ongoing ability, and just becomes a -2. I think I'm gonna greed a little bit. Yeah, but like, the Sinister London doesn't matter if they blink the Electro, right? Because like second blink doesn't give them another thing. I think I brood here. And then next turn we get double Surfer and then turn off the London before they can use it, I think is the plan. Them losing Red Hulk this turn is honestly great for us. Oh, I wish I could. Oh, man. Oh, it would be so greedy to wait, but also so good. There's just no way they don't take priority this turn, yeah? They're gonna fill their board spaces anyways, though, right? Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go, Hela Gamer.
We are the future. We are the future.
Oh, we did end up with priority here. Well, that's perfect. On hold, please. Unfucking it now. Order. Order. Okay, cool. 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 Nope, hold on. Still fucked it up. This. 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 Final answer. I think we're beating a lot of permutations of this Hela here. We're 28 on the right.
Minions to me.
Woo, doggy! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. By the skin of our teeth, chat. We needed every bit of that water buffalo.
Frame break.
But moving Nocturne would change the middle location before Surfer went off. No, those effects happen in the order you do them. So if you play Surfer and then move the Nocturne over, the Surfer happens, and the Nocturne doesn't change the location until she stages, having moved to the center. Awesome economy video. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mermaido. Really solid feedback so far, for sure. I think we're setting up to get rid of this on turn 4. Because we'll play our Sarah on turn 4 and then get rid of this. Also, it's a bot, so we'll snap. I just feel so dumb when I'm sitting here like stewing on what the optimal sequencing for my hand is, and then I look up and they're an AI, and it's just like, god damn it. Like what a waste of all of the energy I've put out.
Wind, aid my hand.
That's actually kind of awkward. Our deck needs space. With that happening, do I actually just do this? I think so, yeah. Holy chat, this bot is about to massacre us. Kaysen came to play. Oh, wait, I can move Nocturne back. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm dumb. Don't be like me, chat. Don't be dumb. I forgot that was gonna happen. God, this card is so great. Congrats, Hogland, you played yourself. Order. We just talked about that order too. And that's gonna be. This is a learning moment, chat. This is okay. Always play this there. Always play your cards and then stage the Nocturne. We haven't lost to a bot yet this season, so this is our first lose to the bot moment. We'll nope. Thank you. Kason is a gentleman gamer, chat. They would never take my cubes away from me. What a lovely lesson to learn while playing against my AI overlord.
Victory.
Alright. Things. I gotta share a things children say this morning, chat. Apparently, Haley was very annoyed with her brothers this morning. And she told Christy, and I quote, "Brothers are a chat." And honestly, she, you know, what a good use of context. What a lovely use of context. She's learning. If I widow the altar, I can Sarah next turn, yeah? Oh no! Chat, I've snapped Altar of Death into the destroy deck. Monka. Nocturne can fix it, kinda. Now the nice thing here is Nocturne will get rid of Vesuvius for us. So that way I'll have the option to leave on the last turn still. They are probably gonna have priority going into next turn here, huh? Yeah, that's scary for us. That means they get another thing. That means they get to use Altar of Death again. Bar with no name. Bar with no name. Unlucky. I think I'm still getting rid of it so I can play for all the locations. Whichever wins the game, right? Their death is very free, and they killed Mobius, so they must have it. This gives me 15 and a minimum on the left. Is the death actually completely free? Yeah, because of this, yeah. Not much to do there.
Escaped.
This land can never be fully known.
That's fine, bro. I didn't want to play my deck anyways. Certainly not against Professor X, so this all works out for me, really. 2-drop, please. Unlucky. Right on time, game. Right on time.
We are the future.
I think my opponent's probably supposed to stab me here when they get a slightly above average black vortex. They should try and make me commit to the extra cube before I know what's coming. Destroyer! Destroyer! I think there's a lot of hits on here that are worse than Magneto, and they fucked up by not stepping into theirs. Oh my gosh, Grandmaster Right would be so funny. I can actually Ironheart into Grandmaster Right. Oh, we end up short. They have our blink. Sedge. Yeah, I think we're dead. Because they're blinking the White Widow, yeah?
Escaped.
You can X the right. I was just no winning the other lanes. Too far behind. Like, what a lovely location on a Wednesday morning. Truly beauteous. Hey, we have a way to get rid of Dark Dimension. I'm not salty, you're salty. Get rid of the fog wells out of spite. LOL. Okay, if we don't draw the Sarah, I get to turn Ironheart into Sarah next turn. Probably not enough. Given they have an 8-power Deadpool.
Change my underwear.
You know, maybe there's a shot that they don't have another destroy effect, right? This is guaranteed to be Sarah here. Then we want to draw either Silver Surfer or Grandmaster. Only Carnage, not Venom, so we've got that small grease going for us.
What a game!
Does the Dark Dimension mean we can't win? I think it does, yeah. Because I would be able to do this and like fish up a Surfer, but I won't get to pump the things in the middle with that line. I guess there's a chance that we, or well, actually, it would be this is what we'd want to do, something like this, and then move the blink here, and copy the White Widow, but I just can't because there's a Dark Dimension. So this would give us another roll at Surfer, is what Blink with the Grandmaster does here. If we didn't have location variants getting us.
Escaped.
Fogwell's not a card we care about at least. Glass half full. So, we didn't win that game, but it was a good, like, demonstration of, like, what the Blink could do for this card in theory, yeah? Part of the comments on the economy breakdown, kind and intelligent, I assume. I mean, I moderate my YouTube channel comments just as aggressively as I moderate Twitch chat. So, like, overall, there's definitely significantly more reasonable comments than what you would expect on a typical economy video. There is definitely more than a handful of just people coming in and very clearly haven't watched any of the video and just were like, yes, it's bad, but that's to be expected. As someone who watches YouTube most of the time, just comment section is one of the better comment sections on YouTube. Yeah, so, something that you'll hear quite frequently is that, well, that's just YouTube comments, or that's just Twitch chat and people can't moderate, and it's just like, that's definitely not true. What is true is that people don't want to moderate in a lot of cases. They would choose to rather have it be a crap show than choose to take action. It's easier to do nothing. You definitely can moderate those types of spaces. I think they're almost assuredly going to fill here, so I think I'm going to punch this. It makes it -2, but it means it stays -2. I suppose there's a world where them Lokiing us cuts us off of our Sarah with our Mobius. See if we're able to generate enough points here on the last turn or not. I guess that was probably a guaranteed outcome, yeah? I was about to bemoan perhaps being a little unlucky with the Blink of the Mockingbird, but Mockingbird's probably the only 5 in their deck, yeah? Alright, what's my best line here? I can... Brood, Forge, Surfer, Grandmaster the Surfer. This gives me 2 Surfer triggers here. So I go to 9, and then I go to 15, go to 21. And then in the center... I'd be plus 10. I think I can win this. Oh, moving the Jeff wasn't something I was thinking about. We're really close to beating that. I actually don't know how the numbers work out here offhand. Let's take a look. I think we're a little short in the middle. Nice! What a sweet game. What a sweet game.
Victory.
Freaking got him. Nice boomer snap, baby. I will say, I've felt genuinely impressed with Grandmaster in the last couple of days. He's felt good with Blink, and he's looked impressive in here so far, too. Sweet. Alright, chat. It's time for an ad break. We're gonna play some more of this one when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Give me that sweet menu music while I BRB. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, gamers. We're gonna pedal a little bit when we get back to. Like over. Bounce decks putting up decent numbers right now. I don't think so. If there are, they're almost assuredly playing Darkhawk Disruption. Bounce has a really hard time making numbers that are big enough to keep up with Hela. Yeah, honestly, it would be sweet if Gladiator ends up being a super reasonable card, because he is in an upcoming spotlight that's otherwise really good. That. Thena is the 2/1 who gets +3 every time you play exactly 2 cards in a turn. I think she's gonna be real good. Snap on the Sinister London flipping up, and we have the Red Guardian for the Angela 2. White Widow is so good at giving you priority going into turn 3. Is spending $5 extra on the season pass worth it? It's worse than the gold pass by a lot, but not terrible if you're looking to spend more than $15 in a month. Decide if I want to brood here or not. If I brood, I'm only going to be able to copy 3 things from the Sinister London, but that also might be fine. If I brood, I can go Forge Ironheart, and then like Surfer on the last turn probably wins the game, yeah? Well, now I do that, and then we go Surfer into Ironheart on the last turn.
Opponent snapped.
Mr. Negative is scary, but I'm gonna stay. This might be an 8-cube flush, though. I don't currently have any pending messages that I owe gift subs to from the last promo. Oh, they have Iron Man.
Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
AKA the only reason Negative is ever remotely playable. Probably gotta go, yep. This'll be... Oh, this'll be +8, +4. So I'm only gaining 12 here. Blink looks awful in their deck, but drawing 3 Iron Man means it doesn't matter what other cards you play or draw. That's just how it goes. High roll deck's gonna high roll sometimes. Sporadic, thank you for the 57 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. MCSDM, thanks for the 44. Good morning, good morning. Good for a Shaw or a Brood here. Surfer Beer. Lovely. And then we have Red Guardian into Blink the Red Guardian into Sarah. snap might be a little late, but we definitely need to snap before we murder the Patriot.
Victory.
There's a good chance I should have snapped before the Shaw flipped up, with the Blink Sarah already lined up in hand. Is buying daily missions good value, or should I be saving my gold for Token Tuesdays? The optimal thing to maximize the number of cards you get with your gold is to buy the good Token Tuesdays. The 1,500 gold for 1,200 Token Tuesdays is the best progression you can buy in Snap, as far as getting cards goes. Yeah, so, Blink does two things in this deck. The first is she always turns a 3-drop into Sarah. And the second is on the last turn of the game, when we already have Sarah out, you could go 2-drop into Blink to try and get another chance at finding, what's it called? Silver Surfer. I think Red Guardian is a more flexible rogue enchantress. Is it going to be preferable over those choices every time? No, I don't think that's remotely true. I think the primary thing that Red Guardian does differently than things like Rogue and Enchantress is that you can play it out on curve in a way that's not embarrassing when you need to just play something for stats. So, like, for example, in this deck, Red Guardian is really solid because it gives something -2 and then we can blink it into Sarah. It's the specific function it serves. Well, it looks like you didn't send the picture through last time, Insiders. I got it this time. They might have cabled... They might have cabled my Surfer. That being said, this is the content play. Oh, they cabled Red Guardian. Oh, they did, yeah. So we're guaranteed to have Surfer in our deck then, yeah? Sweet. Yeah, good shout. Sorry, I was doing another thing. So Grandmaster will kick Brood into the middle, and then Blink. And then Blink is gonna turn Grandmaster into Silver Surfer for us. Just like we drew it up, gamers. I know this is not what people want to hear with the Marvel Snap economy. But these Blink decks I've been playing Grandmaster in, I don't know that there's a good replacement for it. Because, like, in this deck, for example, you can't just play Absorbing Man, because if you have a 4-drop in your deck, your Blink isn't guaranteed to turn a 3 into Sarah. That is true. When Grandmaster released, I described it as the type of card that was one good card release away from potentially being very good. And this could very well be that card. Grandmaster is that type of, has a strong synergy effect. Oh, we lost the coin flip. That's so annoying. so annoying. Nature Black Cat on curve. Ugh. No, we got to do our thing this game. Unfortunately, the opponent's thing is significantly better than ours, yep. Although I suppose... Does this ever win the game if I win the 50-50? This is 8, 12, 16, 18... Nah, it's only 27. And they totally drew a big thing, yeah?
Escaped.
Almost a gold for her. I agree that the opponent should have snapped when Corvus slipped up. 110%.
Opponent snapped.
Does this deck want to move away from odd reveals to maximize Grandmaster? I mean, I would make the argument that playing odd reveals actually maximizes Grandmaster. Am I staying? Sure, fuck it, let's stay. I don't know if this stay is correct, but we'll play a game. It's like Loki. Can I snap back on Mobius? I'll snap back on Mobius. I don't want a Nocturne despite it being cute with Aunt May's and getting extra variants because, well, I was gonna say I want to do this next turn, but I guess that's not even strictly true because I have Sarah, not Blink in hand. Do we just unleash some chaos? Although the downside to putting the bonus on her is that if I surf her, she's shangable. I'm just gonna go ahead and get Mobius down. I kind of have to play for all of them since their primary power is in Kitty Pryde, who's in their hand. She can end up anywhere. Loki against my deck while I have Mobius in play does not seem like a particularly winning position. gives me 12 in the center, but they're effectively at 9, so they'd have to put 4 there. Where's Skillmonger? I mean, I don't have I have priorities, so that wouldn't be a thing. Let's play for 8. Let's do it. Cool. Them not playing for the left seems good for our Brood Surfer 1-2 here. Light 'em up, we're on fire!
Victory.
Your feeling of the new card for other applications? Other applications of Nocturne? I mean, we're currently playing Surfer with Nocturne. How's Nocturne? Nocturne is a card that fits expectations exactly. She is a genuinely good 3-drop utility card that probably finds a home in a lot of places. She's just a genuine good stuff card. No, just like what other opinions do you expect me to have on the card based on like what it does, right? The card does what you expect it to do. Cosmo. Double Cosmo is actually really good for them. One of our better ways to play through what they're doing is a better ways to play through is to Red Guardian their Iron Man.
I am Iron Man.
Assume we're probably just dead here. Their deck's linear game plan is significantly better than ours. I think I just have to leave. I have anti-interaction.
Escaped.
They hadn't rolled Cosmo, we'd have been okay there. I'm able to Red Guardian them and go on with our day. My next button was missing for a second there. I was like, am I gonna have to leave?
Oh, snap.
Well, that's delicious. That's a delicious bit of priority. Snap. I snapped on one, Jet. I snapped on the beak. Black Knight U.S. Agent. They're cooking. What do we think? I think I like it. And like next turn we have Brood Surfer, Grandmaster Surfer. Order? What order? I wanted to maximize the chances of Ironheart going on Sebastian Shaw. So obviously we super fucking low rolled there. But it is definitely correct to go Shaw, then Ironheart. I don't want a slight chance to get it onto here. I wanted to get this. My order is very correct there. Yeah, I'd say you could definitely swap Nocturne and White Widow in this deck. Just play a different 2 and different 3. Their costs are the most important thing. Grandmaster does not feel swappable, unfortunately. If you're missing Grandmaster, I think the Blink package we've got going on here is probably a good bit less good. I think I just hope they don't have their destroy card this turn and that we can get rid of this before it happens. Yeah, I was lucky. They have their Phoenix Force on curve. I think there's too much Hela in the format right now for Gladiator. Is Mobius a requirement for this deck? I mean, any Surfer deck is just gonna eat shit to Loki on average if you don't have Mobius. It's like the TLDR. So, I've got some points here, but at the same time, they might be the Iron Man Living Tribunal backup Phoenix Force, which Nidavellir is very good for, obviously. Yeah, if you're missing Mobius in your collection at this point, it should be the next card that you buy. Card is really, really good.
Opponent snapped.
They play Nimrod center every time, so we White Widow them to lock them out of destroying it, yeah? Doing this cuts me off of being able to Grandmaster, which feels bad, but it is what it is. I guess I could do this. You want to Brood right then? That's true too. I could do this, and that leaves me the ability to. That leaves me the ability to still double Surfer. Hey, I'm supposed to play the Mobius in case I draw Blink. Unlucky. So again, for people that are missing it, I'm white widowing the center because the opponent's deck is a Nimrod deck, and if Nimrod was their play this turn, it would lock them out of being able to destroy the Nimrod on turn 7. So obviously, they finally top decked their Phoenix Force, so we are just dead. But the reason why I took this line was because it beat them playing Nimrod. So doesn't always work out. Sometimes they have the other thing than what you're playing around. I didn't have any lines to play around Multiple Man. Multiple Man was always beating us there. So there wasn't any player agency into that. So if they've got it, they got it. They didn't have the Phoenix Force in the earlier turns. They would have had to top deck it that turn. I think it's fine to stay in on the snaps. I think if they had Nimrod, they'd probably snap the Nimrod there too. It's probably deeply inaccurate to say that last matchup's a guaranteed rough matchup. I think you could say when their inconsistent combo deck rolls their combo, it goes over the top of what we're doing. But our deck is assuredly more consistent than theirs. Why did you choose to put Ironheart in this deck over a different 3-drop? Because if you Ironheart, you get value off of it when you blink it into Sarah. Like, I'm gonna go, I think we're just gonna punt the Gamma Lab, and I'm gonna play Shaw here, and then we'll, like, Forge Brood here, I think is the game plan. Enjoy your Hulks, we'll win the other ones. What are the odds Mobius has text here? Non-zero? So we're definitely Sarahing on 5. And the question is just, what do I want to do with my energy this turn? I think it's just Mobius, just in case he has an effect here. Boomer Galactus player is muted before we leave on their Boomer snap.
Escaped.
And again, for people that are new, a Boomer snap refers to a snap on the last turn of the game when it's obvious what you are doing puts you in a likely unbeatable position. So a snap like this is bad because it chases me out of the game, whereas I might limp in for one more, or they could / should have snapped on turn 5 before the Hobgoblin came across to get me to commit to an extra cube before I see their strong position. It's just an objectively wrong snap that basically always loses you extra cubes in the long run. You either don't snap and let your opponent limp and get one more, or you snap before your strong play on 5 and get one more cube because you snapped before your strong play was apparent. Basically, you either snap sooner or don't snap at all, and either outcome nets you more cubes and more progress. Ulfgar, thank you for the prime, appreciate that. How about a boomer snap as a bluff? I think boomer snapping as a bluff is almost always wrong in Marvel Snap because most people are playing this game at such a basic level, you can't bluff them out of the game. You can't bluff the person that doesn't know what they're supposed to be playing around, and you're just going to eat shit and lose cubes with your bluff more times than not. Marvel Snap is like playing poker with your cousins at Christmas. Everybody is a hero and everybody chases the rabbit and no one gives a shit because ultimately you're not playing for anything that meaningful. You're not bluffing them, you're playing yourself. Most of your opponents in Marvel Snap are going to just be pushing buttons while they're pooping. They're not going to be thinking deeply about why you're making the decisions you're making. You're not leveling anybody, you're just losing yourself cubes. This is not the World Series of Poker. Also, I want to make something abundantly clear. I also want to make it very clear that there's nothing wrong with just playing Marvel Snap and pushing buttons while you play. It is perfectly fine and reasonable to just be vibing and play the game while you're vibing. I am just simply pointing out what is the accurate fact that most people aren't that invested. I snapped too late, so probably gonna get one cube out of this bot, which is sad. It is an inky AI Punisher. Oh my gosh, they paid me out 4? What a gentleman and a robot, Jonathan. Appreciate you.
I am Iron Man.
Victory.
You mean there are people that play this game for fun? Yeah, but filthy casuals. Never played a game for fun in my life, and I'm certainly not about to start today. Imagine having fun while you play your video game, chat. If you're not seething in anger by the end of your session, what was the point? I guess I'm confused. You say that boomer snaps tell your opponent exactly what you're going to do in the final turn, but a bluff snap, they suddenly don't know what you're going to do in the final turn. So the piece that you're missing there, Funkmaster Finch, is that the way I personally am playing and thinking about the game and the way most of your opponents and my opponents are playing and thinking about the game are fundamentally different.
Always changing.
That's the piece that you're missing for what the point I am discussing here. If everybody took the game moderately more seriously to the point where they're playing it 40 plus hours a week because it's their job, you'd be right that bluffing could be useful and relevant. My advice is for the general population. I am telling you that me leaving when someone boomer snaps me and it could be a bluff does not mean you should be doing that at home. I am telling you that functionally, how most people play the game is different than what you are experiencing me watching here. Yes, a big part of why so many people snap in strong positions at the end of the game is because the majority of people are just pushing buttons and they don't leave when their opponent boomer snaps them.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Most people aren't bluffing at the end of the game in a spot like that. That's a little bit of a diff. Although I suppose now I get to go this into Zola, my 8-power Shaw. That still might not be enough to win the game though, huh? What if I do this into Nocturne Venom next turn, then we Zola the Venom? The Venom will be 8, 13, 16, which makes me bigger than the Orca over here. That seems appealing. Yeah, I think your ability to bluff successfully in a game of Marvel Snap depends very heavily on your ability to read the level your opponent is playing the game at.
Escape.
And I think especially on the latter, unless you're someone who's at the very tippy top queuing into the same 20 people, it's very hard to gauge that. You'll definitely see me when I'm playing a game of Conquest seriously. I'll be able to get a feel sometimes like, okay, this person's been retreating very conservatively. I can probably have a bluff snap here. You'll hear me say stuff like that occasionally. But there's also lots of people where even when you're playing Gold or Infinite Conquest, they're also just a button pusher and don't really care. So it comes down to being able to make a prediction on if your opponent understands the game at a certain level and is willing to engage with the game at that level. Because there's definitely lots of people that understand the game, but also just don't care because the stakes aren't super meaningful. What one person thinks is a big deal with their number going up and down, someone else is just like, oh, it's just a number, I don't care, let's let the game play out. All right, gamers, have some adverts. I think we're gonna play some more Blink Surfer when we get back. We're 15 cubes off of Infinite. This might be the deck we make the push with. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Hi, it's me. I'm the person pushing buttons. And pushing buttons is great. Who doesn't love pushing a good button, chat, honestly? It's good. This is good workout music, chat. Good pedaling vibes. Pseudo Pally, thank you for the 45 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Second hitter say they were removing bots in the 90s of the ladder this season. I just hit 90s and my second opponent was a bot. No, they didn't explicitly say. They never really officially comment on exactly what they're doing with bots because they really don't want people gaming the system on it. So generally speaking, they don't give you specifics like we're removing bots from the 90s or not. There's definitely bots in the 90s for some people. For other people, there are not. If you're someone with a high MMR, you're more likely to get bots because there's less people of your MMR in the 90s, especially as it goes on. Like, I typically enter Infinite with 8,000 plus snap points, which means most people that do that are already Infinite. They hit Infinite on the first day. But we dick around with new decks typically, so it takes us, you know, God forbid, a day and a half or 2 or sometimes even 3 days to get to infinite. I'm a failure and my parents are very disappointed. Every time I sign off of my first stream of the season, I'm not infinite, my mother just sends me an emoji with a frowny face on it. Just to let me know how disappointed she is in me. My mom just does that daily. It's good parenting, really. Gosh, she looks so good with this border, chat. Definitely glad I didn't get that spotlight variant. It's so mid. Corvus Mysterio discard by Hela. Snap. Now, hopefully, our opponent is not a Shang-Chi player, being a Corvus player. We'll see though. Hey, J-Man, thanks for the primer. Appreciate the support.
Do rules all?
I think that was good for us. Question mark? So I think we could reasonably assume that the real Mysterio is not middle. So it's either left or right. If I play Brood on the right, I gain 9, 15 there up to 20. I was hoping to draw Grandmaster this turn, and we did not. I think in theory this has me winning all 3. Yeah, they're big.
Victory.
I think this is the play. I would think their deck is trying to blink Mockingbird into Hela or another 6. That's a good shout, Violet. That probably explains the Mysterio. A reasonable speculation. Havoc, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Is Nocturne trash or OP? What if I told you that there was a third classification of card that is neither trash nor OP and is simply a playable Marvel Snap card? Sounds like you made that up, Jeff. That's fair, honestly. This honestly might not even be a game that we win because they have Red Hulk in hand. So if I Sarah the right, everything costs 2 less. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots. This costs 2, and 3 of these cost 1, plus we draw another 3. If I had Shaw in hand, I might be able to stay here. But I feel like with them having the extra energy, especially, we just gotta go.
Escaped.
What did the OTA make Surfer in danger? They're all definitely, Surfer's definitely gonna have to take a timeout after the OTA for a little bit because Leech is gonna see some play. Definitely an accurate take. Probably dead. Doc Ock is very good against Surfer. For a lot of the same reasons Leech is good, honestly. What's going on, Canadian Robin? Thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. For holding the pig.
Opponent snapped.
I wanted to see one more roll. I think we have to leave, unfortunately.
Escape.
What a weird point to finally step at. Jelly Pickle, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. Oof. There's a fucking Twitter take. How is Hela different from Luke Hazmat Wong? How is the deck that's consistently tier 1/S tier and also very good different than the combo deck that always sucks? How are those two things different, chat? Do you think anybody's capable of explaining that? I don't know. I think there's a good chance nobody's capable of explaining that. It's unfortunate, really. How now, brown cow? Alex! Thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. That's another good descriptor. How is the deck with almost no direct tech cards that interact with it any different than the deck that gets its sandcastle kicked by almost every tech card in the game? How are the metrics on the economy video? It is performing almost exactly average, which in all honesty is above average considering it's not a typical type of content I produce. I was expecting it to underperform a lot. Wow, they didn't copy their Mockingbird? That seems so good for me. That seems so good for me, gamers. Blink game? I can't decide if this is a Blink game. Am I gonna Sarah? I think it's actually just another Nocturne into like White Widow Surfer. I think is the play. They can debris me again, is why I'm moving the Nocturne here. Call. And we just gotta go. And then we just gotta go. Wonderful. Fun, interesting gameplay experience.
Escaped.
Fuck you. Good game. Good game, gamer. What a good game. When Doc turned into Surfer mid, dot when it gets Cannonball. Loses to Cannonball left.
Opponent snapped.
This loses to Jeff if I don't hit Surfer is the problem.
Oh, snap.
This is kind of a boomer snap, but I didn't have the Surfer. And because if Subterranea wasn't here, I would have snapped before the Red Guardian because I'd be likely to draw the Surfer. Forge was an incredible draw. It lets me do this now. But this is the damned if I do, damned if I don't catch 22. If they Professor X me in the middle, I then can't Silver Surfer to beat Jeff on the left. But if I don't fill the right, I lose to Annihilus. So there's no good choice here, right? Like I lose to some combination of plays regardless, and I should choose to lose to X plus Jeff because it's losing to 2 cards instead of losing to 1. So it's not just losing to Professor X, it's losing to Professor X and Jeff together. If they've got it, they've got it. They played 2 cards, so hopefully not getting Professor X here. Surfer cuts them off of outs, I think. Someone asks, does Lockout and Clog get more popular the higher you get? Professor X has an almost 20% play rate at the top of Infinite before the season rolled over. The card and that archetype is incredibly popular among the good players at the moment.
Snap.
So what I just did here is the only 100% surefire way to guarantee that you know you're playing against a bot. I snapped and then immediately ended the turn, and the turn ended. Against any human being, they would have gotten extra time to respond to my snap there. Robots do not. So this does give false positives sometimes. It's not 100%. One thing to think about when you're sequencing with this deck is you want to try and keep either your left or your right lane free of on reveals so you can Grandmaster your Surfer consistently. Barrett, how dare you play left? Listen, Socio, you're a long-time sub, so I'm gonna cut you a little bit of slack here, but don't you dare criticize a leftist in my chat again. We're very pro-leftists around here. H-Toad, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Thanks for the support. Who/what is a Barrett? Barrett is our opponent, who is one of our AI Overlords gamers. How I know Jeff is a fake leftist. Nobody hates leftists more than leftists. That's fair, honestly. I don't think it matters. Gamora, I choose you. They're winning in 2 lanes. Why didn't they snap me? I'm so mad right now, chat. Ode snap here. These are my Marvel snap cards. There are many like them, but these ones are mine. And just in case you needed extra confirmation, chat, that Barrett was a true leftist, they just absolutely crushed the right here.
Victory.
Just truly a bot that we can all aspire to be like someday. They know exactly what they're doing and what they stand for. It didn't retreat, you know? It's truly beautiful.
Oh, snap.
Get to hide our Mobius in the miniaturized lab here, too. A rude freaking card. I think if I were to make a list of the top 5 rudest cards in Marvel Snap right now, this isn't it. It's just so obnoxious. Watch him have the soul read and like play rogue into miniaturized labs since we won the coin flip on priority. Good read from the opponent here. Good read. So the red Guardian here is interesting because there's a real chance they're Cerebro 3. I think I'm just vibing. I think I'm just vibing. But I'm gonna put F-Mod in a little box in the ground, gamers. Hopefully they play Mystique this turn. I remember there was a time when you were so excited for Mobius. That was when Wave was the sandcastle kicker. Yeah, there was a bigger fish to fry when Mobius released originally. Wave. I definitely don't miss old Wave. Easily one of the most offensive design Snap has ever had. I was so glad when they got rid of her. Ooh. What a lovely. We draw Forge. Forge would improve our hand a little bit. Honestly, I don't even know that I Forge. I think White Widow might be better.
Victory.
I've been really impressed with Grandmaster in this deck. He's felt really clean. This feels like such a better use of Blink than a lot of the other decks we've tried and looked at. Having Blink just be a way to consistently have our good Sarah draws more often feels great. It feels like using her as just this pseudo lockjaw is so mediocre. Grandmaster feels good was not a sentence on my bingo card today. So I talked about this a lot when this card released and it ended up being kind of mediocre. This is exactly the type of card that is just always one new card release away from being really good. And I think there is a reasonable chance that Blink is the new card release Grandmaster's been waiting for. Is Elysium the feature location? Elysium is only the feature location while I'm playing Mobius, because that's what I pay Ben Brode for, okay? We line the pockets of Big Brode so we can make sure we have good variants, okay? Speaking of unlucky. Does Blink hit Grandmaster played that way? No, when you Grandmaster Blink, you blink the card played before the blink.
Opponent snapped.
Thank you, AI. I think I'm just vibing, because I'm kind of limited on board space at the moment. I could try and punch the vision, I suppose. There's also a good chance it moves, yeah? The bots typically move their cards when given the option. Seth, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Oh no. Oh no! Am I about to lose 8 cubes to Joel? Joel, don't do it to me! We go so far back! My check to Brode cleared for the month, Joel! I need this! This gets me infinite, Joel! Don't do it! Have a heart! Woo! Thank you, Brode! I would like to dedicate this day to infinite with my Blink Surfer brew to everyone who believed in me. This one goes out to you, Mom. You knew we were day 2 infinite material. And this is again just a general reminder that all of the content creators you see posting their early day 1 infinites, they also have their own Joels to thank. While they're certainly good Marvel stat players, the reason why all of us get to infinite very quickly is twofold. First is that we play way too much Marvel Snap. Second is that our MMRs are high enough that we get plenty of bots on the way up. The way the Marvel Snap ranking system works, the higher your MMR is, the more bots you get on your way back to infinite. How can you tell how high your MMR is? Let me show you. So you'll see when I enter infinite here, I enter infinite with almost 8,000 snap points. Your starting snap points are indicative of your MMR. So you will see a number of people enter infinite with less than 7,000 snap points even. Those people have hot dog water MMR. So this is the only somewhat transparent indicator we have of what MMR you have is your entry point into infinite. And you can make this number go up. If you grind inside of infinite a bunch, you will enter the next season with slightly more stat points if you did well. But it's not an instant process. It doesn't mean you grind to 9,000 once and you're gonna enter at 8,000 on the next one. It's you have to consistently perform well for many times. 7,500 is probably a bit above average. We're gonna favorite that card back. So while obviously these stats are clearly meaningless because you just saw us farm old Joel there on our way to the top.
Oh, snap.
We did get our last 32 cubes up to infinite with this pile of cards. We did pull some 8 cubers off of human beings too along the way. This feels like the cleanest / most interesting use of Blink I've played or seen so far. Not using her as a generate a random card, but using her as okay, we're guaranteed to get specific things or add consistency, right? So like the way this deck is constructed, the reason we're playing Grandmaster and not Absorbing Man is by not having any other 4s or 5s, Blink is guaranteed to turn our 3-drop we played on turn 4 into Sarah. And then similarly, Blink on the last turn of the game can turn any of these 2-drops into Silver Surfer potentially if Surfer was buried in our deck. So I think if you're looking at this deck and you're asking, Jeff, what cards can you replace and still have it be pretty serviceable? I think White Widow can be another 2-drop of your choice. Red Guardian and Nocturne can be other 3s. I think this deck's probably a lot worse without Grandmaster. You could try it, you could play another 2, but this card added significant power to our draws at multiple points over that set of games. And I would be weary to replace this and think the deck's still gonna be super serviceable. Thank you. I think in order for Surfer to be good right now, you need a way to double its effect, and this deck can't play Wong or Absorbing Man because of the Blink synergies, the way you're trying to construct your curve. These other 3 Series 5 cards, super replaceable, but the way the deck's constructed, it needs Grandmaster, it needs Blink. And if you're missing Grandmaster or you don't have Blink, there's other Surfer decks that don't play these cards that are reasonable, but this one in particular, I think you need those 2. You're saying Wong is wrong in this deck. I am. All right, gamers. We hit infinite. I think I'm out of decks that I personally am looking to jam. Let's open up viewer submissions. I am going to hit an ad break and run to the restroom. If you're a subscriber, you may inflict a deck of your choosing upon the stream for a $10 tip at the stream elements link above the chat. We'll see you in 120 seconds to kick off with those when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. We got a long stream coming up today. Surfer and Blink getting a huge kick in the teeth with tomorrow OT. It depends on how many people actually play Leech. It's difficult / impossible to know. So there's so many good decks in the format right now that playing a 4-2 is not free. So Leech is getting buffed to a 4-2 tomorrow for people that missed the leaked OTA. They're nerfing the true format menaces. Lady Deathstrike and Darkhawk are getting nerfed. And then they're buffing Leech. I think this is a good change overall. This is a tool that Cerebro 2 will be super happy to have. Psylocke and Sauron buffs are free. Glad to see those. Claw buff is unironically a buff to Professor X, which fucking sucks. I can't believe we're nerfing Darkhawk and Professor X is staying the same. And then Ultron's getting slightly better drones. So, they haven't confirmed this officially. They don't confirm leaks officially. But what we figured out is if you look at we showed this yesterday. Where is it? So if you look at this cloud front address here, this is the cloud front address for the last patch notes. This is the cloud front address for the leaked OTA notes. It's the same. So someone noodled out that they just put this live on the cloud front ahead of time, and someone noodled out, okay, this is the format the end of this URL follows. And they've just been checking it for when the OTA is supposed to. This used to happen in Magic the Gathering all the time. People just like piecing together what the URLs look like and finding information in advance. So I would be shocked. Maybe not all of this happens. Like maybe they last minute change something in here before they implement it. But I think these are almost assuredly the patch notes on the same server, or the OTA notes on the same server the previous patch notes were. All right, what are we doing? We had some viewer deck submissions, it sounded like there. Thank you for the support. We had a bunch of them. We had 4 come through. All right, I'm going to leave deck submissions open, but keep in mind if you are sending something, I play things for 45 minutes usually, sometimes an hour. So whatever you submit is going to get played a little bit later in the day, if you're okay with that. But today is going to be a long stream, so I do have plenty of time to take more. I've got deck submissions that came through from Whippick, Mad Max Plus, Dota is for Squids, and Frank Puddle. Thank you to the 4 of you for the support. We'll play those in the order I just read them. Grexy, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. Wickman, I just pronounced your name in a way that you're probably not used to. You're the first one. You'll be our first. Yeah, dude, thank you for the 63 months. Welcome back. Can you submit an all pixel build around? Sure. There's enough cards for that. Thanks for the over 3 years, Gendy. Or the over 5 years, Gendy. 63 is way more than 3 years. What are words and numbers? U.S. Agent seems ambitious in my deck full of sixes. Curious to see how this plays out. Thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate that support. Sloppy News subscription there puts us to 2,985 concurrent subscribers on the channel. 15 off of a clean 3,000. Might get there today. Average Blink deck experience, chat. Average Blink deck experience. That's true. The blade is resistant to U.S. agents over there. Yeah, that makes sense, Whippet, honestly. And they said that they liked U.S. agent as a card to play alongside blade on turn 6. It makes a lot of sense. Something I've talked about a lot with U.S. agent is you want to be able to play it on that last turn of the game. So playing it alongside the blade is very logical. That's something, I don't know necessarily that I want to do it with Blink, but exploring Black Knight with U.S. Agent in general sounds like something that's probably worth doing. Yeah. Yes, this particular game is assuredly not a good representation of what this deck's going to be on average. Very, very bad beats here. That's actually probably wrong. I'm probably supposed to just Ghost Rider into a big thing. I was supposed to just Ghost Rider into a big thing last game, or last turn. I think we just do this and hope for the best. Actually, I'd rather Sif it than this, because discarding any of these would be bigger than the one that I have.
We are the future.
So close. That ended up very close considering how bad our draw was. What was our win condition there? We needed this to be Infinite, and then Ghost Rider to get pulled right would have won us the game. So we needed to win a 50-50 and then win a 1 in 3, so we won this game 1 out of 6 times. Which is honestly more than I would have expected after how bad our draw was to start. Yes, yeah, 1K bits is it appropriate for an exhibition. Just still make sure you put a link with your cheer. Link it to Snap Fan or Untapped. Oh, pixels, got it. Is the infinite ladder the only thing that affects MMR? You gain and lose MMR on your way to infinite as well.
Snap.
Annie Babante, thank you for the 86 months. Welcome back. Hopefully we'll be playing the other Marvel game together this weekend, Maddie. I'm still waiting to find out if I'm getting a key. Fingers crossed, Scopio. What's the other Marvel game? Marvel Rivals is going into closed testing this weekend. That does not have an NDA, meaning people will be able to stream it and stuff. It is an Overwatch style, Overwatch style team game that's third person with the snap IP. If they give me a key for Marvel Rivals, I will definitely be streaming some of it. There's a non-zero chance that Marvel Rivals has a good chance to have good viewership. And maybe it won't, but it'll definitely be worth a try. Yes, they already sent out keys to the general public, and I whiffed on getting one of those. But I'm hoping the fact that I am a very special boy who makes videos on the internet about video games means that I could hopefully get a key despite not getting one organically. About Marvel video games at that, yeah. To put it bluntly, and to, you know, humbly, the most humble way I could possibly say it. If the Marvel Rivals person who's managing their social media hasn't noticed that one of the biggest people playing a different Marvel game on Twitch has said they will stream their game for free if they give me a key, if I don't get a key after saying that, they fucked up. So we'll see. Are people still playing Mill? I deleted that deck the second the season rolled over. I mean, Mill is a fan favorite archetype that pisses people off. So yeah, I expect people will continue playing it in perpetuity. Mill is the type of deck in Magic the Gathering where people always played it despite it frequently being trash. Sloppy Dude, thanks for the deck submission. Appreciate it. I think you're too big of a content creator for Marvel Rivals. That's what I heard from my good friend DC Dual Force. No! DC Dual Force told me I wasn't a good candidate to work with them because I made I played a card game for a competing IP. Marvel to Marvel should be fine. In case anybody is wondering why DC Dual Force was doomed from the start, that is unironically what my manager was told. Which is fucking hilarious. So fun DC Dual Force story. When I was streaming Magic the Gathering and had 1/3 of the viewership I have streaming Marvel Snap, I had a contract with DC Dual Force to do promo for their game when it was going to come out before Snap even released, because DC Dual Force was actually supposed to release before Marvel Snap did. But then when they got delayed, that contract obviously got voided and didn't happen. But by the time they came back to being ready to release, I was streaming Snap full time and had much bigger viewership, but was still willing to work with them. And they told me that when I inquired if there would be a potential for another sponsored contract. That I was no longer a good fit. And truly, in my decade in the industry, I have never been so baffled at a response. But Dexter and Dara got paid to play it. When Dexter and Dara got paid to play it, it was before Marvel Snap was doing Twitch drops, and their Twitch metrics were markedly worse than mine before Twitch drops started happening. Because Dexter was a primarily YouTube audience person.
We are the future.
And what Drops does is Drops allowed him to convert his audience from another platform into one on Twitch, and then Dexter obviously buffs Dara up because Dara's his buddy. At the time DC Dual Force was doing promo, I was the most watched Snap stream on Twitch by a solid margin. We'll stay because it's the proving grounds, but I assume we're dead here. Why not play Giganto into Sinisterland, Ned? Asking the real questions. For those wondering, I didn't play Jubilee on the right to play for the tie because Jubilee has -3 power in the US agent lane. I appreciate the sandcastle emotes in chat. You are noticed and appreciated. Blink is insane. Blink's been a very playable card, but I think insane's a strong descriptor. I think Blink's like a perfect season pass style release where it has interesting build-arounds that you have to think about, but doesn't seem super push, but you'll still have plenty of fun and novel stuff playing with it. Dara a lot when he was first started making Marvel Snap content. I used to raid into him with some frequency to help him grow, but his attitude and mood changed markedly when he moved to streaming full time. He like quit his job, and it feels like he felt like he needed to lean into some of the scummier things in content creation in order to keep up. Like, he's solely responsible, essentially, for all the fast drops bullshit that happens in this Twitch category. That's something that he started. He's a very good Marvel stat player. Plays a lot of reasonable decks, often at the top of the ladder. What do you mean fast drops? So if you go into Dara's chat during drops, you'll see a bunch of people typing !activate fast drops in his chat. And there's a bot in his chat that responds with telling people that their drops will be faster for the next short given period of time. We do this, and then next turn we have like Agent, Ghost Rider, plus Blade. That's scummy. It is scummy, yes.
I am Iron Man.
Isn't that straight up scamming people? It is.
I am Iron Man.
My Giganto will be smaller here. I think that's still the play, though.
Behold my mighty hand.
Oh, the Ghost Rider is smaller too, though. Fuck, I forgot about that. I think most people know it's a joke. You are very wrong that most people think it's a joke. I think you are incredibly very wrong. So during the last drop cycle, I moved to having my chat not in sub-only mode. And there's usually somewhere between 1 to 2 people an hour who are like first-time followers that come in and use the activate fast drops because they're used to it in other places. And then they're confused when it doesn't work. And often express feeling embarrassed or taken advantage of because they did not know. You really gotta understand, like, the Marvel snap. To give you context, the Marvel Snap channel on average has about 4,000 people watching it during non-drops times. Probably a bit less, like 3,500, 3,000, somewhere in there. Like, during the first few days of drops, the Snap category has 15, 20, sometimes even 25 or 30,000 people watching it. And a majority of those people who aren't here typically aren't people that use Twitch and aren't in on the jokes for stuff like that. They don't use the site regularly, or they're brand new to the site because they're coming over for the first time. Rizzy, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's essentially a form of online hazing. It's the kindest way to put it. It's honestly the kindest way to put it, because the less kind ways to put it are, it's actively misleading for a profit. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to play this on curve here. Like, do I have a chance to play it later? I probably have a chance to play it later. You think the drops boost is primarily Snap players who are new to Twitch and not Twitch regulars who are checking out Snap? 100%, Cockles. Twitch, you gotta remember, they promote drops in client. There are a lot of people who have literally never opened Twitch in their life or even knew that it existed, who are coming here because they've been told, oh, I can get free stuff by coming here. And like Howard, think about, you know, have a touch of empathy, and think about how would you feel if your first experience somewhere new was someone lying to take advantage of you, right? You'd feel kind of shitty, right? It's just like not a thing that leaves a good taste in your mouth. I only have one card discarded. I guess it's just like Ghost Rider left. That's where Giganto belong anyways, right? Yeah, double Elsa Kitty is no joking matter. What are drops? Drops are a reward that you get for watching Twitch channels like this one. So if you're a Marvel Snap player and you watch 6 hours of this stream or any other channel streaming Marvel Snap during the next week, you will get some in-game rewards that are some in-game currency and then some sweet X-Men 97 themed card arts. Gosh, I think we're just dead here, yeah? We do this and hope for the best, but double Elsa is a hell of a drug. the sand. Sandcastle thing. I'm gonna move on from talking about the fast drops thing because it's endless and annoying. I don't want to stew on it all day. But to answer one last thing to say it, someone said, I'm surprised creators' communities are okay with that type of thing and like bullying people essentially. And you have to understand that your online community when you are a content creator is an extension of yourself, and you cultivate the types of people that you have based on how you interact with them and what you tolerate. So like when you do something like that, you end up cultivating an audience of people who are going to support that and think that it's okay. They are committed and they bought into it. And in fact, frequently, if anybody brings it up, their audience will just be like, "It's a joke. You shouldn't take it so hard." Yeah, like minds attract. And there's a lot of people who enjoy hop into online open voice chat in a competitive team game, and let me tell you about how the average member of a gaming community feels about bullying and harassing people. There's a lot of support for that kind of behavior generically in the gaming space.
Snapped. Opponent snapped.
According to a clip from Glenn Jones, Blink does not care about modified costs. Base costs. So not a combo with Mr. Negative, unfortunately. Yeah, the Heimdall emote feels like it should probably be flipped around, huh? You checked out the Fallout TV show. I did actually binge the Fallout TV show last weekend or the weekend before. It was quite good. It's been a while since I've watched a new show. Yes, Pixie, Blink looks at the starting cost of cards when you put them in the deck. I haven't watched Last of Us yet. I don't think I have a current HBO subscription, which is definitely related. I could blink the Ghost Rider into a Sarah, but I don't know that that's actually helpful, yeah? Yes, the actress they had for the lead in the Fallout show was very good. My sandcastle is gone, but not forgotten. We might be able to win this anyways. We'll see. Cool, sometimes lucky.
Victory.
You can't find the appeal behind Conquest. The primary appeal of Conquest is that none of the cubes or points matter, and you can just play casual games of Marvel Snap pushing buttons without repercussions. It is difficult for many people, myself included, to disconnect from a ranked number going up or down, and it's much easier. There's some rewards in here too, but even once I have all of the nominal rewards for the season, I tend to still just play Conquest rather than the ladder, because playing what's potentially a bad deck on the ladder and watching the number go down feels bad. And you'll watch when I play Conquest, I basically just auto snap on one in all of them, and my focus is playing the actual deck that I'm playing. It's not on the outcome, right? Like I'm not worried about snapping or retreating appropriately. I'm just trying to see how decks play out on average at a power level gauge. Yes, the other upside of Conquest is you can dodge feature locations, which is nice. It's not really strictly matchmaking being looser that makes your Conquest levels have more variety, so much as it's a lot of people are doing like I just talked about and caring a bit less, so it's a little bit more casual approach. People are willing to try things. I appreciate everybody choosing your drops here at Oaklandia this morning, by the way. My little Twitch tracker says we've had 55 new followers already. Welcome to folks that are dropping by for the first time. If you're not familiar with me, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on twitch.tv, with Marvel Snap being my primary game of choice. You'll typically find me here Monday through Friday during the week from about 9 a.m. Central till about 3 or 4 p.m. Central. It's currently 9:41 my time zone for people that aren't familiar with that. We'll be doing good extra long days here while drops are going on, though, and the viewer count is popping. While Marvel Snap has been my primary focus since it released, I've been streaming on twitch.tv much longer than that, over a decade now. In a former life, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level. So you'll find my streams here tend to be very analytically focused. We're always trying to improve the decks that we're playing and get better at the game. It's always one of my goals. We tend to change through decks pretty quickly, and we often do like what we're doing today, where subscribers can submit deck ideas to be played for a half hour to an hour for a nominal tip. I always like to try and push the meta forward and get some variety in what we're doing. A wacky location change deck. Maybe. That's probably fine for a short set. Yes, drops are 100% guaranteed, Foff. It's not a giveaway. So if you watch a channel like this one or any other channel streaming Marvel Snap on Twitch over the next week for 6 hours, you'll be able to collect those rewards, and you can track your progress towards those rewards in your inventory on Twitch. I teach math at the high school level. I was curious how long you teach. I actually only taught at the high school level for a student teaching semester. And after student teaching for a semester, I decided that teaching high school was not for me, and I promptly went to grad school. Thanks for the tip, Zapdos. Appreciate it. No interest in coding. I actually contributed to a number of open source projects during graduate and undergraduate school. Worked in primarily Python with a little bit of C from the other projects that I inherited. But these days, between working, 50 to 60 hours a week and then having 3 small children with lots of extracurricular activities and fitting in some generic family time, there just isn't enough hours in the day to do casual software type stuff. If you look up my my GitHub, there's a lot of old code on there. My biggest project actually got inherited by someone in the open source community, which is nice. That one lives on. Don't have anything discarded. As someone who graduated with undergrad and education degree the year Common Core passed, honestly, I could say the same. I think Common Core was relatively close to when I was in school. I actually like a lot of the Common Core curricula. At the risk of having a controversial opinion to some of the educators in chat, I actually think the Common Core curricula is quite good in a number of ways. It's just a little bit harder for some people to pick up, because one of the goals that the Common Core curricula looks to push is getting people to think critically about why they're doing the things they do, as opposed to just memorizing formulas and spitting out stuff that they've memorized. A lot of the pushback on Common Core curricula was from boomers who were upset that they had to learn to do things differently. It's actually quite good as far as curricula goes, in my opinion. It is more closely modeled to what other better performing education systems in other developed countries tend to do, as it aims to teach actual critical thinking skills. Shovelmint, thank you for the 16 months. Yeah, and obviously implementation is going to vary and not all things are equal, is definitely true. As I often like to say, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Just because they didn't get it exactly right the first time doesn't mean it wasn't a step in the right direction. A solid roll. We have Mr. Red Hulk for the right. Lovely. That was my take on Common Core, but parents I've talked with really hated that their kids were learning things differently than they did. Yeah, I mean, you have to relearn how to think about it. And honestly, at this, I play video games and I have degrees in math, so my brain is very different than the average adult. But a number of the things that Common Core does, as I work through them with my kids now today, are the ways that I personally found to think about math to give me a good understanding that propelled me into where I am today. And I think it's a good thing that is being taught more regularly. That base understanding. speaking of understandings of how systems work, chat, I do understand that if I don't manually press this button, adverts are gonna roll over the gameplay, which is a no-no. We never want to have ads over gameplay here. So we'll run these for 120 seconds. We're gonna move on to our next viewer deck when we get back. Thanks for hanging out, gamers. Appreciate it. Giggity Gary sponsoring potentially 5 decks. That's gonna fill us up for the day for sure. If you have some deck ideas, subscribers, and you didn't have a tip to send in, drop some links in chat. Remember, links, not deck codes. Snap.fan or untapped links. And we will consider them. Thank you, Giggity, for your absurd support as always. Stature stuff, in for stature stuff. That's number 1. You rarely disappoint, Violet Journey. Beastly, thanks for the gifted sub. Cerebro 3, Firm maybe. Hela Electra Ramp, definitely not. Chat, I was looking for Twitch streams to watch last night after I signed off, and I think like 4 or 5 people in a row from the top of the category running down were all just playing Hela Ramp, and I was just like, please make it stop. Please make it stop. Former math teacher here, Common Core math was mostly fine, it just had branding issues, agree. I think it was a mixture of branding issues and people being resistant to change in general. Why is there a Kyeria in this deck? That's definitely getting cut, yeah? This is the only 6-drop and your stones are 1s? I'm gonna put Misty Knight in the deck, because she's good. Blink, Darkhawk, and Nihilus in. As an adult who had forgotten all math concepts, at least I can learn it along with my child. Yeah. Firm machine, sure. I'll get that one a firm maybe. There's no R after the I in Kyeria. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. It's pedantic gamer, not pedantic gamer. Gosh, Jeff. Okay, Cerebro 3 with Yellow Jacket to make Sarah have 3 power is hilarious. We'll put that one in the queue. Blink negative, maybe. All right, I think I have my 5. I think I have my 5. Thank you for all the deck list gamers. We got some sweet ones. Chat, when I mispronounce the name of the made-up fantasy character to start, it's unintentional. When I double down on it and refuse to change, it's very intentional because it doesn't matter, and I don't care enough to put in the effort to change.
Will arrive.
Behold my creations.
Cry area. Please address all questions to Magento, care of Kyaria. Exactly. Understand. Ooh, a piece of candy. Yes, we bought the Gambit Shadow King bundle on release. Oh, you know what? They're probably a Luke Cage deck, yeah? If I was a gambling man, and I sit here playing Marvel Snap, so very clearly I am a gambling man. I think High Evo is overused, fight me. I mean, if you insist. Pre-infinite, 3% play rate. Top 50% infinite, 2% play rate. Top 10% infinite, 1.6% play rate. Timeout for 10 minutes, appropriately fun. Shishi sha. All right, cool? We're cool? We're cool? Cool, got it. Yep. Get it, got it, good.
Knowledge is power.
I can look up data that shows you're wrong all day, chat. It wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter.
Behold my creation.
The universe shall be set right.
Hey, glad you're having fun with it, roller dude.
Opponent.
You're right. Here I lie, Quicksilver Gaming. This isn't a card I get to play with the animation on a lot, so hold on. Humor me for a moment, chat, for I am 4 years old. The sound is very tactile. It's such a beautiful tactile sound too. Just the design top to bottom is just superb. We're a Quicksilver ASMR stream now, accurate. Oh my gosh. Did we really just queue into Master Mold Ronin in a game where Triskelion flipped up? Never lucky. Describing it as a brain scratch sound is so accurate. Apt. What? Okay. Oh, are they just playing cards they need boosters on plus Loki? I think they're playing cards they need boosters on plus Loki. Hopefully that Spectrum giving us +2 on the right can surprise him. You get the Conquest titles? Yeah, I usually get the Conquest titles. Alright, so they probably just don't play for center, so we put these here and hope it's enough. Oh my gosh, would we have won the game if Misty went left? We'd have won the game if Misty went left. Yeah, we win the breaker. Would have been +12 versus +8. I will say, having played some high evolutionary Thanos in the past, if I play Reality Stone in the middle, I don't, and this is exactly what I'm about to articulate. If I play Reality Stone in the middle, this is -2, but then Cyclops doesn't trigger, so it's a wash. And it makes Misty Knight less likely to hit here, so actually less likely to win the game. One of the awkward things about playing playing Thanos with High Evolutionary is High Evolutionary wants you to have Reality Stone left, draws a card, and leaves their Ronin the size that it is. And it gives me -2 because the what's it called doesn't trigger. So that also loses the game. That loses the game every time as opposed to winning some of the time. The Thanos stones fill out your curve using up unused energy on key turns, which fights with High Evolutionary that explicitly wants you to not have energy spent. So they're kind of the two things the cards are doing for you are a little bit at odds with each other. Deck building tension there.
Behold my creation.
The universe shall be set right. Snap.
It's 700 gold for 500 tokens. Good. No.
Opponent snapped.
You should check out my econ video from yesterday where I talk about ways to optimize your account progression and what free-to-play players, dolphin spenders, and whales get in Marvel Snap season to season. It talks explicitly about which Token Tuesdays you should be looking for. Sometimes reality is lovely, chat. How's AFK Journey going? Are you still playing a lot? I finished all of the content in the preseason Tactical Rangers. And the Honor Duel metagame is kind of solved, so I haven't been playing that much recently, no. But on do dailies mode in it for a minute now. There, new seasonal stuff will be coming out soonish. My 1-drops are not safe here. That's a lovely draw. There's no reason to show them this whole stone early. Never traveled outside of my country. I have been to a vacation in the Bahamas. And my wife and I went to London for the Pokemon World Championships in 2022. I think it was 22. Forget. dates all blur together after a while. Oh, Mockingbird's a punish for not playing my other stones out. I wasn't thinking about her as a draw. Pokemon Worlds felt like a lifetime ago. It really does. Having a wonderful day, Tread. Good morning. Can I get some sandcastles in chat? Pour one out for my Mockingbird here. I wonder how Pokemon Unite is doing. The largest Pokemon Unite streamer on Twitch tweeted the other day about viewer numbers hitting a bottom that they're not sure they're ever going to recover from. So, well, sorry to put it. So it sounds like not great.
The universe shall be set right.
It's easy to take Marvel. It's easy to take Marvel Snap's balance candidates for granted once you've been in it for a while. That was Chris. Spriggles is bigger on the YouTube side. It's easy to forget that a lot of other live service games like Pokemon Unite and others just don't do balance nearly as good as Marvel Snap does. Most other live service games with their balance candidates is embarrassing and frustrating compared to the Snap team. Anecdotally, Shang's play rate feels high again. So all of the public tracker data that we have available, Claudio, says that Shang's play rate actually never went down, just his performance went down. The thing that changed about Shang is that the format got more diverse and Shang-Chi consistently costs 4 energy now, so there's just fewer spots where Shang wins the game. So you see it played out a bit less, even though it's played the same, because it wins the game in less spots. You played Pokemon Go. I was a launch Pokemon Go player that played for a long time. And I didn't play most of last summer. It's been a little bit. I liked Pokemon Go's PvP stuff, but their netcode was just a laggy mess that made it frustrating. More than anything, the Snap team's commitment to iteration is the most promising approach to balance. Even when they do poorly, there's another change around the corner. That's 110%. Could not have said it better myself. You don't always have to hit. You just have to be willing to iterate more when you miss. It just goes a very long way. Pokemon's VGC seems very interesting. It's just incredibly inaccessible. It takes so much grinding to be able to put together a real team in that game. Unnecessarily so. I played a little bit of VGC 2 with one of another content creator helping me put together teams and doing some collab stuff, but it's just so much work to try and brew. Discarded Red Hulk, Infinite Jubilee. Yikes, probably torched here. Showdown doesn't scratch that itch for you. I enjoy the graphics being good in games that I play, and Showdown decidedly does not have good graphics. VGC is video game competition. It's the competitive Pokemon game mode. It has like world championships and stuff.
Victory.
Yeah, Pokemon Company can be prickly about third-party stuff too. Oh. Hela very beatable when they don't draw Hela. Big if true. You think Nocturne is worth to get? I think Nocturne is a very playable, reasonable utility card that could go into a lot of decks. I also don't think she's going to define any of the decks that she's played in, though. So if you look at a deck and ask, can I replace Nocturne? The answer is basically always yes. On the Jeff scale. The card ranks very high on the Jeff scale. I expect to put Nocturne in a lot of decks that I build personally. She plays a type of Marvel Snap that I enjoy. A low energy card that offers a reasonable stat line and has good utility. Basically everything I love doing in this game. The card on the very bottom of the Jeff scale, Hela. Not Kang. Kang at least has a gas animation. When is the Nihilist going to be back in spotlights? It seems like Second Dinner is only putting filler cards instead of good ones in these days. That is truly entirely one of those things where I don't envy Second Dinner because it feels like they literally just can't win. If you put in cards that are less popular and less powerful, people complain that it's all filler. And if you put in cards that are only good and powerful, people complain that they don't run certain cards often enough so they're inaccessible and you can't get them. It's actually a lose-lose situation. Is Super dead here? Just drop the bad cards. I know that saying the words just make everything cheaper is really popular among people that don't understand economies and how games like this are structured to be sustainable. But I promise you, just make everything cheaper when you already get 75% of everything for $10 a month is not a sustainable thing. It's not. Like, they literally started releasing almost 20% more content because getting everything for 10 bucks a month was gonna hurt their business model. And instead of making it less generous, they decided to release more content. So like, whenever anybody noodles and they're like, the answer to making things better is make everything cheaper, that's not a reasonable answer. If you make things even a little bit cheaper, suddenly you get every card in the game for 10 bucks a month or completely free. And ask Legends of Runeterra how that worked out for them. Not everything I said cards aren't opening for, but you don't understand. Making any amount of it cheaper super regularly takes the system and moves it from 75% to 100% very, very quickly. That's just the reality. You make it 20% more okay, I'm just gonna we'll just remove you from chat. Here's numbers, but my feelings. Here's numbers, but my feelings. But did you consider my feelings, Jeff? No, I didn't. Fuck your feelings. This was actually a free Cyclops variant. It was a login reward at one point. Hot take, it's fun not having all the cards. It gives me something to work for. Yeah, that's a catch-22 we've talked about with Marvel Snap Economy design in the past too. Video gamers simultaneously want to own everything while also being able to have meaningful prizes to work towards. And those two things are at odds with each other, right? Like, you can't both have everything immediately for cheap or free, but then also have something you can work towards in terms of prizes. Like, those two things don't work together. They're not logically consistent. You can't have both at the same time. I look forward to Spotlights more where I'm missing 2 cards because I get 2 new toys to play with. Yeah. We'll stop playing this. What's the candidates for bots pre-infinite? There's not a set candidates anymore. It's interesting, hey Jeff, where can I find the data on 75%? Am I doing something wrong? I'm getting 1 new card a month with my keys. Are you spending your keys on weeks where you can't guarantee the card? If you're collecting all of the free rewards in Marvel Snap, you get 4.5 to 5 keys per season. And then it takes you 2.5 keys on average to get a new card. Those are the numbers you want to be thinking about / know. The biggest mistake people make with their Marvel Snap Economy min-maxing is spending a key here or a key there. I think we're dead, gamers. I think we're dead. We guessed right on this 50-50. JK, LOL. My poor sandcastle. Alright. Looks like it's time for an ad break. We're gonna go ahead and slide on from this one. Definitely just felt clunky and awkward. Thanos and High Evolutionary just kind of fight for both using your extra energy in a way that makes both of them feel a little bit A little bit too weak. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We'll have another viewer deck when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Oh, good. We got a good deck up next. Good. It's got Rodent in it. It's about as good as you can get with Rodent in it. Our viewer submission's full for the day. I am tentatively full. If we have solid viewer numbers, I'm gonna go extra long, which means we'll probably take more at the end, but I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tentatively waiting to be played, so that probably gets us through the day. But we'll see. If we broke 3,000 viewers again today, so we might have another, 12-hour run. My plan during drops is to basically be live until we drop below 3,000 concurrents, so if you want me to hang out longer, make sure you're hanging out. Do you have Warhead boosters? I do actually have Warhead boosters. We got 4 split inked on her. We'll need to reroll for gold at some point, but need credits. Never enough credits yet. Never enough credits. I have 4 keys, and last week I got the new card with 1. Never felt more blessed. The high rolls are lovely.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Neptune, we're tentatively full up on viewer submissions for the day. I've got 10 in the queue. On days where they're still open, there will be a link pinned above the chat with a Stream Elements donation thing in it. I try not to take more than I can play in the same day. Ken Griff, thanks for the quarter of a year. To be fair, the fact that the web shop doesn't make it clear that you need to put in a zip code in order to check out is very bad user interface. I think the fact that they're going to require people to use the web shop in order to get the exclusive variants and the track on there this time through is an incredible mistake. I think there is going to be a lot of feel bads from people not knowing that that's a requirement this time around. How many people even know the web shop exists? Not a lot. Do the 4U bundles go on the web shop? They don't. It's a mess for a variety of reasons, up and down, and I think it's a mistake the way they've implemented it, for sure. Here's hoping they don't roll it back for those of us that got it fully for free. Usually they don't correct bank errors in the player's favor. Yes, I'm super glad I claimed it because I didn't really want to have to deal with buying through the web shop. Seemed annoying. Man thing. God, this matchup seems impossible, huh? Although I suppose with Cosno over here, they won't be able to Spectrum. So we have a shot here. I need to draw Annie or... I need to draw Annie, yeah. Annie! Oh, wait. We win here because they can't Spectrum, yeah? This is +4. Cool. Cool. Oh, no, wait. They have Luke Cage. Rip. We need to draw a Nihilist. If we would have drawn a Nihilist, we would have been able to go Jeff, Max, the Nihilist, get rid of this. Is Nocturne worth 6,000 tokens? Almost assuredly no.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, sorry, opponent. Not paying attention. Would Teenage Warhead have won there? It would have won because they sequenced incorrectly. Sure, did not play around it. Yeah, I think this is a good month to build keys back up.
Opponent snapped.
I have 5 keys and no tokens. Is Nocturne worth that I have Selena carry? Chad, I think Nocturne's a very skippable card. Sure, over under for Sage being a thing about. I'd be very surprised if Sage is good in modes. I think Nocturne is exactly the type of card you should be ignoring if you're someone with limited resources. She is a card that is easily replaceable in most of the decks that she's going to be played in. She's a very good card that could be played in many spots, but she should not be a high priority pickup for most people, in my opinion.
Minions to me.
Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. And then we get to murder their Black Knight here too. You see, chat, people who are less lucky than we are, they think Gladiator is bad against Hela. Little do they know, he's actually the secret sauce. Actually just the secret sauce. We have Sentry and Eyeless to close out on now. It's lovely. I think a lot of people have a hard time translating cards that are playable but only okay in games like Snap. Like, I feel like unless a card is literally Red Hulk or Blob on release, people tend to be unhappy with them. Because they didn't just take the format and make it easy for them. Any idea when the next series drop will be? The next series drop should either be in the May 28th patch or the June 25th patch. A lot of content creators react that way too. Yeah, and honestly, it's gonna make it very, like, Second Dinner has really hit a point where I think Second Dinner has officially hit their ideal balanced stride. We've had just like this giant string of cards that are like eminently very playable and reasonable, but you also don't feel compelled to have any of them, so you can safely just get the ones that you'd actually enjoy playing. And a lot of people have a hard time with that because they only want to use their resources if something is broken. So they're just like sitting there, never using their stuff because they want to be told, you have to get this card. It's the secret sauce that's going to get you to infinite as an easy mode button. But it's like, well, this card's playable, but if you're not into it, you can skip it because you don't have to have it. And I think that's a perfect power level for things to be, where people could just like buy the cards that look novel and good. That's such a good tagline. Other people are in a shit or hit mindset. Yes, that is an apt way to put it.
Opponent snapped.
That's lovely. Demon into Gladiator is lovely on Castle Blackstone. Playing my Demon out against Destroy, less lovely. I don't have priority because of the HUD. Rough.
What a game!
It's fine. We're gonna catch a Venom over here, chat. Alpha?
To change my underwear.
There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. What does Bounce need to be a real deck? Hela is the primary thing that keeps decks like Bounce from being competitive. Bounce can't meaningfully interact with it and also can't make numbers that are competitive. Professor X is problematic for it as well, but Hela I think is the bigger issue. I think we're dead. I think we're dead.
Escaped.
Is Blink skippable for players with low resources? I don't remember what the upcoming season pass cards are, but if you're someone who has budget to spend on a game like Marvel Snap, you should always buy the season pass. If you are spending any money on Marvel Snap and you haven't bought the season pass already, you fucked up. Even ignoring the specific card in the season pass, the currency and other things you get on the premium side is the best $10 you can spend in Snap. By a wide margin. If you're someone that has a more limited budget and you have to pick and choose which season passes you get, I genuinely don't remember what the upcoming other pass cards are. I'd recommend looking them up. Blink's a neat card. I think Blink's very playable and she offers some novel deck building experiences, but I don't think she's gonna be a must-have card. Yeah, the gold pass is the second after the season pass, but the season pass is still number one. They're Gilgamesh and Gwenpool. The upcoming two. I definitely would rate Blink above Gilgamesh. It might be close compared to Gwenpool.
Opponent snapped.
You opponent, appreciate you. You think Hela should get a redesign? Yeah. Every honest, God-fearing Marvel Snap player thinks Hela should get a redesign, chat. What would I do to redesign Hela? I would let the people who are game design professionals redesign Hela. Never forget, chat. Anytime someone tells you you need to offer a solution to a problem, they are just a greedy, dirty capitalist trying to steal your labor for free, or they're someone that doesn't understand that that's what that's asking to do. If you're good at something, never do it for free. It's not my job to fix the card. Second dinner doesn't pay me. Every idea I've heard for a Hela redesign sounds stupid. Yes, 99% of the Hela redesign suggestions in the community are fucking terrible. Agree with that. Didn't you say you contributed to open source projects earlier? Yeah, I did. If you think contributing to an open source project is comparable to giving free labor to a company that made $100 million in revenue in their first year, well, let's just say you're one of the fucking stupid people I'm talking about. play cards out of their hand. I do have priority here, so this Warhead could do some work. Honestly, do I need more than Warhead in the middle? I might not. Let me do like this. This Maximus could go in, honestly, any of these 3 lanes, I think. Ada! Thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Should I have Cosmo because of Shang-Chi? I don't think I expect them to play Shang. Says local man about to be shagged. Got him! Was the only place you couldn't play that, buddy boy. Oh, buddy, old pal. Do we know what the next patch is? You can always come into my chat and type !OTA or !patch to find out the date for the next ones of those. A Nocturne move center. That turn. The meta feeling toxic and horrible the last couple of cards. Well, I'll never say everything's perfect because Professor X and Hela exist. I think the current state of Marvel Snap is probably the best it's been by most measuring sticks you can measure. If you're someone that has a very emotional response to being milled or to being Loki'd, you're probably not having a good time. But like, both Mill and Loki don't have high performance metrics. Whereas Hela is consistently a top performing deck. Another, one of the virtues to acknowledge of the current format being wide is that among that wide range of decks, there's always going to be at least some number of things that you probably don't like, yeah? I have an emotional response to Hela, as every good, God-fearing Marvel Snap player does. Fuck Hela.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Spill. Mill is TCG jargon for having a card in your deck get destroyed. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? I think it's very thematic when Gladiator pulls Red Guardian, because Red Guardian's like thematically putting up a fight before he goes down. Just like, yeah. Oh, Andrew, I missed your message on the YouTube side. Speaking of math stuff, is there an online resource you recommend for almost high schoolers ready to get into learning some higher math? I don't have any good ones for that offhand if you're still here. It's not a space I've been in for a little while, so I've been doing content full-time for 6 years now, so it's been a little while since I was in the academic spaces.
On hail!
Whoa! Zola, my monster from my Valentina. That's cheating, gamers. In a wider format, don't you also just have to accept that there's going to be decks you auto-lose to? It depends on the type of deck that you're playing. But yeah, that's often the case. It's easier to have a polarized matchup that exists somewhere. What pushed Hela from okay to wildly powerful? Corvus is the answer to that question. Oh, they have Jeff. Brutal. Man, are we dead? We're dead. So this is 13, 13, 22, 28. This beats their Red Hulk, yeah? Yes, that's also true. The blade change contributed to Hela becoming more powerful as well. Excellent shout. And if they want to kick my sandcastle in the middle, we still have a good shot. Because we have 8 power and they have a -3. Yep. Got him.
Victory.
I just saw someone Odin a Corvus Hela location. Yep, that's definitely a thing. Our sandcastle survived the tornado. Ooh! 39 hood boosters, chat. 39 hood boosters. I'm playing this deck right now too. Shoutouts to whoever submitted it. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, this deck took the ladder by storm. I think Yo Woody, one of the spikier content creators, helped popularize it. It's got some neat tools. Super Giant's neat Professor X tech card. And Super Giant plus Cosmo can screw up Hela sometimes, which is nice. Hey, morning hit streak. It's a solid day. Hey, 1 point of power on War Machine pronto, as I need him for C7. Unironically, the only balanced requests I will entertain here, because they're fucking great, are ones where we suggest cards get powered up or down for Cerebro requests. Those are the most noble of balanced request changes, are ones to make specific Cerebro decks better or worse.
Opponent snapped.
We're probably dead to Hela. Stegron noises. happy Stegron noises. Theory crafted some for tomorrow. I don't know that I really expect. Oh baby. Oh baby. Poppy chat, Poppy! I don't know if there's actually any particularly interesting build-arounds coming in tomorrow's OTA changes, yeah? I've not played Angela Bounce with Nocturne yet. Yeah, Ultron's probably the most interesting one. Maybe we'll do some Claw Onslaught stuff. The only problem with Claw is that every optimal Claw deck is probably also a Professor X deck. So I don't know that that sounds particularly exciting to do. Oh my god, we're gonna lose this fucking game because Dracula discarded a card, aren't we? Alright, cool, I'm in the middle. Oh, the Black Knight gave them a card back. That's funny. Forgot that hadn't triggered yet. Lovely. Our deck is running hot against Hela. I feel like this deck should probably have a mid-Hela matchup on paper. Warhead, punch it above their weight class for sure. It was some glorious Warhead gaming, you're not wrong. It's been a solid set with this deck so far. Maybe we'll give this one a double, and we'll get a highlight out of it for the old YouTube channel. Is there a substitute for Supergiant? Unfortunately, I think Supergiant is a pretty unique disruptive piece in this deck. Doesn't really have a clean substitution. Back in. Thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
I am Brazilian. I am American, Pinkin. Welcome to chat. Happy Wednesday. Supergiant is a useful tech card against, Professor X, speaking of him. Any highlights with Blink for the main channel? Yep. There'll be Blink highlights on both channels over the course of the next 2 days. I would love to punch Craven. I'm waiting for Justina's Lady Thor. I really want Justina's, her, what's it called, looks really good. The Sarah is what I'm looking forward to. Oh yeah, her Titania too. Titania doesn't really have any great variants, so really looking forward to that one. Am I getting her Jade Foster? Probably just for completion's sake, but I do enjoy my, what's it called, Jade Foster? My Art Germ. Two drop! Unlucky. Oh, they're a Surfer deck? That's brutal. Was not expecting them to be able to fill the middle. That's not the Annihilus I wanted for Christmas, Chip. I think there's a chance this wins the game. They just didn't play for the right at all. They were just super dead to Annie. We'd have had Annie, we would have gone Annie Demon. I am also looking forward to Leech and Cerebro too, honestly. Sounds great. You know what else sounds great, champ? Putting some money in my bank from these adverts. We're gonna play one more set with this Ronin deck when we get back. I'll see you in 120 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Subscribers, I'm gonna run and grab a snack real quick. We ate breakfast earlier today. BRB.
Oh, snap.
Which version of Untapped is that? Just the default PC version. Definitely looking forward to Leech. Never thought I'd see that. I actually really like Leech's new design. I think it's a worthwhile and useful tech card that's pretty far removed from being toxic. It's a counter to a pretty specific subset of things that needed a counter, i.e. Hela. Dabbled with non-Hela Electro Blink. I have, Dilsky. It'll be the highlight on the Hoaglandia Tap channel tomorrow.
Oh, snap.
On this. I'm gonna play it out. So my curve this game is Super Giant on 4, Annihilus on 5, Sentry plus hopefully Maximus on 6 if I draw it. But I'm not gonna have another opportunity to play the Demon out, so I might as well play it this turn. But this is talking about Super Giant and her purposes, chat. This is a matchup where Super Giant is really good because it stops them from developing their board on turn 5.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
So, like, they have 16 power Deadpool here, but they can't Venom it if they have it, so they can't scale it again. Look, there's the Maximus I wanted for Christmas. Literally how we drew it up. Win or lose, what you saw me do this game is one of the top things you need to get good at if you want to be successful in games like Marvel Snap. You need to be able to look at what you have going on and make a plan and figure out, okay, when am I supposed to be playing these cards? How am I structuring my turns so it makes sense to play them out? And the demon ultimately died here, but you saw me look at the cards in my hand and think about the cards in my deck and go, okay, even though this demon could die to Killmonger, it makes sense to play it on turn 3 because my energy is accounted for on every subsequent turn for the rest of the game. So even though there was a risk that we ended up getting poked for, ultimately still won, playing it out there was right because of how the rest of my game lined up. And being able to think about that, okay, what does my subsequent turns look like? Figuring out how you're supposed to sequence early goes a long way.
Snap.
Do you think Spectrum has a good Hela matchup? It has an okay Hela matchup. It's not just Jean Cosmo that's good in the Hela matchup. Jean plus US Agent is often good there. This is probably going to eat shit to a Killmonger anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and play it into Krakoa to get the bonus on something. Now she really is a super giant, yeah. I don't have priority here, so I can't Cosmo them anywhere. I think I want to super giant the Asgard next turn, so I don't want to Cosmo there. Probably just this. Yeah, I guess I could have Red Guardian the right preemptively. Maybe that's better. That might have been better. We'll see if that punishes us for not doing that. They have a bad draw. How astute of you, Twitch chatter. Any other novel observations you'd like to share with the class? Is it this? Or is it still just Sentry Max? They're playing a destroy deck. Also factual. Yes, Teenage Warhead would kill this card if they play nothing else or the first thing that they play. I'd go either. I think most roads lead to Rome here. Oh my god, did they just throw their face down card into a demon? I hope this is a copy of death. Get fucked, Buttercup.
Victory.
I have no details on the whale trek status, no. It does look like it's back up. And my points are at 0 despite having spent money because I spent money in-app instead of on the thing. But thankfully I got to claim all of these when it was bugged in my favor, so. Got him. Yeah, the whale track does not count in-app purchases anymore, which sucks. It's such a bad decision on their part. I voiced that directly and privately to them as well, but I think it's a big mistake that they are not counting in-app purchases. Republic of Texas, thanks for the Prime, appreciate it. You go to marvelsnap.com/shop. You have to buy your stuff on that shop page now as well. Yes, there are them incentivizing people to go to the web shop is 100% a incentive to dodge the App Store fees. It's just gonna create an immense amount of feel bads from people who didn't know that was a thing and are going to go buy $100 bundles and then be confused that their $100 bundles don't count towards the rewards on there after the fact. Yes, it's going to explicitly create feel bads among people who give them the most money. And making people who regularly give you piles of money feel bad is not good business. Yes, you also can't buy the 4U bundles on the web shop. Accurate. Is it just me, or is the Gambit Shadow King bundle not great compared value of the other smaller bundles? It's not just you. There are lots of other people also incapable of doing simple math to calculate the value of a bundle. You can rest assured that you are not alone in your inability to not do simple arithmetic. The Shadow King bundle is quite literally almost 2x the currency of buying at the base price anchored rate, which is significantly above the typical 130 to 150% bundles often look at. It is literally one of the best value per dollar bundles in the history of Marvel Snap, is accurate. Which really just goes to drive home the point of how obfuscated it all is, right? That there's someone in my chat that's like, this bundle's kind of bad, right? When, like, it's literally one of the best possible in the history of the game. What are the odds they're also an Annie deck? High? Yeah, I think high is the answer. So I think I need to do this. I don't think I can count on them Annieing the middle. I think I need to block this in case they Annie here. Oh, get fucked, Buttercup. Was it tasty? I think it was tasty.
Victory.
I'm beating their Annie still, yeah? If they Annie left, I do this. We're 0-0, and then they're 6-17. I win the breaker. Cool. I would also like to make the reiteration that I think Bear's saying is that spending $100 on pixels is obviously a lot of money. And you should make sure you're in a spot and financial position to be able to do that before you spend that amount of money on pixels. But that being said, the current $100 bundle is one of the better pixels for dollars that you could get. So I shouldn't take out a loan for pixels. You should not take out a loan, and you should not accrue credit card debt. The worst kind of debt. The Venom bundle is 285%. All right, now you're gonna make me go fucking look, aren't you? I feel like you've gotta be wrong. It's probably some shitty number on snap.fan that's not actually what I'm talking about in terms of price anchoring, which you're just parroting. Doctor, yeah, okay, here's the Dr. Octopus you talked about that you said is 287% value. That's just absolutely bullshit. Currency value is what I'm talking about. This is 167% currency, which is in fact less than 200%. This is not complicated. It is very simple ratio conversions. That 287% number is nonsense. That is only meant to count. It counts things that normal people don't count when talking about the Marvel Snap economy. They're finally snapping me back, unless... Yeah, the 280% number is big 3x value style math that just like normal human beings don't do when they talk about games like this. Yes, I do need to play around in Galactus to the best of my abilities here.
Victory.
I'm gonna assume that was G-Man on the left. Yeah, the Gambit one is 180% currency value on the Snap Fan Same Tracker, which is closer to 200%. It's literally, historically, one of the best amounts of in-game currency to dollar ratios in the history of Marvel Snap. Like how many, can anybody tell me, can someone go back through and look at the stuff on Snap.fan? How many bundles are more than 180% currency? Anecdotally, not many. I like question mark. It could be none. I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe one or two, but it feels like it's gotta be close to not many. There were 2 available ones with high currency value. There were a couple of very small ones that were 200%. Okay, cool. But it's like easily a top 5. There have been 5 other $50 bundles that had better currency values. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I really want to shout out Captain Lemons there. Okay, I'm gonna fucking give Captain Lemons a sub because they should chat more frequently. Because they are the type of high quality Marvel Snap chatter that I want to be a part of my community. Thank you, Lemons. Look at that. Instead of giving me feels and arbitrary, it seems like, they went and they referenced the numbers and showed that it's factually one of the better ones in existence. This new one is just barely not top 5, it's 6th. And that, I truly just will never understand the mindset of people who, they just say stuff like, it feels, when they could easily just go verify and look at what the actual information is. Like, why do you need to speculate at all? Why not just, like, go look at reality? Thanks, bud. Oh, God. We're playing each other's decks, chat. Oh, no. Oh, no. Speculating is quicker and easier. Yeah, for sure. It puts the onus and pressure on other people to do your work for you. I believe we have died. I've decided, chat, that the Heimdall emote is my pay-to-win version of the Deadpool emote, and truly it's perfect. Truly, entirely, it is perfection.
Escaped.
The true pay-to-win aspect of Marvel Snap, the emote game. The Heimdall emote is the album reward for the Hip album that just came out. Ooh, apparently the League's test just went live in parts of Europe. If anybody's got some goodies on some screenshots from the public League's test, I would like to see some details. We'll share those on stream here in a minute when we finish this deck. You put some in Discord in general. Thank you. Alright, we're gonna finish this deck. We'll do a quick wrap and then we'll take a look at some of the league stuff. They're probably a Sarah deck, yeah? I spent $160 in client yesterday. My whale track is 0. Heard anything about that? Yeah, unfortunately, you're just fucked. Second dinner has decided that the whale track is only going to count purchases on the web shop moving forward. You should complain very loudly about that to second dinner because it's bad policy, and they should have their whales complain loudly about it. Making your systems worse for people who spend the most money on your game is a truly baffling decision. You should want your systems to be good for people who give you piles of money. So I think it's one of the biggest misses the Snap team has had in a little while. I think we're dead here. We only have 20 on the left, right? Lose this breaker. Oh my gosh! The Red Guardian Nocturne gets the Patriot buff too. Got me. Oh, sorry, go around my misclicked. GG. I've made a terrible mistake. Alright, to wrap on this deck actually had a pretty, oh wait, did they? No. Win trading streamer reported. This deck actually had a solid set today. We had a mediocre run with this deck last time we played it, but we played a number of destroy decks in that set and Hela, and it felt like we lined up okay into both of those. Cosmo definitely did some solid lifting in our sets. This is definitely a deck where you're not gonna get any huge wins based on just the raw power of your cards. You're gonna have to finesse and work really hard for a lot of them. But Annihilus Sentry gives you some raw power, which is nice. And Ronin was okay stats in a few spots. If you're looking for a tricky deck full of tech cards that you don't often get to play with, this seems like a reasonable choice still. Write that down. 439. Alright, we need to restart the client to get rid of the hood bug anyways, so let's quit and pull up these league screenshots. Okay, so leagues are live inside of parts of Europe, and you can't just VPN into them because you need to understand your account is assigned to a specific Marvel Snap server. So even if you physically went to Europe and logged into your account that was started on the US East server, you'd still be logging into the US East server to play. It doesn't move your account regionally. So there is a spotlight key for number 1. Variance, credits. I'll be interested to see if a spotlight key actually incentivizes people to whale. This one says it lasts for 2 days on the first one, because it feels like a lot of the people who whale are going to have spotlight keys already, right? So the first 2x point multiplier is free. Do we have a screenshot in here anywhere of how much it costs? What's the number after free, chat? Someone that sent me one of these. You press free to get your 2x. How much does it run you after that? What's the number? It costs 200 gold. Perks help you get more points when you win and keep more points when you lose. Ha! Thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Okay, this is Snap looking to try and harpoon some whale wars. These types of events are very common in other games that have PvP systems, where you let the players who have spent the most get to the top of the ladders. This is gonna give people, oh yeah, Reddit is literally melting down as I talk about this. This is some whale hunting. So it loosely costs $500 to have both perks running constantly for 48 hours. Well, that's the thing, right? So the interesting dynamic to think about here is how much people are going to whale on these depends on the rewards, right? So like a spotlight key obviously has value for people with limited resources, but like it's not an incentive for someone like me, right? Like none of these meaningfully improve my snap experience or what I have, yeah? So I feel like it'll be interesting to see what they do with these rewards, because like this being the top reward does not incentivize the types of people who are spending money to actually spend money. There's a tension where like, yeah, technically you could spend gold to get an advantage, but the type of people who have gold to spend don't really need this. It's also worth noting, you cannot directly pay money for points. You still have to play games. You earn 100 points for a win and gain or lose 25 points per cube won or lost. Okay, so this is interesting too. So if you win a 1 cuber, it's worth 125 points. And if you win an 8 cuber, it's worth 200. So getting more cubes does get you more points on the ladder. But you could also overpower spending with simply playing more. 8's a 300 point? Yes. Yeah, that's math. Math, 8 times 25? 4 cubers is 200 points. Okay, yes. Quick maths, not even once. So it's 100 to 300, it's 125 to 300 for a win and 25 to 200 for a loss. Oh man. I am looking forward to seeing the sweaty players fucking spiral when they lose 8 cubes, chat. There are going to be so many spiraling sweaty gamers. It has never been a better time to have It has never been a better time to not care about your arbitrary numbers. They're just going to be drenched in sweat and madder than they've ever been. This is the big one. Don't lose points when you lose a game. Don't lose points when you lose. Okay, so the min-max here is you put up the point shield and then you just fucking aggro snap while your point shield is up, right? Because you can't lose points, so you just like put up the shield and then just go full hog wild pushing that button. Because if you snap on one and they retreat, you get 125 points. Oh my god, chat! If you know someone is paying to whale in this, you can rope them and burn their timer out intentionally by roping them. So your perks are better or worse depending on how your opponents brutalize you with the timer. This is awful. Maybe this will finally get them to adjust the timer system, because we desperately need a timer system adjustment. I'm giving that feedback to Second Dinner right now. I'm giving that feedback to Second Dinner right now. They need that one in writing. Having these be time-based when the time a game takes depends on how much my opponent ropes me or not sounds truly awful. Maybe make them be for the next X games instead. So the big solution to this is fix the timer. The lazy solution to this is this shouldn't be a 30-minute point perk. It should be your next 5 games or 10 games or whatever appropriate amount of games you think it should apply for. That's what it should work for. Oh yeah, that's actually it, chat. You want to grief people playing leagues? Queue up with Daredevil, Magic, Kang, and then run the rope out every single turn. And you know what? It took us 15 minutes on stream to come up with that. The ladder's about to be more miserable than it's ever been. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no. Chat. I know all of this sounds obnoxious, but you have to understand gamers will min-max the fun out of absolutely everything they touch, so you need to make sure that doing the optimal thing is fun. If doing the optimal thing involves generating lots of misery is about to be generated, because gamers love to be fucking optimal and miserable at the same time. This is currently only live in parts of the EU. Currently only live in parts. Let's compose a Twitter chat. Let's give some thoughts on the leagues since we have them. Looking forward to getting roped far more frequently, since it will be optimal to do that in order to run out the timer on perks whales have paid for in leagues. Some other details about the league's test that is now live. I truly wonder if did second. I feel like, so I've been in groups before where second dinner like ask content creators for feedback. I didn't see them ask for feedback on any of these ideas before putting it live, and I feel like the timer thing would be such an easy one to be like, no, that's a bad idea, don't do that. Yeah, so that's the other thing too. This league system happening on the ladder is asymmetrical, right? If you're someone who's rank 120,000 out in bumfuck nowhere, your 8 cube win is worth the exact same as an 8 cube win from someone who's literally rank 1 on the Marvel Snap ladder. So all of you people down in the pits, you got nothing to fucking lose, gamers. Giddy up. Snap it up. Farm them cubes. Work up your league. Snippity snappity. That's the one, right? I feel like if you're someone who's in the pits, basically what you're gonna want to do when a league goes live is you should probably just queue up auto snapping with your free 30-point shield and just see if you can hit a streak and get 1,000 or more points on the board to start. And just let it see if you can sit and ride it out. And the min-maxing implications of this system are worrisome. Let's call it worrisome. How do you check your standing? There will be a button that says leagues at the top. These are not currently available to everyone. Yes, the leagues are live as a test for some people before they roll out to everybody. Speaking as things that are only rolling out to some people, these adverts are only rolling out to non-subscribers in countries that capitalism has deemed worth farming. We'll see you in 120 seconds for our next viewer deck. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, Woozy, I was actually really surprised they're rolling out the league test in EU, because that means everyone who is in the Marvel Snap beta 2 summers ago isn't eligible to be in the league test. That might be intentional spreading out the test. I mean, maybe. The last test was 2 years ago, though. If they were doing tests regularly, there would be merit in spreading it out. But, like, 2 years later is, like, not really a thing. It's a Stanford prison experiment. Yeah, basically. Is Cannonball more powerful than you were expecting? Nope. If you go back and watch my early Cannonball reviews, I called him out as explicitly being good in decks that could lock one lane up with cards like Dr. Octopus or Professor X, and that is exactly how he has played out in being competitive. It is worth noting that Cannonball released before Alioth got reworked, and it's like kind of filling that Alioth style role alongside Professor X now. So it definitely got a little bit better, but as far as like the types of things that it's playable in are very similar to what it was on release. Is Jeff still a godlike pickup at 6,000 tokens? Do you think they'll see your job? I actually think Jeff the Baby Land Shark's a good example of a card you probably shouldn't be picking up if you have limited resources. He's not a card that really enables archetypes. He's just kind of a generic good stuff card. That's also true. Shang is one of the cards that was competing with Cannonball, and the Zabu change made Shang a bit worse, which makes Cannonball a bit better. Hey, what's going on, anti-hero? Yeah, we've been on the safe train for a little bit. Condolences to LOR, but good to have you around again. Speaking of competitive, Joe, we can expect a deck roundup video Saturday morning for the deck roundup. On OTA weeks with changes on Thursday, deck roundups don't go up till Saturday. All right, looks like the old adverts are done. Let's go ahead and pop on into a queue, shall we? Is your opinion on Sage change since your video? I re-reviewed Sage when they changed her stat line in... Oh wait, leaked command is different. If you look up my leaked cards review for July, there's a new Sage review at the end when she updated. Can confirm that both ladder and conquest applies to leagues. What? Okay, how does conquest apply to leagues though? Is it individual cubes won and lost across all of the games, or just the match being won or lost in general? I wouldn't have expected conquest to apply. So is it counting individual games inside your conquest match, or just the round as a whole? Anchor dead gears. I have. So there's been anecdotally there's been a lot of destroy this morning. Oh my god! So the secret to farming leagues is just playing the proving grounds. Oh god. Oh man. Oh, go on again. Oh no. Palms are sweaty. Knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on the proving grounds already. Alright, we should probably make a leagues command with a link to my tweet.
Opponent snapped. Snap.
Like your finest 6 energy card, please, Rocket. Project Pegasus. Woo! That's a Marvel snap card, gamers. Holy. Is that an ultimate? No! This is a season pass variant. Just fucking incredible. Oh, are they playing Mr. Negative? I think they're playing Mr. Negative. I think this might be best in slot for Psylocke. It's real good.
I am Iron Man.
Their Black Vortex was better than ours. This is the type of deck that like Cannonball kind of struggles in because he doesn't actually kill the things. Maybe we have a shot with the Gamora draw here. Oh, they're shrinking our lizard too, though. Gosh. Yeah, opponents of Hoaglandia regular gamers. There, one of Snap's larger sea creatures. Ton of inky crackles and great golds. Jace is the one we queue into periodically when they're playing the all golden girls deck. Good game, Jace. Rick James, bitch! Tight all this dating app blows. The new season music is another bop. I agree. They done good. Worry about Galactus at least. Yep, I'm gonna be curious to see what the feedback on leagues looks like because, I don't know, I feel like I can usually try and find something positive to say about most things. I don't know that there's much positive to say there other than there's some amount of more free rewards, I guess. Waiting for Twitch chat to tell you to Death Strike, but all, yeah. I don't think it's fair to call it Nexus events, because Nexus events you couldn't engage with at all for free, and this at least has some type of engagement for free. What was Nexus events? Nexus events was Marvel Snap's original monetization before collector's tokens. You can find out the details here. It's, not great, to say the least. Come here, shark. Quality Spooderman. And just like that, chat, winning 8 cubes in this deeply sweaty competitive proving grounds round, we would have secured plus 300 points in our Marvel Snap League. Clearly, just as difficult of a challenge as winning an 8-cuber top 100 on the Infinite Ladder. The fact that Proving Grounds is going to be worth as many league points as playing at the top of the ladder is hilarious. Pin the league's comment for now. Yes, farming bots on your way back to Infinite on the ladder. Will not. I have not gotten an official Marvel Rivals invite yet. They also seem to still be slowly adding creator tags in their Discord server though, so hopefully that'll come through. It doesn't go live for 2 more days, so I'm not really sweating it yet. And I had a very generous person offer to give me theirs because they can't play, but I don't know if that's within the TOS, so if I don't get an official one, I'll look into whether or not that's allowed. Yes, Rivals is the 3rd-person combat game. When is Leagues releasing? Leagues is live in some parts of Europe now for a test. It's really going to incentivize people to take MMR. It is, yeah. Imagine, here's a thought. Imagine you get put into a league with someone who... Imagine you get put into a league with someone who's been Agatha farming for the last 6 months, dumpstering their MMR, so they just get bots and other Agatha farmers when they play. Their they have like 5,000 snap points when they hit Infinite, and this gamer queues up, and their games when they play are worth just as much as yours. They've been trading for this moment. Is Agatha finally meta? Yep. Sounds like it to me. Sounds like it to me. Was always Agatha, darling. True. Cue Agatha training at the gym to the tune of Eye of the Tiger. I think 1-2 Ultron bots will be enough to bring back Blue Marvel / Kazar Zoo. No. We'll try, but I'll be very surprised if Ultron is suddenly playable. Hela's numbers are very big. Hela's numbers are very, very big.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Eeg Goblin, chat. Eeg Goblin.
Victory.
You have a lot of Marvel Snap content creators are going to try and create parables. I would assume so, James Bob. So a majority, or honestly, probably all of the Marvel Snap content creators, especially the ones that are successful, are similar to myself in that we're all currently one game content creators. And generally speaking, the best way to successfully branch out of a one game content niche is to match the current content you're doing on at least one axis. So, i.e., something else with the Marvel IP or something else that's a card game. So I know for me personally, while I don't intend to stop doing Snap content, I think if Rivals takes off and I make some Rivals content that could potentially be successful, that's potentially my avenue to grow an audience that does more than just card games and is potentially interested in more variety stuff. I think my personal ideal situation for content down the line would be being able to make content for somewhere between like 2 to 3 different games consistently over the course of my time, as opposed to always being locked into just one. Rivals codes aren't locked to the person, by the way. They're free to be passed around. Perfect. Thank you for confirming, Boom. Rivals is a Marvel-themed team fighting game that's third person, similar to like an Overwatch style objectives and team fighting that'll be 6v6. So it goes into a closed test that won't have an NDA on Friday. So I'll probably be streaming it Friday night when it goes live. Just to get a bit more. And who knows? Maybe Marvel Rivals is going to suck and it won't be worth playing and it won't be popular. You can never know with these things. But it seems like it will hopefully be worth checking out. I wish my Hellcow was that good. Freaking Apocalypse Swarm discard. A little bit above rate. I'm gonna do this and then plan to end on these two. I applied for Marvel Rivals Creator Program, yes. Grandmaster has consistently felt really good inside of Blink Shells. It's the best the card has ever been to set a low bar.
Opponent snapped.
Is their hands 6 Swarms and Apocalypse? I think so. I don't remember how big the Apocalypse is. Let's find out. I think it's 14. I don't think it was 18. Thought wrong, I guess. Lost Star 50-50 here. We win if Gamora goes left. Card is no longer homeless. Yeah, it's a good way to think about it. And just like that, chat, you're having a good run in your league, and then you lose a fucking 8-cuber to a coin flip, and you tilt right on out of your chair, and your phone goes crash through the window because your league dreams are dashed because you refuse to spend 200 gold to buy the point protection card. And you look up at the cruel sun and say, why, bro? Why did I not buy the point protection card? Why is life so cruel? Okay, it's okay, gamers. You take a deep breath. You realize that life's gonna be okay. They were just made up points in your game. Thinks everything's gonna be alright. Do, 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 do. You don't lose points for losing games, you lose points for losing cubes. Correct, but losing games means losing cubes. So when you lose an 8-cuber, you lose 200 points. Do players who have leagues available get a progression boost compared to those who don't? I mean, yeah, there's prizes for the leagues. They get a nominal amount of resources and rewards.
Oh, snap.
Just finished. It tuned in after my exam and seeing Jeff is playing that OP card, Lady Deathstrike. Hope she finally gets addressed. Just you wait, gamer. Just you wait. Well, that makes the which of these two am I playing this turn much easier. Unfortunate that this got hit to 4 though, because I won't be able to finish this next turn. If leagues work in Conquest, leagues 100% work in Conquest. It is confirmed by gamers with a capital G. Capital G gamers have confirmed that leagues will work in Conquest. Tomorrow night is the new AFK season. That sounds right, Ben. I probably am not going to be able to touch the new AFK season for a little bit. We've got Rivals dropping. I have a sponsored thing I have to fit in over the weekend as well, and then drops are going on. A little bit of a schedule overload.
All systems go.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Do, do, this. Look at this busted card, chat. Freaking correct. Oh no! We lost a big bird, chat. Hello! Oh no, wait, we have 22. Whew! Forgot the rock. I forgot the rock hand too.
Victory.
Never doubt the rock, chat.
Snap.
I want to prefix this with I really like KM and I watch a good bit of his stuff. But it's so interesting to me to see other creators frame Snap releasing good average cards as problematic. Because that's the exact opposite of my thought on it. Like, I mean, we've talked about that a bunch recently too, right? Where just like, it feels like the current state we're in where there's a bunch of cards releasing that are reasonable is like, that should be the end goal, right? At least I think that should be the end goal. But I guess the mindset when your only goal is winning is just very different. It's that hit or shit if everything is just like a solid B plus. So, knowing KM, I don't think his comment there is purely engagement focused. I think he's coming at it from the perspective of KM wants to be able to recommend people buy cards or don't buy cards, and you can't really do that when everything's just a B plus. The appropriate answer when everything's a B plus is you should buy cards that you think you'd have fun with. Yeah, Take Magic. Honor Duel fell off for me in AFK Journey with their balance on it. I'm curious to see how it feels once they do their first round of balance changes for sure. It's the cheapest to be competitive in a game like Marvel Snap when every card release is either an F or an S plus. When everything's a B, it gets complicated and expensive. Yes, I agree with that. I think for me personally, the type of Marvel Snap I want to play, it is a net positive when there are most of the cards just like you can feel happy playing this, but also you can pass. What's my issue with Honor Duel? Honor Duel has a very solved metagame, Ben. What is good is very good, and what is bad is very not good. I just lose to I give them, what did I give them? Not Cannonball. I give them Punisher. Punisher is 11, and I'm gaining 5, 8, also 11. I win the Breaker. Yeah, the Wild faction in Honor Duel is significantly better than everything else. Once you get to 5 or 6 wins, if you're not playing the Wilder faction, you might as well just like pack it in. And sometimes you could dodge them, but like usually like my deep runs end to like 2 to 3 losses to the Wilder comp. Just that much better. I think we still win this. Yeah, we're up 9, they're up 5. Rocket! Rocket buff was so good.
Victory.
So a lot of my personal good runs, Ben, have been with light bearers, but all my light bearer runs that end early are to the Wilder comps. And when they do release a meta breaking card and then balance it, people get mad and acting like they were only doing it for money. Yeah. So the problem, I agree with the idea for improving economy. It's more nuanced than good cards are a problem. So what's the nuance then? Am I gonna do a react video? All right, I think we might finish this and then do a react video so I can watch what he actually has to say.
Snap.
Got like one more with this deck after this set, and we'll pause. But like I don't know. I would be shocked if his suggestion isn't something that makes the game cheaper. And just make the game cheaper isn't a real suggestion. If that's the end goal. I don't know what exactly his suggestion is going to be, but if the suggestion is anything that revolves around the game has to get cheaper to get game pieces, they're just not going to do that, so that it's not a real suggestion. They literally started adding more content to the game because they accidentally made the game too cheap. I mean, I've had a few people reference me as video, and I haven't had time to actually watch it. So, we'll already do that. We're gonna do that, sure. Watch it on like 1.5. We'll see how it goes.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
His stuff is probably some of the most stuff I've watched on the YouTube side because he's not super sensationalized. Typically speaking. Honestly, this has been a CCG problem since forever. Snap is a lot closer to having all cards be playable than a lot of others. Completely agree. What am I? Agree that it is both a long-term problem for all card games in general, and Snap has threaded that line better than most I've played. Good Dog Gamer, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that support.
Systems go.
It's more about reducing the turnaround between spotlight appearances. I mean, drastically series dropping a bunch of the stuff is also a roundabout way to say make the game cheaper. Like if that's the ultimate takeaway, it's still ultimately a make the game cheaper argument, yeah? I'm gonna be very disappointed. Very disappointed in chat if I watch this video and the end result isn't just make it. If the end result is just make it cheaper. I feel they need to go back to regular series drop and improve token rate because that was the system I liked. I genuinely appreciate, Nibs, that you're at the end of it is simply just an acknowledgement of there's not a good reason to do that. I just liked that one more. Like I can respect that because it's not you're not trying to use logic. You're not warping any amount of stuff. You're just like, I preferred that. It's cool. That's cool. I can just be like, yeah, it doesn't work, but I can like respect that, like, you're just like, I would prefer that. That's super subjective.
Snap.
My big problem, and the thing that I often have a hard time not pushing back on in a very pointed, often loud and obnoxious way, is when people try and conflate their feelings to things that are logical. It's like, I can appreciate having illogical feelings, Chad. I'm human like the rest of you. It's just when you try and tell me your feels are reals, and it's nonsense, I take issue. See, here's the thing, Nibs, and this is something I can take issue with in your statement, and we can have a little bit of a conversation. Your statement is that you think they moved to the spotlight system strictly because the spotlight system makes them more money. And that's not necessarily true. A big part to Esquire, thank you for the 5 months, that's very generous. Can we win this 50-50? Got him. A big part of why Marvel Snap moved to using the Spotlight system is because with the regular scheduled series downgrades, the optimal thing to do was never buy a card when it released. Remember that thing we were talking about earlier where I said gamers are stupid and will optimize the fun out of every game that they play? So you have to make the optimal thing fun? The Spotlight token system is a good example of failing to do that. The optimal thing to do under the Spotlight token system before keys existed was never get a card on release because it's always cheaper to wait 2 months or 6 months to get the card when it's cheaper. And the outcome of that system was players regularly having piles of Spotlight tokens and never actually using them because it wasn't ever optimal to use them. That was the core problem with that system. It was optimal to role play a dragon and sit on top of a pile of currency because waiting was always optimal. It was not purely about we're gonna make more money with this system. And to point it out, because I've said this a lot and it bears repeating. Every time they've iterated on the Marvel Snap economy, they've made it cheaper and easier to get cards. Every single time. Under the collector's token system that people often fetishize, or whatever that, however you pronounce that word, they're like, it was the good old days. It cost me over $200 a month to get every card on release. Over $200 a month. Under the current system, it costs about $80 to get the card, every card on release. It's less than half the price. It's pretty close to a third of the price, actually. It was more than $200 to have every card on release. So, yeah, that fear of missing out that encourages people to actually open their stuff, that's a feature because it gets people to actually use the resources and not just sit on them. All right, let's talk about this viewer deck real quick, and then we'll take an ad break, and then we'll take a look at KM's video and see if the conclusion is something other than make things cheaper. I think my main takeaway from this deck is that Cannonball continues to feel like a kind of mediocre card in any deck that doesn't consistently clog lanes. This deck is not playing Debris and Goblins, it's not playing Professor X, it's not playing Dr. Octopus, which meant this card felt aggressively mid. There has of it was just like okay movers, but this deck as a whole probably gets a bit better if you just take this card and replace it with Shang-Chi, because you're just not getting the Destroy from him very often. All right, let's tap an ad roll. We'll see you in 120 seconds. I'm gonna grab KM best video about the economy. We'll compare and contrast to what he said to my analytical breakdown. He's got a mad bun going on here, Gibbers. Looking good. Looking good. When I was in retail marketing, they had a stat person who has a negative experience will tell. They had a stat that said a person who has a negative experience will tell up to 11 others, and a person who has a good experience will maybe tell one, and that aligns with that. Yeah, that's a big part of, you have to remember, for every person you hear saying something negative about the stat, like, you'll often see people talking about how it took them 4 spotlight keys, 2 or 3 or even 4 cards in a row, right? Like it took that many spotlight keys, that many in a row. But for every person that happens to, there's someone quietly super happy who got their card 1 spotlight key in a row 2, 3, and 4 times. Big TY, thank you for the third. But the person that's running very, very hot is not going out and talking about it. All right, let's see what KM has to say. I'm gonna put the speed at 1.5 because this thing is long. Uh-oh, I have it muted. All right, unmute site. Do a volume check here.
Your resources. Marvel Snap is getting better at balance, and it's stretching your resources. In March 2024, Marvel Snap released 5 cards. The first was Hope Summers on the Season Pass. Next up was Pixie, followed by Mockingbird, Cannonball, and War Machine. With the exception of War Machine, who was very hyped but didn't really deliver, all of these cards ended up being common sights on my tier list. In fact, one of my most recently posted decks that I devoted a full video to plays a full 3 of these.
Closed captioning, yep. Perfect, good call.
These cards. Going back to February, we see a fairly similar pattern, but with one miss located in a different area. The card that missed in February was Black Swan, but Proxima Midnight, Corvus Glaive, Cull Obsidian, and even Supergiant have all been clearly powerful and have appeared on my tier list on multiple occasions. April 2024 looks much the same, but ramped up, with Baron Zemo on the Season Pass, followed by Red Hulk, Red Guardian, US Agent, and White Widow. 4 of these cards have a play rate north of 15% in the top 10% of Infinite, with White Widow and Red Hulk being among the most played cards in the entire game. The only one of these cards that doesn't have a play rate north of 15% in that cohort has an obscene win rate and cube rate, albeit in a very low sample size, and was buffed a week after release.
So, one thing I'll say about these stats is that to a lesser extent, Red Hulk, because it was a reach a little bit further out. This is probably the most pushed of these. But Baron Zemo and White Widow, I think, definitely have a bit of what I would refer to as recency bias, where they are just like the newer, shinier thing. And they're more popular because it was the new toy. And then you have the weekly quests on top of that. Baron Zemo had 2 weekends worth of weekly quests. So like all of these have have some recency bias and then skew further from the weekend rewards. Yeah, these stats I believe should include the weekend missions, yeah. Yeah, there were 2 weekend missions for Mill. So like this is one of those things where like it's factually correct to point out that they're popular, but we're lacking the context of what's making them popular here, yeah?
Week after release. You'll notice Valentina wasn't on this list. I didn't feel like we had enough time to have enough data gathered that I felt confident putting her on there, but she seems pretty strong too. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I've been playing a pretty decent amount of Valentina. I just didn't want to like throw her on there and then, you know, 4 weeks later, it's like, you know, she's actually not that good. The data bears that out. I wanted to stick to cards we actually had the info for. It wasn't always like this. This was not always how Marvel Snap was balanced. So how did we get here? From September to December, 8 cards were released into Marvel Snap that were absolutely busted. Loki, Miss Marvel, Mobius, Blob, the list goes on and you can see it.
He's right. Every single one of these cards was cracked on release. These were all S tier. They came out, they warped the format. You were behind if you didn't have these cards when they came out. You needed to have them on release or you weren't going to really be competitive.
Right next to me. Each one of these cards had to take a very significant nerf, with the least significant nerf being dealt to Annihilus, arguably, which lost the ability to send over cards with 0 power and also lost a point of power on his own. This is typical for how these cards ended up getting dealt with. Many of them saw energy increases or fundamental additional hoops to jump through, like Miss Marvel. This is not the kind of nerf that a card like Red Hulk got. These nerfs were serious. They really had to deal with these cards. Many of them received an energy buff. Some of them were an energy nerf, I should say. I don't know how you describe it. They cost more now, and that is a much more serious hit to them than anything they've done recently. Loki.
What's going on, Rum Cannonball? Thanks for the brand new primer. And Devils, welcome to Hoaglandia. Good to have you doing your drops here. As a heads up on those fast drops, though, your drops are the same speed on this channel and every other channel on Twitch. The other channels with fast drops commands telling you you're getting things faster are lying to you for the sake of manipulating you and hoping you stay longer. I hope you enjoy your stay in Hoaglandia. You won't always like what we have to say, but at least you'll know we're never lying to you.
He ate an energy nerf and had its interaction with Collector totally removed. Eliath was reworked multiple times, losing power, then part of its ability, then all of its ability. Mobius was reworked twice, eventually setting in at its original power, but costing 1 more. Elsa Bloodstone ended up with an additional energy cost and -1 to the power that she grants. Werewolf by Night saw a +1 energy nerf.
I don't need the history lesson.
Top and output cut in half. So obviously, something had to change. They had to stop releasing super broken stuff and then nerfing it. And to their credit, they have absolutely done that. In the 4 months from January...
They have, in fact, absolutely done that. When all of those cards had rightful outcry that they needed to be adjusted, they were like, oh, they're like, okay, we're gonna adjust our stuff and we're gonna balance the game better. And they've actually done that. They've hit their balance stride. They're very good at it.
On to where we are now, maybe even you could call it 5 months, depending on where you ballpark when this ended, whether you end it with the Blob nerf or you end it with, you know, the last time they released something messed up. Only one new card has actually been nerfed, and that is Red Hulk. And I think if you ordered all of those changes to all of those cards and you put them all in a line, Red Hulk's nerf would rate as the least impactful of all 9 of them, which means they have gotten significantly better at balancing for the top end. That is a good thing, right? Well, there's another side to it. From September to December, Marvel Snap saw 7 totally awful cards released. Ravonna Renslayer, Man-Thing, Black Knight, Gladiator, Martyr, Havoc, and Selene. You'll notice
yeah, that's probably apt. I think Man-Thing. So you gotta remember, Gladiator was a 3/7. Black Knight. I think I'd take issue with Black Knight being up there. Black Knight did get a sizable. I'm sure he's about to talk about some of these getting buffs, because you gotta remember, Ravonna was a 3/3.
there's no Selene in this collection. That's because I still don't own her. That's how bad she is. I know people are going to be mad at the inclusion of Ravonna and Gladiator here, but there's some stuff to remember here, all right? Ravonna released as a freaking 3/3. Gladiator released as a 3/7 that had America Chavez still in the metagame. Selene actually released as a negative power and is now a 1/2. And Black Knight released as a card where the Ebony Blade didn't have the text it does now. It was just dying to Shang-Chi and dying to Shadow King all the time. It had none of that text. What I'm getting at here is that it used to be easier to skip cards. There were hits and there were misses, and you could kind of tell which one that actually was going to be.
Okay, but so part of the problem here is that, like, a number of these cards that are bad, they became good, not just strictly through changes, but because of the metagame pushes around them, right? Like, I agree with KM that Gladiator got better because they redesigned Chavez, but that was going to happen regardless of him getting buffed or changed or not, right? And Black Knight was getting hit by tech cards, but Black Knight would be better today when Shang-Chi is worse than he was back originally. He was worse because the tech cards were better, and they've changed the scope of the game in a couple of key ways. So he's getting to the core of his argument now that there aren't easy misses. There aren't easy skips in Marvel Snap anymore, and I assume he's gonna say that that's problematic.
Cards. There were hits and there were misses, and you could kind of tell which one that actually was going to be. These were not cards that got super hyped or anything like that. These were cards that most people were like, okay, this looks pretty bad, and then it was pretty bad, which allowed players to budget and save up for the big hits that would really upgrade their collections. This isn't happening anymore. Every card is good, and I totally understand why you as a design team would want every card to be good. Duh. You don't necessarily need them all to be amazing overpowered, but you want them to be exciting and compelling. And one really easy way to make those cards exciting and compelling is to make them either very exciting, a la War Machine or Grandmaster, or very good, a la Hope Summers. There are multiple ways to do this, but those are by far the two easiest. Because if you do not release a card that is good, it's basically like not releasing a card at all. It's like,
yes, that's the big thing that people don't get. If releasing a card that's not good, it's like you might as well not have released a card.
the game, nothing actually happened in it. The card has to be good enough for people to actually play, or at the very least, exciting enough for people to play, a la Grandmaster or War Machine. And even cards like that look like easy skips maybe, or that look like they're not easy skips, the fact that it's getting harder to tell also impacts this. I get so many people in my comments when they're like, oh my god, KM, I spent 4 caches on War Machine. I didn't get Cannibal, and I just don't know what to tell them. Because the design team is so good at making all of these cards look exciting, and their track record is amazing on it, right? Like, they're going back and they're buffing cards. If a card misses low, they're like, yeah, a week later, we're just gonna make it good. Like US Agent, their track record is really good. But what that means is that it's very hard to figure out what you're actually supposed to buy. I think that this creates...
So, we're gonna let him keep talking, but I'm gonna keep interrupting here as we pause and go. But this is just getting to, and this is, I think a lot of the focus around it is, this doesn't let content creators give people an easy answer. And as someone who's a content creator, people always come in here, you know? Jeff, am I supposed to buy Nocturne? Jeff, am I supposed to buy Nocturne? Is Blink worthwhile? And the answer people don't want to hear is the answer I've been giving, which is, yeah, the card's playable, and it goes in plenty of decks, probably, but you can also probably skip it and just replace it in those decks. So if you like the idea of the card, and the card looks fun to you, get it. But also, if it doesn't look fun to you, don't get it, and wait for a card that you would look to play. So they've hit this stride where the correct answer is you should get the cards that you think you would enjoy playing with, not you have easy bad cards to skip and you have obvious good cards to get.
Creates a pervasive feeling that is similar to decision paralysis, where you aren't really sure what you should do with your caches in order to use them as optimally as possible. This also creates an additional issue, where many of Marvel Snap's decks are collections of good cards, and they keep releasing good cards. This is very obviously seen in April's cards, where
many of Marvel Snap's decks are collections of good cards. Is that true? I'd actually argue a lot of Marvel Snap's decks have become more synergy focused with good deck building, yeah? Like the ongoing deck. This is not a good card deck. This is a synergy deck. Surfer is a synergy deck. Hela's a synergy deck. Cerebro's a synergy deck. Hela's a synergy deck. Synergy deck? What is the best good stuff deck? What's the best just generically good stuff deck? Is there one right now? I mean, I guess Darkhawk's like kind of the closest thing, but even this is synergy. The Hood Century stuff is that. And even like Little Movers is close to being a good stuff deck, I guess, but it's got like Angela and Kraven and cards that move. Honestly, unironically, is Loki the closest thing we have to a good stuff deck in Marvel Snap right now? The no Loki deck? Yeah, the no Loki deck is probably it, yeah? It's the lowest amount of synergies? It's less synergies than Loki, for sure. I think the no Loki deck is a compelling example of, like, a good stuff deck, but even that one's only okay. Pixie Deathstrike's an Annihilus deck, chat. The Annihilus deck's the synergy deck. Century Annihilus Hood's a synergy package. They're not just generically good cards, they're cards that work together.
almost all of them are above 15% play rate, all of them are above 50% win rate, and 2 of them are among the top 2 most played cards in top 10% infinite. Sorry, top 5, my bad, I'm leaving it in. And that is bad. I don't really know another way around that, right? People get mad at it like it's power creep, but it's not necessarily power creep, but like how many Red Hulk decks are out there that are also White Widow decks, right? How many Pixie decks are out there that are also Mockingbird Cannonball decks? And if you're not spending money at the time those cards come out, well, I mean, I'm sorry, you can't have them, right? Pixie, Mockingbird, Cannonball, all 3 of those were in a deck I just put on my YouTube channel. And it
But that wasn't the only deck, right? That wasn't the only deck. And like, again, I feel like a lot of his argument here hinges on the play rate stats that he showed, and those play rate stats are biased by the weekend missions.
if you were not spending money, you cannot get them. You had to have been spending money at the time to get all 3 of them. There is no other way because they were in back-to-back-to-back caches. And a free-to-play player, unless they're getting incredibly lucky, cannot acquire that. They simply cannot do it. And even some spenders will find themselves hard-pressed to open cache after cache after cache.
I mean, if you skipped a bunch of other cards before it, yeah. But yeah, if you're getting lots of cards, you can't have every single card. And so you're only gonna get about half the cards free to play. So 3 in a row if you're getting every other card is not possible. He's right on that. Spending players, season pass players on average should be able to get 3 in a row once in a while, but you can't get 3 in a row all the time. You only get about 75% of them.
I really do wonder if there are some deleterious effects because of this. So let's talk solutions. I think there are 2 solutions to this problem. The first is
I am going to posit, because chat was adamant that his solutions weren't make the game cheaper. I'm going to wager both of his solutions mathematically make the game cheaper. Let's find out if that's true.
Total rework of the economy, and I think we all know that's probably not going to happen, and I'm not really the person to talk about that. But the second is something that can be done on the balance side, and I think it's a little bit more interesting. What I mean...
On the balance side. See, and I guess this is a philosophical thing. I think balance and the economy should not be related to each other at all, and I think the only thing the Marvel Stat balance team should worry about is making sure the cards are balanced. They shouldn't worry about the impacts of every card being balanced in terms of economy.
Is using series drops to curate the amount of things that are in series 4 and 5 so they show up in the caches more regularly, and at the same time buffing older cards to be reasonably competitive with these new options. I don't want the only good stuff decks.
So the core of his suggestion here is series drop things more frequently, which makes the game cheaper. So to the people that were like, this recommendation isn't make the game cheaper, that's exactly what it does. Series dropping things more aggressively makes the game cheaper. And putting cards having lots more weeks where players are missing 2 and 3 cards in a spotlight cache makes the game cheaper.
In Marvel Snap to require, I don't know, 4 or 5 of the past 8 cards released. I think that is an untenable situation. So I have a 2-pronged.
One of the things too about like a deck that's playing like White Widow, for example, is this is something that's hard to measure in an objective sense. Is one of the things about a lot of these. Let's take a pointed example. We played this deck earlier today, and I really liked these 12 cards in this deck. But during the wrap-up section, I talked about how I think White Widow, Red Guardian, and Nocturne are all replacement level cards in this deck. What do I mean by a replacement level card? I mean, you can replace White Widow, Red Guardian, or Nocturne with almost any other playable card that costs 2 or 3 energy, and this deck still operates at 99% efficiency, or 95, or whatever, some small percentage at the top. And in some edge cases, it'll even be better, because you'll have a 3-drop that's a tech card in a different spot than Red Guardian, where Rogue will be better than Red Guardian, or something else will be better than Nocturne. It's not even a strictly worse comparison. And that's the thing a lot of Marvel Snap players struggle with, is Marvel Snap players want to just come in and net deck instantly and not have to identify what is replaceable and what isn't. in comparison, in this deck, the way this deck is constructed, I don't think Grandmaster and I don't think Blink are playable. So these are cards, and this is the most important skill you can have for having a good Marvel Snap experience, is being able to look at a deck and understand what is a core part of the deck that's needed for the deck to function, and what's replaceable and not optional. And in this deck, the cards that aren't really replaceable that are high series are Grandmaster, Sebastian Shaw, and Blink, in my opinion, the way it's constructed. And these 3 high series cards are replacement level. I guess Mobius is technically high series. It's not even about free to play. It's just about understanding that not every Series 5 card is needed for a deck to be competitive. And there also isn't a lot of experimentation with a lot of this anyways. I would genuinely believe if someone played 100 games with this deck and they came back to me and said, Jeff, I played 100 games with this deck and I think this other 2-drop is better than White Widow. You should try it. Or Jeff, I played 100 games with this deck and Luke Cage is better than Red Guardian in this metagame. I'd be like, you know what? I believe that. I think these are kind of generic cards that are just filling the curve. And it's not a big deal if you're missing them and you replace them with something else that's going to give you an edge case percentage in something else. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This video actually ended up being exactly what I was expecting it to be, which is what a lot of people were saying it wasn't, which is, let's make a suggestion that makes the game cheaper. And honestly, that's why... And this is when it comes to prioritizing which cards you are using your Marvel Snap resources on. I have always been a big proponent of prioritizing buying cards that unlock archetypes, not cards that are objectively powerful by some small margin. So what do I mean by that? I expect Nocturne to be a new format staple. Similar to Jeff the Baby Land Shark, in that she's just a kind of generically good card that goes into a lot of things. But despite these 2 cards being generically good cards that can probably go into a lot of things, I don't think people with limited resources should prioritize picking them up. I think the types of cards, if you have limited resources, that you should prioritize picking up are things like Annihilus. He's an effect where you can't look at an Annihilus deck and replace him. He's a key core part that represents synergies in the deck that you have to have him or you just can't play the deck. What's another good example of a Series 4 or 5 card that's not replaceable? Mobius. There's not another tech card that does what Mobius does. He's a good card to pick up. Living Tribunal is a great example. Living Tribunal's a great example of a card. If you like Living Tribunal decks, you need to pick him up. You can't replace him. The decks don't work without him. Pixie. So it's not that there aren't easy pickups. It's that you need to identify how you want to play the game. Do you want to play more different decks? Then you should prioritize picking up cards like Pixie and Annihilus and Living Tribunal that lets you actually play those key archetypes. Or do you want to optimize probably single-digit percentage points out of single specific decks by picking up cards like Jeff and Nocturne that could be replaced, but are slightly better than the things you're replacing them then? I think Mockingbird is really close. Mockingbird is actually, I think, one of the harder cards to evaluate in a style of system like I'm talking about. Mockingbird is a card where I look at some decks that contain Mockingbird and I'm like, yeah, you could probably play Cull Obsidian over her or like a Crossbones or something else and be fine. And then there's other decks where you're just like, nah, Mockingbird is the only card that really fits here. She's make or break. You need her to play it. I think that she's genuinely one of the harder cards to evaluate on this axis. And that's one of the many reasons why I periodically do tier list content. And there's a reason why when I make tier lists for Marvel Snap Series 4 or 5, I don't just rate the cards good to bad. I rate the cards based on how flexible and how important they are inside of their key archetypes to help people hopefully make informed decisions to spend the resources to unlock decks that they want to play. Hope is a good example of a card that I think is really important. Hope is a card that if you're looking at a deck that has Hope Summers in it, that deck probably doesn't function at nearly the same power level without Hope Summers. She's definitely a card that's good to use your resources on. You can't substitute her. And again, in my opinion, those are the types of cards. Let's build a list here real quick. What are they? Annie, Hope, Mobius. I'll give it maybe Mockingbird, Pixie. What are other 4/5s? High Evo, Thanos, Galactus, Living Tribunal, Darkhawk, Loki. These are Phoenix Force. Yep. Kang, LOL, stop it, gamer. These are the types of cards that, in my opinion, you should be prioritizing using your resources on. These are the types of cards. And then to like take this type of knowledge and now class, we've had our lesson and the lecture is almost complete. Let's take a look at how we can apply this to our lives into the future. So if we look at upcoming spotlight caches and we look at cards with new card releases, I actually don't know that we have that many cards that are going to define their archetype coming up. Sasquatch, kind of a card. You're going to build your deck around Sasquatch. He gets cheaper for each card you played the previous turn. Thena's a card you're going to make deck building choices around. I think she could maybe qualify. Circe's going to be shit, but you're certainly going to make deck building choices around Circe. But she's probably not going to be good. Erishim, you're not going to be able to play an Erishim deck without Erishim. He's an easy, okay, this could be an easy one to pick up because he's a unique effect that's going to make or break his deck. Ajax, I rated, if you haven't seen my full Spotlight Cache review, chat, you want to make sure you watch that. But Ajax week is a banger. All three of these cards fit the description of what I'm talking about here, where like, they're a card you build your deck around, and you probably can't replace it without making the deck worse. Ajax, Bill, Darkhawk, all cards that you build around. But like when you think about it from that perspective, and you think about it from the perspective of which cards coming up are going to unlock new decks that I can't play without those cards, it's actually really easy to see weeks that are skips versus not, yeah? If you prioritize unlocking new archetypes. It's not a pure power level evaluation. It's not a I'm going to know these cards are busted evaluation, because you just can't know that. Most of these cards are probably going to be playable. Is Deborah a replaceable card? She's hard to tell. She feels like she could be Mockingbird. She could be like a generically fine card, but also has some build-around implications. Yeah, and it also comes down to two, right? Like, take Sasquatch, for example. Like, Sasquatch probably isn't replaceable in Sasquatch decks, but also, like, if you don't like losing to Mobius, or you don't like playing with Mysterio, probably not a card for you, yeah? It's solid. Yeah. All right. It looks like we actually talked about stuff for a full segment there. I think I'm going to go ahead and tap an ad break. I need to run to the restroom. It's almost lunchtime, so we're gonna have to hop back on the bike when we get back, and then we're gonna pop on into our next viewer deck here. So thanks everybody for hanging out. We got plenty more Marvel snapping coming up today. Don't go anywhere. Class dismissed. No, not dismissed. You have to stay, chat. I need your eyes, please. Don't leave. Don't leave! BRB. That was fun. It's really cool to theorycraft, just talk about the dynamic of the game for a while instead of just reps to the gameplay. Yeah, for sure. A little bit different, but still good. Viewer count was strong through it. I usually consider myself something of a sweaty gamer, and Sap has encouraged me to prioritize enjoying the game over winning at all costs. This has been healthier for me and also given me a different perspective than I previously had. Yeah, so I think it does a great job of it. Chat has a point. Can you queue up for one game with that deck? Good lord, that sounds atrocious. Just like a pile of synergy cards, none of which work together. Alright, chat, I've agreed to something horrendous. We took a pixel build around. What am I doing with this? I have all the pixels. Pixel bounce. We have some tech cards like Shang, Absorbing Man. Oh, I bet there's a Surfer deck in here, right? I'm Pixel Surfer. Pixel Surfer's a thing, yeah? We have Wog and Absorbing Man. Oh, there's no Pixel Hope, is there? No Pixel Hope. No Pixel Hope's a big deal. Pixel negative, baby. Pixel Galactus. That's actually probably the play. We have Galactus. We have Hobgoblin. I have Wave. Yeah, Wave. Is there a Pixel Electro? There is Pixel Electro. Green Goblin. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's all coming together, chat. It's all coming together. There's no Nebula in here, yeah? Oh, there is. There's a Nebula, and I have there's definitely a Pixel Professor X. Fuck that guy. Okay, let me look up what a stock Galactus deck looks like. Oh my god, I could transfer my good splits onto these. That sounds extra atrocious. Might have to fucking do it. Oh, there's no Pixel Daredevil. We'll have to do without. Just raw dog it. We can go old school with Destroyer. Yeah, that's true. Is there a Wolverine in here? There is a Pixel Wolverine, yeah. Oh yeah, old school, like Death and Null. Not like a Carnage. Do we need another plan, maybe? I have gold splits on most of these cards too. We have gold splits on most of these cards. I don't know if I can bring myself to do it. I'm just gonna leave it green and white, chat. It's what it deserves. It deserves to be green and white. Psylocke for the extra ramp. I actually like that idea. Let's do that. Oh, the avatar needs to change. Good call. What's the worst fucking card back I can do? Need a shit tier card back. Why are all the card backs so good, chat? I think Shadow King's a potential best in class for this job. Yeah, I think it's Shadow King, chat. How many of these do I have, by the way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 70. I have 79 pixel variants. I'm a little over half pixel variant pixel avatar complete. There's like 120 or so. There's 120 or so pixels, right? I am physically ill. Avert your eyes, chat. I was paid to do this. Just because I take money to do terrible things doesn't mean you have to watch it. What an incredible start for us, holy. Oh no! They're also a destroy deck. Crap. I guess that makes our null good.
What a game!
don't know if I'm ready to get deathlocked in the middle, chat. Could be bad. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Come to Puppy. All right, Galactus, come to Puppy.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Edge.
Victory.
Imagine, if you will, chat, you're at the absolute top of your league, dominating, and you queue up for the Proving Grounds for some fun, and you take a crushing 8-cube loss, down 200 league points to the all-pixel Galactus Destroyer deck. If you would put yourself in that driver's seat for a minute, and imagine the emotions it's going to elicit for you. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that face, chat. It's a face that deserved a crown if I ever saw one. I just unmuted the tab in time to hear that. Now I need to vomit. Don't worry, chat. Everybody needs to vomit when they take a look into Shadow King's face. It's not you, it's him.
Oh, snap.
I mean, even if they remove Conquest from counting for leagues, you gotta remember the people who end up with trash tier ratings are still gonna have an easier time, yeah? So it's not really a level playing field no matter how you slice it. Assume you can get league points from bots, yeah? I assume they know what we're doing here. Nope, sure don't. Get fucked, Buttercup.
Minions to me. We are the future.
That's some bullshit right there. That's some bullshit right there.
Escaped.
Ah, chat. Chat, I missed it. Oh my god, Esquire, I'm sorry I missed your message. I have...
Escape.
Esquire has offered to gift 5 subs to the channel if we put all of my best splits on these pixels. As a dirty, filthy cap, I'm glad I checked my messages there. Request granted. Give me a moment. Esquire coming through. They know we're good for it. What's the worst border color? Is it green? It's probably like mismatched, yeah? Do I mismatch them? I actually don't have a good split on Wolverine. So he's got a stand on him and he splits on him. That's what, as much as it pains me to do, this causes me physical anguish, chat. I just want you to know that we are suffering for our money today. Look at that. All right. Gold. Probably like a red frame. Good Christmas colored pixel variant. Hobgoblin strikes me as a green border. I'm looking for the borders that look the most hideous. I can't do pink with death. It looks too close to being good. Yeah, I gotta get some common borders in there. Oh my god, he's gold. He's gold, chat. Oh, yeah. The fucking Galactus my nightmares are made of. All right, are we good? I think we're good. Do I have a regular split on him? I do have a foil. You're right. We should put foil base border Wolverine. Just for the sake of it. I hope you all can live with your choices, okay? Don't forget the deck code for those of us that want to play it too. Do you actually hate pixels, or is it some kind of chat meme? Well, I do unfortunately have eyes, which means I despise pixels, yes.
Victory.
Paula, thanks for the tier 1, appreciate it. They could sense what was coming for them, chat. They knew. They knew what was coming. Hey, Matt! One more month and all the pixels on a card. Thank you for the 5.5 years. Welcome back.
Snap.
Wolfar, thanks for the brand new tier 1 sub. Streaming here on Twitch is my full-time gig, and folks like you make that possible. Thanks for keeping me around. Your Wednesday is off to a great start. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, I think this is a Destroyer Professor X game for sure. Again, Professor X death over here next turn, and then Hobgoblin plus Destroyer another path. Is 513 Professor X good? Is there anybody out there that can give me your opinion on the matter? Oh, Mother of God. The best part is they can't even shag the Destroyer because then the null gets bigger. We need to avoid their Galactus too. Oh shit, you're right. Fine.
Victory.
This is definitely not a Galactus matchup, but our Destroyer gameplay is probably not terrible. It's really unfair to say that I blocked you on X for asking what's wrong then, Hela. We didn't just block you on X. That really undersells what I did. We pulled up your tweet comparing Hela to Hazmat, and we fucking made fun of it. Because it was such a mind-numbingly awful take, I couldn't believe someone had actually fucking typed it out to me. How is Hela comparable to the deck that literally has 800 different counters in the game? I don't know, gamer. And if you don't know either, I probably can't explain it to you. How is Hazmat, the card that's literally never been tier 1 in the history of Marvel Snap, different than Hela, a combo deck that's difficult to interact with and is regularly one of the best decks in the game? I don't know. And apparently you don't either, and I'm not going to take the time to explain it to you. You do not sound like someone that's going to understand or be worth my time. So yes, I blocked you. Seemed like the smart thing to do. I was gonna be done with it after that, but then you had to show up in my Twitch chat and double down. So here we fucking are. Oh my god, they did call it X and not Twitter. Oh. LOL. Chat, you want Jeff Hoagland's #1 piece of social media advice? Don't engage with people like that. Just block them and move on with your day. Have a joke about it with some friends or the 4,000 people you're streaming to on twitch.tv, but then stop messaging them because you're not gonna convince them of anything and you're just gonna be sad afterwards. People like that aren't going to be logicked or reasoned with. They're just interested in wasting your time. I think this wins every time. I think they're gonna Shang-Chi me in the middle and we're gonna win the game. Or they can play White Widow and we die. I don't care. Unlucky. Oh wait, Destroyer goes mid. Man, can't I ever win a fucking coin flip? What a lucker. What? Oh, Lucker. Yeah, it's been a while since we added a new one to the Wall of Shame. I agree that that's probably a fine Wall of Shame contender. I agree. Nocturne is exactly the type of Marvel Snap card I really enjoy. She's sweet. Hey, Jada, thanks for the 13 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the baker's dozen. I did find it ironic that by posting my picture about these terrible looking pixel variants called a legion of porn bots to respond to it on Twitter. Truly just one of the most fitting outcomes of that. Posting about this deck caused a bunch of porn bots to respond on Twitter. Pixels in bio chat. Oh baby, oh baby.
This land is always changing.
Enough said, bub.
Said bub. I think this is the line, yeah, because it plays for all three. It beats Doctor Doom, because they'll be 12 to 16, 8 to 16, and then I lose here. Yeah, this beats Doctor Doom, and it beats, like, Shang-Chi or One Big Play.
We are the future.
Oh, God. What an appropriate Moon Knight emote.
Victory.
One of the things I missed from the early content days was Meme Mondays and Magic, and a lighter tone to the chat was lighter and playful. I feel like Magic with this deck is related to that here. Yeah, to a degree, Kyle. That segment definitely burned out hard as Magic burned the fire design bright. What do you think of the emote on the season pass track? I want to be honest, I actually don't know what it is. I think that's lovely. I love this art chat. It's so good. What a cursed piece of art. This is like the all pixels deck theme mote right here. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it is truly cursed. This is, if you are like, Jeff, what's the emote that represents the deck you're currently playing? This is it. Oh, this is like a poor person's Miss Minutes emote. That's what this is. This is the pauper Miss Minutes emote. That's exactly what this is. This is the Pauper Miss Minutes emote. That's mom said we have a Miss Minutes emote at home. That's exactly what that is. Mom, I want the Miss Minutes emote. No, we already have it. Go play with Morph, honey. Morph needs friends too. What's the pleb version of the Beast Champagne emote? Chat, this is way too classy of an emote to have a plebeian version. Deuce, Red Hall, probably some kind of lockdown nonsense, if I had to venture a guess. I wouldn't think Cerebro 5, but we saw a Red Hulk under their hand. So they changed the reward track this season, so you have to buy on the Marvel Snapshot shop in order to get the rewards. It's no longer counting purchases from everywhere. And if that makes you sad, I understand. It should make you sad. No, Galactus is sad, speaking of things that are sad.
Victory. Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
One of the things that I think is going to be super amusing about this league system is the competitive players that think the purpose of the league system is to measure your skill competitively, not realizing that the purpose of the league system is to harpoon fucking Krakens. Arm, she blows!
escaped.
Jeff is neither a whale nor a kraken. He is above average squid.
Snap.
See, fancy myself something of a squid.
Opponent snapped.
I already claimed the whale track once due to the bug. Will I be able to claim it again now that it's fixed? I don't know the answer to that. Are we gonna have a free-range, fully organic Galactus game, gamers? This is close. Which side I'm supposed to play for here? Sirs Alsa, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Did they just Lady Death Strike there? Wow. Wow. And a family, you monster. Alright. Our Galactus is gonna get pulled into play, and we're gonna have the priority flip on it. Because it's random. I believe. I believe. Unlucky. What do we think? What do we think? We could destroy her into Galactus. Now that's cooking with fucking gas, chat. Oh man. Oh man, that's the... Yep. Alright, ship it. That's the content play, gamers, right there. No! Medusa! Why? Unlucky. I like the record to reflect we would have won the game if I would have played Destroyer plus Death. But instead, I lost these 6 cubes and these 150 league points for the sake of content. I hope you appreciate my sacrifice, dear gamers. We're on the verge of... You did the right thing. We're all proud. I know. I know I did the right thing in my heart of hearts. Should have paid for the point shield. No.
Opponent snapped. Snap.
Your next viewer next now costs me 200 gold per 30 minutes. So that way I don't lose league points on the day when we're playing them. So what does 200 gold cost? We're gonna have to increase the price of deck submissions, chat, so I can pay 200 gold while we play them. It's the only reasonable solution here. Brood has caused the price of deck submissions to go up. So, someone asks, is losing cubes for content going to impact your league members? Leagues are not clans. They are not the teams thing. That's still forthcoming. Oh, we have priority here too. This game is so over. Kneel before Poppy!
Kneel before Galactus.
We are the future.
Future. Ooh.
Victory.
Lovely. Do deck trackers like Untap take their stats from all players or only the trackers users? Only the trackers users, Biko. Second Ender does not provide full transparent data. Thankfully, chat, we've got lots of full transparent data on this channel, like the transparency when the adverts are coming, so they don't interrupt the gameplay. We'll see you in 120 seconds with a deck that I suspect will be slightly less hideous than this one. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging out. Spider, Dagger, Heimdall. Sure. Do I want to fix those cards while we're waiting for? I'll just slowly fix the ones that we change favorites on one at a time. Are submissions still open? Maybe later, Ben. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 decks in the backlog still after this one. We're at 4,500 people, so I have to imagine we're probably gonna go for another 7 or 8 hours still. We'll probably have time for some more at the very end, but we're booked up for a while. I feel like there's probably been a minute since people got here. Let's take a quick look at the leagues thing. And you run ads, where are they running? On YouTube, because I never see any. So, on the Twitch side, if you don't get ads when I run ads, it means you live in a portion of the world that capitalism has deemed unimportant. Is the heads up / FYI. I assume we've had some churn since we talked about this earlier. So leagues are currently testing in some parts of Europe. These are active now for some people. And you will get a first bump is free, 30-minute 2x points, or 30-minute point shield inside of your league. And then your league is segmented out into smaller groups of people where you will be accumulating points directly against them to play for other people. And it'll be one of the things games like this often do is they'll group people with similar play rates. So they'll group all of the casual people together, and they'll group the try-hard people that play a long time together. So the first test league was over 2 days. And you get points in here. You get 100 points for a win, and then you gain or lose an extra 25 points per cube won or lost. So you could win up to 300 points organically and lose up to 200 points per game, unless you're not a sucker, because if you're not a sucker, you're paying Papa Brode his due, and then you win up to 600 points per game and you lose nothing, because losing points is for suckers and poor people. You ain't no sucker, chat. You ain't gonna lose points. Yeah, it's I don't know. The system seems not ideal. And also for reference, apparently this test league is counting points everywhere. Winning 8 cubes in a top 100 ladder match gets you 300 points, and winning 8 cubes in the proving grounds also gets you 300 points. And the psychology on these will be interesting, because while you're technically spending for an advantage, there's also not that many prizes here, right? There aren't that many prizes here. So like, sure, you could, yeah, not yet. So like, will there be more? Is this first test league a baby one? Are there eventually gonna be like, I want to see what happens. What happens when they put a fucking exclusive variant in one of these? What happens when there's an avatar or a title or a card back? And I won my league card back. Yeah, it could just be a paying for bragging rights thing. Yep. So it's tough. Like, people are saying who asked for this. For what it's worth, I'm not defending it. I think it's largely shit. But this is very common whale hunting monetization. Like, directly pitting people where I spend more, so my number goes up more than your number goes up because you spent less, is, you know, it happens a lot in these types of games. You can't pay for powers on cards, but you can pay for points in the league, basically. Will be interesting to see how they iterate on that, because I can't imagine the feedback on it being anything less than atrocious. Another game. It's not, so that's the thing, chat. It's not another game mode. It is a point system where you acquire points for playing the already existing game modes. Don't they already make enough money? I don't know the answer to that question. They obviously had a very good first year, but it's also very common for games to fall off in their total revenue after that first year. It is 110% a system where you can decide to simply not care and ignore that it exists, and decide for yourself, I'm just not going to engage with this. You could definitely do that. And sometimes, even without thinking about it, you'll collect some extra currency. I am genuinely curious to see if that ends up being an actual incentive for people to spend. There is a very real chance it encourages people to rope more, because in theory, if you queue into someone who's paid for a 30-minute bonus and you rope them a bunch, you burn a bunch of the bonus they paid for. That's definitely true. Are you using your cash key for spotlight cards right now, or are you saving them? So Thomas, you're new here. I spend an incredible amount of money on Marvel Snap, both of my own volition and because of chat sending me money to do exactly that. And because of that, I just have lots of currency. So it mostly doesn't matter which currency I use.
Face the might of Asgard. Union.
So I'm not talking about the game theory of maximizing your own Steric. I'm talking about the game theory of making someone else's experience worse because you want to hurt someone who wailed when you're not a whale. So you're right, if you have the bonus, you want to play as much as possible, but there won't be necessarily a lot of people who have that bonus.
What a game!
Oh, God damn it. Unlucky. If I leave the app running where I still have the X-Men 97 rewards, yeah, you just need to make sure you claim them at the end of your, once you have them collected, Wicked. You just need to open your Twitch inventory after 6 hours. I'll certainly be here for another 6. The whales will definitely be outnumbered by the people who have a grudge, is exactly correct. And I envision the way I see the Marvel Snap community often rally against things like this, that people are gonna envision themselves as virtuosos of some sort, to be roping people who in their mind they envision to be whales, paying for an advantage for the evils of the game. Your opponent plays their third gold-backed card, and they paid for a premium border on 2 of them. You best believe that motherfucker is paying for an advantage in their league. Gotta rope the shit out of them. Well, all the whales gotta go incognito, chat. No splits, no borders. We gotta make sure we keep our heads down while we pay to crunch our way to the top. Scott, time for that. Do you know the classic South Park episode, How Do You Kill That Which Has No Life? That's who has time for that. Just so we're clear.
Face the might of Asgard. Union.
Gee, looking awkward as ever. There are some spicy Legion options here, yeah. I think Fogwell's gym is broken in... Fogwell's gym is broken in this game mode, yeah? Am I recalling that correctly? We'll double check, but pretty sure it doesn't work. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it actually results in you getting no boosters, if I recall correctly.
There's no strings on me. I see the way.
Oh gosh, chat! They would have won this game after the buff on Thursday.
Victory.
If we were in a post-OTA world, they'd tie here and win the breaker. If you missed it, the OTA notes were leaked for tomorrow, and they include Ultron bots moving up to base 2 power. Was Fogwell's on? I think I just got 6 boosters for that. So it didn't eat them anymore, but it didn't double.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
If I want to play Thor on curves, we have the most chances to draw his hammer. Gladiator into an Electro deck's a little scary. Is there an easy way to counter 8 gold splits you have? There is not. I really wish the client would let you filter for that.
We are the future.
Future. I kinda wish Dream Dimension was still here so my Shang-Chi wouldn't grow their Red Hulk, but obviously need to play this turn. You must be pretty close to having one of every card in gold session. Yeah, gold or inked, I'm just about there. Just gold, I'm a little over half. I think we counted 130 the other day, and I've added some since then.
Union to me.
Hela having Blink is another way to ramp things out. It's a hard knock life. What card back is that? Our current card back is the new Infinite Season card back. Chat! Our stream has had 69,000 unique viewers so far today. Nice. Lovely statistics. All the gamers dropping by.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Is Hela running Electra now? Yeah, some of them are because of Blink. Oh god, it was almost 69,420. I remember by the time it refreshes again, we'll be past that. The dagger feels super awkward in this deck. It's hard to trigger consistently. One of the tough parts about dagger is it feels like you need her to be able to be like a turn 4 to 5, turn 4, 5, 6 play a lot of the time, which is tough when we're trying to do Thors and 6 drops. I feel like Blink isn't a particularly exciting Season Pass card. I think Blink appeals to a very specific type of deck building, which you have to be interested in. But in general, I think I think Blink's actually the perfect type of Season Pass card. She goes into a very specific type of deck that you build around, and she's unique and not replaceable in those decks. Jeff, what do you think of the idea of removing the random series 4 and 5 card in the spotlight caches and always knowing what you'll get with your keys? I think the random series 4 and 5 card in the spotlight caches is there because they need to make sure that you can't get everything for free. And if you get rid of the that guarantee, you will arbitrarily get every card released while spending $0. Which is not a sustainable model. Random Series 4 and 5 card is also a catch-up mechanic to a degree, but it largely exists, Derek, to make sure that you're not getting everything for free. Very few cards are worth buying for 6,000 tokens. I think Blink has a bunch of really interesting deck building requirements, and if you don't think that's the case, I promise you it's just because you are watching a bunch of content creators who have only shoved her into Hela so far. And you're right, shoving her into Hela is not particularly interesting. That's accurate. If you would like my opinions on which cards are worth 6,000 tokens, I would recommend you check out my upcoming Spotlight Cache review video here, which not only reviews the cards that are coming in Spotlight Caches in May, June, and July, but it then goes on to talk about which cards are good token purchases because they're not coming in Spotlights anytime soon. Does Blink fit into your current deck swapping out Hammers? I actually think Blink is at her absolute worst when you're trying to use her as just 5 energy lockjaw. The more interesting and better feeling Blink decks that are more novel and unique are the ones where you're sculpting your curve in a way where you're explicitly skipping on certain costs to get a guarantee, like turning a 3 into a 6. Or turning a 3-drop into a Sarah, stuff like that. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember exactly what the list of collector's tokens I recommended buying. But Past Jeff was thinking about it really hard when he made that list, so you should go back and listen to what he has to say. You tried the Grandmaster interaction with Blink. Yeah, but most of the decks we've been playing with Blink have Grandmaster in them. Grandmaster is really good with her. She blinks the card that you played before Grandmaster. So Grandmaster doesn't count as being played until after he's fully resolved. It's fine. $10 is usually 1,000 credits. $10 for 1,800 credits and a beast variant. Yeah, the art's kind of whatever. You can take or leave it. If Wolfsbane was a more playable card, I would buy this variant because I like it, but it's just not a good enough card for you to spend 1,200 gold on. That's sad. None of these cards are ones I'm waiting to upgrade. Alright, back into the breach, back into the breach. You claimed the whale track while it was bugged, you can't claim it again. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Thank you for the confirmation, though. Bought an avatar or emote for gold yet? Yeah, I have a handful of the gold emotes. No avatars though. I don't really care about the avatars. Jeff, you're almost under 150 days on the gold pass. Never expected it to be that low. That's a timer on Marvel Snap's lifespan, by the way. If my gold pass count ever goes to 0, you can know Snap's officially a dead game. Keep an eye on that if you're concerned about the future. Sokovia balancing the extra cards from the hub here a little bit. Ring is a tier 1 deck at the moment. You can always come into my chat and type !best to get a recent roundup on my weekly best deck series. And the TLDR though is that there's a lot of good decks right now. You can be winning with a lot of different things. Thank you for the prime, I appreciate it. What would make Wolfsbane better? They should make Wolfsbane cost 1 and also get plus 87 for every extra card in her path. I think she would definitely be playable if they made that change. Dies to Shang-Chi, still unplayable, mood. Fucking mood. Jeff's gold pass is like the doomsday clock, but for Marvel Snap. Werewolf should go back to 3 energy. Damn Skippy, Spirit of Serenity. You're among friends if you're a werewolf enjoyer. We stand the dog on this channel. Good. He's a good boy. Come on, Thor! Where's your fucking hammer? Did you lose it while you were drunk again, asshole? This guy, chat. This guy. Game's unplayable. Retreat. Chat, we're single-digit percentages to win this game. However, retreating is for cowards, and I ain't a coward. See, some of you would have retreated this game, and you'd have fucking lost. I stayed in this game and fucking lost. Oh, we're gonna win the center there by a point for a second. Unlucky. Unlucky. I play Silver and Proving Grounds as best of one, chat. Just wanna churn through, play some games, see how decks feel. We are not the same, yep. But mama didn't raise no coward, chat. Might have raised a fool, but definitely not a coward. Oh, yeah, we jumped right to 70,000 unique viewers, chat. We missed 69,420. Unlucky. Unlucky. Edge. Oh no! I was gonna slide Gladiator into the Space Throne. And now we can't.
Escaped.
Oh, sorry, that was the wrong button. Somebody sent me league pictures. They're all the same. Oh, that's what we looked at already. Do you have any cards with multiple variants you have trouble choosing a favorite? Yeah, there's a couple that have a few quality pieces. Like I like two of my beast variants. I like the 1602 and the gray variant are both good. I would definitely utilize a feature that let me like favorite multiple variants, and then let me favorite multiple variants, then get them at random when I played with the card.
Opponent snapped. Snap.
Solid hand. Must. Resist. Legion Brain.
Might of Asgard.
Must.
Mjolnir.
Resist. Legion Brain. Oh no, they're hella chat. We're gonna full on fucking Legion Brain this shit. Ain't no Hela deck into turn 6 of this house.
Minions to me.
Oh no!
We are the future.
Oh shit. I don't want to play with you anymore. Eh.
Mjolnir. To me.
This has no chance to win, though. Your statement implies that there were other lines that had chances to win. Alright. This deck was bad. I don't really have anything much to say about it other than it's just like a strictly worse version of the established good Thor deck. If you're the person that sent this one in, I recommend checking out my best decks video for the Thor Beta Ray build Jane Foster best deck that's been running around for a little while. This ain't it. Dagger Ghost Spider is clunky. Heimdall Red Hulk along with Shang-Chi feels like too much top end. Much worse off than playing the other established good builds. Alright. Looks like it's time for some ads. We'll see you in 120 seconds. BRB. Subscribers, I'm gonna run around to the bathroom. We got another pile of cards coming up when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. On days when I'm taking deck submissions, it is a $10 tip for subscribers. We are currently closed on deck submissions for the day. Showed something close to this yesterday. Seemed alright. Yeah, I'd assume this deck never beats Hela. What are we blinking in this deck? Is it like, I guess you're blinking Psylocke sometimes? Like Squirrel Girl or Mysterio others? Mysterio blinks into good stuff, I suppose, and so does Psylocke. Like Mysterio, Clone, and Psylocke are your blinks? It seems fine. Pedro, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. I'm skeptical on Shadow King. He feels like a card I don't have room to play on curve, and he's awkward to blink into if I Squirrel Girl. As much as I would like to play this. Could play Nico over Shadow King. I don't hate that. Let's play this one for a little bit. I'm using the other one for forever. All variety. Card looks good in gold. Is Dr. Doom good as a series to choice? Yeah, I think so. He's a pretty generically good card. You can play a lot of places. Why didn't it show Black Cat on the Nico Surge? Probably the artist name, I had to guess.
Oh, snap.
Mockingbird on 3 into Mysterio on 4. We'll let Aunt Maze decide where this ends up at. Yeah, now we can Mysterio plus Mojo on 4. And if we draw Blink, we could do that on 5 potentially. Like playing Mockingbird on curve. Good shout. Good shout. I expect they'll fill here for Ant-Man, yeah. Opposite order in case we draw Blink. I'm not sure we're playing Blink if we draw her. I think I'd rather just Blue Marvel Doctor Doom. That was the other thing. We tried to build with this yesterday, and every time we played it and we drew Blink, it was just like, Blink's worse than just playing our other Patriot cards. So she was like fine, but she felt like she was just like never the optimal thing to be doing in my hand. Yes, the rightmost Mysterio counts as your last play. So if you Mysterio into Blink, you'll Blink the one on the right. That counts as a two energy thing. Did a thing in Discord splits looking. Whoa! Okay, sorry, I got distracted on my way down. I'm sure Jace's is good too, but... God, this variant is so good, shit. Sorry, I'm a game.
Behold my mighty hand.
Good. Sick. French dumb. Ooh, that's a good one too. I don't know how I feel about this variant, Jace. Obviously your split is superb. This art just doesn't do it for me. She looks so awkward. There's something about like the proportion on the hip. Can you show me it on the base art? Flip it to the base art for me. Yes, I don't know. There's just something about the proportions of the art of the card. Just feels off to me. How did you get so many Nocturne boosters already with their credit card? Yeah, I think this art is just better. I think it takes a lot for me to be a base art stan, but yeah, that's fantastic. Do you have leagues on the US server? No, they're only in the what's it called at the moment? That's a piece of candy. Holy. Yeah, and like here, right? Like I could blink this Mockingbird into a Doctor Doom, but it's actually just not good, yeah? Like is that even useful on this board? It's not.
All systems go.
And like, I just have a couple of cards here that just like aren't that good. They're just not useful in the deck. I think these Patriot style decks tend to be pretty good in the format. I'm not convinced that Blink and Grandmaster add value to it.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, but it's the Proving Grounds. Thanks for finally snapping. Welcome to the party. Yeah, the go wide factor makes it tough to blink into things like Doom. I would be very surprised if adding 1 point to all of the Doom bots lets Ultron be competitive against Hela. The core problem with like the Khazar, Patriot, Blue Marvel stuff is that it's just not big enough to keep up with decks like Hela and Living Tribunal. I don't know that even getting 4 more points per lane really moves that needle. You aren't losing those games by inches a lot of the time. You're losing them by miles.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, that guy probably will have those. Thanks for understanding. We'll finish this one out, but I don't know that I have much to learn. What is Hela doing that makes her a menace? So they changed Blade, so Blade no longer discards a card at random. He always discards your rightmost card. And then they added Corvus, who discards 2 cards and ramps for you. So she got some added consistency in a couple of different ways. This guaranteed turns into Mockingbird. Fine.
Clear for takeoff.
Got me. Oh, it's so sad that we didn't draw Squirrel Girl or Mysterio this game. It's still just this.
Doom rules all. Victory.
So our opponent took some game actions. We went around in a circle. Why didn't Blink turn Grandmaster into something? Because Grandmaster doesn't count as your last played card until his trigger fully resolves, Burgle. It's kind of like how Jubilee works when she pulls things. I love gold. All right, chat, you ready to kick down some sandcastles? Lovely sandcastle kicking pile of cards. Should I split my samurai? Try and get some more boosters on him. We're not that far off of going for inked and then gold. But to split these, I should go buy the beast bundle, yeah? Alright, hold on. We're making an executive decision. Oh, please. For those of you that are new to the channel, I buy my stuff on my mobile device because I need to get my Google Play points. Gotta hit diamond status for 2025. You're not buying from the web shop. I already got everything off of that track because of the bank error in my favor. Yeah, reviewer accounts, Venom, if you're around. VetDoc. I believe the web shop is functional again. My understanding. Let's restart the old client here so my purchase can show up. We can show the lovely sponsor. Look at this. Look at this. Our wonderful Into the AM shirt. Love their nature scenery. Man tits sold separately. Shirts bought from the sponsored link. Sure, I'm sure some of you at home have the man tits covered already. If not, I'm sure you could work out finding a pair. My wife and I are very outdoorsy people. Also, like a lot of other nature stuff. If you buy the pass on the site, do I not get Google Play points? You do not. Yeah, you have to buy through the Play Store to get Google Play points. But you have to buy on the shop to get. You have to buy on the shop to get what's it called? Acquire boosters. Boosters acquired. We bought something in the shop. Nailed it. You can show the beast off real quick here before it's the new one. I don't know where I'm at on this art, chat. It's fine. Yeah, I think it's probably better in ink than gold. like these other two. These two pieces are two of my favorite pieces of art in the game. This one and this one. A lot. Split our samurais here.
Infinity.
So for those who aren't familiar with Snap's premium splits, your first chance for an ink is on your 4th split. Your first chance for a gold is on your 5th split. So it takes a while and some variance to get to the premium finishes. Oh, did we roll past 50,000? We definitely did. I'd like to dedicate collection level 50,000 to all the people who believed in me, that always knew that I could make it. Ben Brode, Oglandia, the spending limit on my Discover credit card. This wouldn't be possible without all of you. Thank you for your hard work and your belief. I work so you can climb. You certainly do, Mal. Thank you for your tier 3. Appreciate it.
Oh, snap.
My hands look like this, so his splits can look like this. Devin Tron, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. How much of your collection would you say is directly sponsored by the whales here? I don't know. I was already pretty high before we started doing the regular donate to split specific cards. Just single-handedly overpowering Yondu and Cable here. This could backfire. They could try and play for Mojo World this turn. Got a little Legion on my brain, though. I'm gonna pull the trigger on this. Baron Mordor. Thanks, opponent. Here, give her. Yeah, maybe I should have Mobius to make the pig freeze a good take. I think I have enough energy to play all my cards next turn. Seconder said they were removing bots from 90+. No, they said that there isn't a guaranteed minimum number of bots at that rank. Like people have been talking about. It's a small difference there. Poor Dr. Octopus. Ooh, sorry, I was distracted. I came back to a piece of candy. What do you think Nico wants to eat more, chat? X23 or White Widow? They both seem like excellent candidates. I think White Widow with the Carmartage flipping up here. That's lovely. Hold up, baby. Oh my gosh. No, I think that was a little more than they bargained for, gamer. And then next turn, I get to go Blade, have Thirst Daddy clear them to make Dakin huge. You want a Black Bolt first? I guess. I kind of wanted to be able to play more into the Angela path after. But yeah, maybe that's right. They gave me 2 cards. I could take away 2 of theirs. We could get Doc Ock this turn is the problem. Okay, cool. So they didn't pull the Killmonger, so we're fine. Alright, we erred on the side of having the most points on the raid. Go right! Go right! Fuck you. Alright, calm down, Mr. Bitchy.
Victory.
Yeah, I'm happy with the Baron Zemo season being over. Mill should go down to just being like a pet mediocre deck that's somewhat uncommon based on its power level that like people who are Mill enthusiasts will get to play and other people can just like shrug about. No, that was silver. Hey, look, 200 gold, chat. See, all you have to do to get an extra 200 gold out of Conquest is be a sea creature so massively large you own every 700 gold variant. So schedule for Rivals this weekend. It's supposed to go live at 7 p.m. Central on Friday. Is Killmonger's Destroy effect at random? Where X23 jumps is random. Killmonger always kills all 1-drops. I believe I have secured a key. No, chat. My resin's gonna camp in Genshin in a couple of hours. I just want you to know that Drops Week is the only time my resin ever caps. The things I do for you folks. I keep hearing Rivals and thinking Twitch Rivals, right? Do you have any beard product recommendations? I just use shampoo and conditioner 2 to 3 times a week. I'm in desperate need of Corvus Glaive. Is there any way to get or farm it? With the most powerful card in mobile gaming, your credit card, you too can have access to Corvus Glaive and everything else your heart desires. We'll have to zoom in for the big camera next time when we do the credit card pop-up. Missed opportunity, really. It's a shame I don't have Killmonger. If I had Killmonger, we'd just play stuff here, but without Killmonger, I think we gotta let the rocks go. How is Nocturne fitting into decks? Yeah, she's super reasonable. My deck doesn't have a good way to fill this up, and I also don't have a good way to kill their Hulks, so it's not a great location for us. That's Extra Wallet. I've done some sponsored stuff for them in the past. I continue to use it as my regular device. Quality piece of hardware. Okay, they only have 1 Jeff. It's not bad. Silver Samurai is a 50% to hit X23 here, which is lovely. Later. Gamer. It's not the Killmonger I wanted for Christmas, chat. They had Shang-Chi, aren't I? Vision is so good.
Opponent snapped.
I'll play best of one. Going at me. Sandcastle emotes at the ready! Aim! Is this the part where I ask if you thought about adding Kyria to your deck? For someone that boomers at me, they're sure taking a while. It's a good one. Where'd all their cards go? Were they just AFK? Think they were just AFK all game?
We are the future.
I would like to dedicate this win to the person who said who said Nico was one more point. Had I played Nico, we would have lost. Red Guardian was worth 5. Nico was worth 4. I was like Doctor Strange on that one, Chad. I looked into all the futures. There was only one outcome where we won, and that was it. Right there. Quantum Tunnel hot location is live, gamers. That's good. I really like... I know I'm really critical of the future location system, so I think it's important to call out when they do something good. So I think having Quantum Tunnel to help struggling archetypes like Hela and Professor X occasionally is a good use of that system. You take it and use it to boost up those decks that were really struggling to compete at the top. Green subbing for the Sandcastle Unglued. Thanks for the quarter of a year. I like the Psylocke art a lot, David. I think the variant is best to slot for Psylocke. What do we think, chat? He discards Hela every time? Yeah, I think he discards it. You want to Legion the Vormir. Legion the Vormir. Let the Legion brain take control. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's... Whoo, boy, howdy, gamers. That's the good stuff right there. It's the Legion brain we know and love.
Victory.
Every time I play a deck with Legion, chat, he's always just like the most winningest card in the deck. Just constantly, I'm like, man, I should play more Legion. He's really good. You know what else is pretty good, chat? These adverts. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're actually gonna play some more of this deck when we get back because I'm enjoying it. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Legion split. How many Legion boosters am I on? I actually have a metric ton of Legion boosters, huh? Maybe we'll have to make him our next priority. Oh, he has like a fool's gold background by default. Cards that are gold and their base default art, I'm usually a lower priority I'm putting resources into. Just I have so many cards that don't have the fool's gold that still need it. The ability to interact with locations is underrated, but slipping Snowguard into decks so many times she wins me the game. Yeah, I mean, that's why Nocturn's good too, right? Just like some good location variant smoothing. First game on, it had a 5-match round in the Proving Grounds. Is this the new League's experience? Are you in a place where Leagues are live? Are you in a league? You in a league of your own? Hey, Irish, thanks for the 12 months. Get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. Am I the only one who likes Baby Legion? I can say with certainty the answer to that question is yes. I'm looking forward to the upcoming Spotlight Legion variant, though with all the weird hands coming out of his back, it's thoroughly creepy. I think it'll be his best in slot. Jeff hates babies, you heard it here first. Just specifically Baby Legion. There is a kill daddy when you need one, chat. I think we're vibing on this for now. Is that when we can ditch it to this? Honestly, I think I'm going to Nico into a 3-drop, so that way I can play this on 4 and guaranteed at X23, assuming we don't draw. White Widow. Rock. Watching X-Men 97. I'm not really big on most Marvel content that's not the MCU. Never really did like cartoons or comic books. Did Jeff already hit infinite? Chat, of course I already hit infinite. I'm not a disappointment to my loved ones. Obviously, we're infinite already. Not finding a Killmonger is a little sad. I guess we can still find one next turn. Legion mid into an Annihilus deck seems like shit, chat. Seems like actually the worst possible play I can make. And I can't just play the Red Guardian on curve either because of Annihilus. Man. A good draw. It's fine. I feel like I needed it sooner though. I think we just die in the middle, yeah? Crossbones Gaming. Freaking got me. Killmonger right Guardian mid. Yeah, that would have been a little bit better. Would have got me 2 more points. Still would have been short, but that's a better play for sure. So many pixels over there. Extra Jeff sounds fine, honestly. Yeah, we wouldn't. The Red Guardian wouldn't have hit Darkhawk in the last game because the Crossbones was there. The Red Guardian was still the better play, but it would not catch the Darkhawk unless they didn't play anything else smaller than 12, which is unlikely. Chat, where did Jeff's text go? It's like they took his pants off. Help! My shark is naked! Somebody, please! It took my shark's pants away! Oh, that's interesting. The X-23 bidding off Sokovia must give me the energy next turn, huh? So I can Black Bolt them next turn on 4, which is perfect for us. Honestly, an ideal outcome. Although I suppose there's a world where we get Cosnode this turn. Maybe I should play the Mobius center to play for priority better. It's probably the case. Are they playing the build playing Jeff the Land Shark, chat? When we played a build with Miss Marvel in it, and it had Jeff the baby land shark in it. Wait, Jeff doesn't enable Miss Marvel though. So this still wins? Oh, there it is. Sure. They made me think about it. They made me think about it. Leech lives again. Yeah, but like, Leech is gonna live in a very different space than it lived prior. Like, new Leech is just a functionally different card than what old Leech was. Wait, is this the same person? No. If it is, it's a different deck. Hopefully we draw Jeff here. Not Jeff or White Widow. Want to play the X-23 out ideally, but we'll definitely take the card draw. Feel like Red Guardian's the one Series 5 card I missed that I keep seeing around that I need in my collection. Yeah, it's a really good addition to most collections for sure. Red Guardian or US Agent? That's pretty close, honestly. They're both pretty reasonable utility cards. I think US Agent's probably harder to replace. Red Guardian's probably more popular. Probably Red Guardian. A quality sequence here for us. Tight, Nightcrawler. Does Legions work with Fogwall Gym? I don't think it works the way we want it to. And unfortunately, the optimal play is play Legion somewhere that's not this, but it's bugged in this game mode anyway, so it shouldn't matter. Their Red Hulk is 17, and they have a bunch of extra energy. Some of the people at the top are, I submitted, some of the people at the top are entering Infinite with 8,500 snap points. That's so many snap points. We'd have won this game if I'd have had a 1-drop. We lost to the Red Hulk growing again. Unfortunate. Six 17s are still pretty good, turns out. Global 824 was 6856. So your number position is irrelevant. It's your number of snap points that matter. So like if you're less than like 8,000 snap points, you're gonna very quickly lose a bunch of ranks as other people slowly enter Infinite with more and around you. Leagues are gonna shine a giant spotlight on Tryhard Syndrome, aren't they? They are, Esquire. And if Second Dinner is smart in how they're going to craft those things, they're going to carefully sculpt the groups that people get into, so people who try similar amounts of hard get paired into each other. Because the goal of systems like Leagues is to make people take runs and feel like they need to spend on the gold to get an advantage. So you can't just put one shark in a pool of all minnows and the shark won't have to try. You need to put like 2 to 3 sharks in a group and pit them into each other. How many shillionaires are there? Hoaglandia is a made-up fantasy universe where trickle-down economics actually function. So every time someone claims shillionaire, it gets 1 shilling cheaper. You can calculate how many shillionaires there are by looking at how much shillings it currently costs. That's true. A handful of those are multi-shillionaires. It's an accurate statement. Your purchases on the whale track only count purchases made on the actual Marvel Snap site. It no longer counts purchases inside of the app. In previous seasons, it does not anymore. I can't understand the rationale behind that decision. I mean, I can understand the rationale, but it's still a shit decision. The rationale is that they want to encourage people to buy using the Nuverse shop, because when you buy on the Nuverse shop, they don't have to pay Steam or Apple or Google a cut of the money that you're spending. So the track has come back to encourage you to go directly to the source to buy. However, I would wager the result of that decision is going to make many people who have spent hundreds of dollars very upset that they were not aware that the rules changed this cycle. And they will be annoyed and in turn play less or even quit Marvel Snap and certainly spend less money in the future.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
It's fine, but they need to promote it in game much better. I'm pretty sure it's against like mobile game or mobile store terms of service to like promote buying stuff in a place that's not giving the Play Store a cut. Yeah, it's against App Store rules to say, hey, you should be going and buying from us somewhere else. They can't communicate it directly to the players. But I'm gonna try and kill Daddy here before they get shields up. Speaking of shillionaires, Schrodinger's Tiger, welcome to our newest. Be sure to drop me a ping in the subs Discord to claim your access to Beverly Shills. That is the place you want to be. And our next shillionaire will now only have to spend 999,841 shillings. Look at how much more accessible that is to all of you at home. Unlucky, discarded Nico. It's a shame we didn't draw Mobius this game to fully kick their castle. A good split Silver Samurai would have hit the X23. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think they can compete left and right here.
Victory.
If there were a million shillionaires, it becomes free. I found a loophole. I just assume that by the time shillionaire works itself down to nearly free, we'll have either experienced the heat death of the sun, or we'll be in some type of Mad Max state and I'll be long gone. Hopefully be retired by the time shillionaire is arbitrarily free. Dark King, thanks for the 5 months.
Oh, snap.
Afternoon.
Opponent snapped.
The Mad Max future shillings are the only currency. Big if true. Should take note of how I outplayed my opponent here, chat. Skill-based marble gaming. Like, if every viewer right now became one, it cost would only drop to like 995,000 or so. Yeah, exactly. A million is a lot, shit. It's a lot of dosh. Well, shoot. A million is a number the human brain isn't really built to comprehend. Yep, and God forbid you multiply that by 1,000 and try and get the average person something for billionaires to comprehend what an unfathomable amount of money that is. A million seconds is 12 days. A billion seconds is 31 years. Yep. How are the new cards? Both of the new cards are very reasonable and playable. Nocturne slots into a number of existing decks and is solid. Blink slots into existing decks like Hela, while also opens up potentially some new ones. She's got some neat build around requirements. Sweet Nocturne Movers Bruise. I don't think Nocturne really enables any new decks. All of the things Nocturne was, all the things you were doing before Nocturne, you can still do after. Is Selene any good? Nope. Arguably one of the worst cards in the game at the moment. I think I'm gonna go for the 50-50 here. Try and put this X23 out of commission. Is Red Hulk a good buy for 6,000 tokens? I don't think so. If you want my thoughts on which cards are a good pickup for 6,000 tokens, check out my Spotlight Cash review video here, where I make a point to talk about what constitutes a good token purchase. I'm just gonna shred their hand shit. Come on, bud. Although, I guess he was gonna be little anyways, right? Are you doing a tier list quarterly? I don't have like a set I'm tier listing on these days or doing this other content on these other days. But ish. Every few months, probably. But it feels like it makes sense. We're dead. Yeah, check. I made my video schedule out loosely for May, so that I put tier list down. Monday, maybe. It's gonna be a busy week, so Monday might be an off day. Next week's also a no OTA, no patch week. Is probably a good reason to do a tier list that week. I think Mobius is an excellent use of your resources, yes.
Snap.
Might just be stop playing Snap for 24 hours while this feature location is hella central. I mean, stop playing Marvel Snap for 24 hours while there's a feature location is always the play. Truly atrocious system. Shocked and appalled that it still exists. Unless that feature is Fogwell's shit, that's true. They do something, if they do something nice, it'll accept doing something nice. Oh god, come on! Could have pulled a Red Guardian to neuter the Deadpool, and instead we did this. What do you think about Blink, Thor, build, Jane deck? I think using Blink as an expensive one-time lockjaw really doesn't make sense and is quite bad. I think Lockjaw is not very good at being Lockjaw. I think you need to be doing something more specific with it than turning a 0 cost into a random different card out of your deck. Thinking Blink's gonna break Thanos. I think that's super unlikely because of what I just said. Like Thanos wasn't even playing regular Lockjaw at the end. You know, with the Deadpool in their hand, maybe I should have just preemptively played the Red Guardian on the right. It'd probably die either way, but maybe they don't have Carnage or Venom here. I just can't imagine having to draw like this with these locations and not snapping me back. It's so weird.
Escaped.
I mean, I think feature locations are aimed to appeal to an audience that's not content creators. Like I think it's easy and obvious to say that, like, while I don't like them, feature locations probably have appeal to people who aren't playing the game 6 to 10 hours a day or more. Second Dinner has actually commented a number of times publicly that the feature locations don't really meaningfully move play rate in either direction. Which honestly surprised me a little bit that they just haven't canceled them if they don't make a positive impact, because like we all complain about them so much. I feel like they have to be positive, right? I don't know. They don't have any reason to lie about anything like that. Generally speaking, Second Dinner just doesn't answer a question rather than lie about it. It could just be that Ben Brode or someone on the design team just like loves them as a concept, so they stay. Do Blink and Pixie play well together? Not at all. Blink cares about starting cost, not current cost in deck. Oh, maybe. I've talked about this before, but I think the imbalance patches they've done a couple of times now are basically just a better version of feature locations. They work to create a temporary metagame. They create a temporary metagame for you in an interesting way. The big problem with feature locations is there's usually 1 or 2 decks at most that benefit from feature locations, so they just create a bunch of fucking mirror matches for 24 hours. Whereas like the X-Men event created a bunch of different decks that you could play, but they also weren't so much better than the other existing decks that you had to play them. They're very, very well done. I hope we see more of those. Yeah, that's the other thing about the feature location system too. They regularly end up with feature locations making decks that are already good better, which just like doesn't seem great. Alright, so we tie the right. What does this breaker look like? We're down 7 in the middle. Oh, I guess we would have won the right if X23 would have jumped back, said. We're down 5. We weren't there.
Victory.
Opponent. Come on. Are we gonna play this out 10-2? Is that where we're at in our life? Thank you. Smart. Smart. I appreciate you. Felt super reasonable. It's been a while. I actually can't remember the last time I played a dedicated stature deck that wasn't playing like a secondary stat stick like Darkhawk or like Werewolf or something else. And Legion and White Widow and Dakin really felt like they filled in the edges quite reasonably. Legion just continues to be a card that's super impressive. He has so many blowouts and lockouts and other things that he does that people just like aren't prepared to play around when you're playing a brew like this. Very reasonable. All right, let's go ahead and tap the ad roll. We'll be back with our next viewer pile of cards we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Appreciate you doing your drops in Hoaglandia on this wonderful Wednesday. Given his stellar performance these days for you, are we approaching a time where we differentiate between left and right Legion Brain? LOL. Yeah, the Darkhawk nerf will just be a single point of power. I think, for what it's worth, like, I've been calling out Darkhawk as a card that feels good and is strong, and Second Hitter's data matches that. I think taking 1 point off of him is more than fine. I'm just mostly annoyed they keep nerfing cards that I enjoy that don't feel offensive to play against, while Professor X and Hela continue to be Professor X and Hela. It's another beast nerf, right? It's not like the nerf made him unplayable, but it's just like another paper cut to something that I like, while cards that have offensive play patterns continue to be what they are. It's like, can we please just paper cut the fucking awful cards too? Claw is going to give +8. Chill, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Yeah, Professor X just needs a redesign. It's technically a viewer deck. It's titled as such. I wonder what some of the internal discussions are like, since it seems like some of the decisions make sense and others are confusing. I think the reason some of their decisions seem confusing from the outside is simply based on the fact that, like, the public tracker data and anecdotal experiences don't match what their total data that they're balancing off of looks like. I think is by and large the difference. I'm gonna do this to take a card. It makes my beast slightly worse, but I would like to draw one. My favorite deck or archetype to play. I really like playing decks that have beast in them. I enjoy specifically playing decks that play multiple cards out in the later turns of the game. They tend to offer complex and interesting sequencing decisions. I'm a simple man, chat. I just want to feel smart while I play Marble Snap. Alright, I think I do this, and then I bounce on 5, and then I widow on 6 again, so we cut them off of 2 draws in total. Love me forever and ever. You should save your love for people who care about you and know who you are, not random parasocial relationships on the internet. Too brutal, chat, or just brutal enough? You be the judge, let me know. Don't tell me how to live my life. I cringe a little bit every time I, like, hear a content creator tell their audience that they love them. It's always one of those things where, like, I don't think most content creators, when they do it, are doing it in a way that's, like, intentionally malicious, but, like, it's a very manipulative thing to be doing. Whether you intended to or not, telling your audience members that you love them is, the power dynamic isn't appropriate. I guess is a good way to put it. We'll end on Hood, and then we can Demon plus Blink next turn. The question is, do they hit their full combo despite me cutting them off of 2 draws? Oh, let's look at that way. Okay, so there's only Darkhawk in my deck. So this lets us win the center. I might lose left and right though here, yeah? I needed to not put... I needed to put Black Widow center so I could play another 6 on the right. If I would have put Black Widow in the center, I could have put Demon and Blink over here. Is Darkhawk the highest win rate card? Second Dinner has implied he's one of the highest on their internals. On the public tracker, he has okay stats, but he has a very low play rate on the public trackers. They did add a wonderful animation to Hazmat. The deck tracker is very, very helpful with Blink, for sure. A lovely curve here. Korg into Widow. Is Hawk generally good into Hela? So, Hawk has a good win rate against Hela. However, the cube equity in the dynamic of the Hawk versus Hela greatly favors the Hela player. And what do I mean by that? I mean, when the Hela player misses because of your Darkhawk disruption, they know that they missed and they get to leave for 2 to 4 cubes. Whereas when they hit, they know that they hit and you don't know that they hit, which means they get to stay and take 4 to 8 cubes away from you. So it's not a 1-to-1 there. Well, the deck tracker is brought by a company called Untapped. PC only, unfortunately. Sounds like kind of a fundamental design issue with Hela. They get a ton of control by knowing when they have it. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. Man, Blink is super fucking awkward here, huh? What if I punt the right? Is that ever the play? So it might just be this, so I don't grow their Hulk. This gives me 20, which means I'm plus 13 in the middle. I think this is it. This covers Red Hulk in every path. Get shanked and die. And this is another one of those things that Second Dinner talked about inside of when they nerfed Hulk. Is they expected Hulk with the face-up information to make Hulk perform worse than it did, but a dynamic they failed to consider is the asymmetrical information, honestly not that dissimilar to Hela, where like, if you have the Red Hulk and your opponent's staying, they're probably beating your Red Hulk, which you in turn get to know and then do something that's not Red Hulk with. It's the, they failed to account for the bluff aspect of it. We're like, okay, this beats their 6-drop, and then you die to Silk Shang-Chi. And then there's other games that you win where your opponent is just leaves. Yeah, the demon bug always happens. Whenever we're playing Hood, there's just gonna be a low fireplace crackling in the background. It's just what it is until we get a patch. Yeah, I think the Red Hulk dynamic is less problematic than like what I talked about with Hela. I thought it was interesting that was something Secondary was like, oh, we just didn't consider this was a thing that was going to happen. They just considered the face-up portion of it, essentially. I assume Corvus Hela is just the best thing you can do until they, what's it called? Until they nerf it. Fredwick, thank you for the 77 months. Welcome back. So we got, what, 2 weeks? Because there's no Hela change coming tomorrow.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Time's up.
Not a fan of Jeff's politics, but definitely the best commentary in the Snap scene, so I learn a lot from these streams. And I know we got a lot of new people here. Let's make sure we set the tone. So, like, when you say you disagree with my politics, I want to make it clear how much of an absolute piece of shit human being you are, because my politics are very simple. So when you tell me you disagree with my politics, what you're saying is half the population of the United States doesn't deserve bodily autonomy. When you say you disagree with my politics, what you're telling me is you don't think trans rights are human rights. When you tell me you disagree with my politics, you're telling me that your right to own a semi-automatic rifle is more important than the safety of my children and the countless other children that are gunned down by the leading cause of child death in the United States. When you tell me you don't agree with my politics, you tell me that you think prescription drugs and life-saving medications and medical care should be inaccessible and expensive and should make people go fucking bankrupt. It's not politics. It's basic fucking things that we should all be able to agree on that just like are abhorrent and shouldn't happen. But instead, you have to come into my space and be like, Jeff, he's political and I don't like his politics because you are probably some privileged fucking asshole who those things don't impact. So to you, you can sit on your high horse and be like, that's just politics. Let's put the politics aside. For other people, it's their life. It's literal life and death. So I don't care if you think I'm good at Marvel Snap. You should fuck off to somewhere else who will be okay with you being against all of those wonderful things that I just talked about. Get out. Any other fascists hiding who are new that need to be escorted to the door, you pipe up and a mod will deliver your perma. No problem. Don't let the door hit you where God splits you on the way out. Real Dr. Destroyer with the tier 2 and the 56 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Cloud Rush coming in hot with the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Why even mention politics in a Marvel Snap Twitch chat is just unnecessary. It's important to talk about things that are politics on occasion, chat. Making people feel uncomfortable by acknowledging that bad things are happening and they have the ability to do at least the bare fucking minimum and vote against those bad things is good. Never forget that silence is compliance, and that failing to speak up for people who are being oppressed means you are on the side of the oppressor. There is no neutrality when it comes to the important things. There is only the privileged position that you have the ability afforded to you to ignore something that's impacting someone else. And thank you for the gifted subs, that's very generous. The HUD sequencing in this deck is interesting because with Blink as a 5-drop, we kind of want to think about, okay, do we want Hood to be part of our turn 4 play? One thing I don't like being talked about enough is the national debt. The national debt is absolute bullshit, and most of the people who spend time talking about the national debt are the same people giving tax cuts to fucking billionaires who are responsible for driving that debt even further up. If you're someone who believes in fiscally conservative policies, the Democrats are the ones that have been pushing fiscally conservative policies and driving down the national debt consistently for a long time. Past that, fiscally conservative policies are things that save money. Medicare for All is a fiscally conservative policy. It is a policy that eliminates waste and saves people's lives in addition to money. It's good. It's good politics, chat. It's good fiscally conservative politics. Too many times when people talk about being fiscally conservative, what they actually mean is they don't want to spend money. But spending money in many instances is fiscally conservative. Never forget that the idea of being fiscally conservative yet socially liberal are two ideas that are incompatible with each other, because in order to be socially liberal, you have to be willing to spend fucking money to right the wrongs that have happened over the many years this country has existed. It's like, you've ever heard the saying, it's expensive to be poor? That's what they mean. That saying is based on the idea that spending money makes you money sometimes. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Ooh, they punted the right. Slick play. Maybe I should have put the Demon on the right and put the Darkhawk in the middle somewhere, because Demon was 11 on its own. Yeah, I think I flubbed this end turn sequencing here. I also once described myself as socially liberal and fiscally conservative, and then I was no longer 19 years old, and I pulled my head out of my asshole and realized how the world actually works. for reference, and I've shared this backstory a number of times on stream before, so the regulars have heard it. I grew up in a fairly conservative household, and I think it's probably my lived experience of going through that, let's call it libertarian phase, on my way to ending up at the, you know, frothing at the mouth, dirty social liberal that I am today. I think it's probably one that many people who grew up in conservative households about my age went through. It's like a stepping stone to ending up in where I'm at now. My early 20s haunting me again, yup. The thing I came to learn is that mindset of you'll get more conservative as you get older, what those boomers actually meant was, as I aged, I didn't develop empathy, and I became a selfish prick, and the same will happen to you. And it turns out that's actually not the case. Thankfully, many of us did in fact not become devoid of empathy as we grew older. Hey gamers, I've said my piece and I've said many important things, and I know there's more important things to say, but I don't want to dwell on it in perpetuity because I know that it both can make people angry and sad and all sorts of mixtures, and I want to play Marvel Snap for a little while yet, so I don't want to burn myself out being, even if it would be appropriately upset. But as a general reminder, if you are someone who supports my content on Twitch or on YouTube, we have a very active subscriber Discord server that I would love if you would pop into. It has channels for Marvel Snap and AFK Journey and politics and sports and food. If you want to chat with some like-minded individuals about all those things, be sure to pop on in there. And my number one selling point for that Discord server here is no joke. In the 7-ish years that Discord server has existed now, I have banned more people for being gamers inside of the gamer channels than I have for being problematic in the politics channel. Poor Sentry. Yeah, losing Sentry there is a big deal. I think we were a lock to win this if Sentry doesn't die, but Sentry dying probably means we're dead. Woo! We beat that one! One of our coin flip gamers. Got him.
Victory.
Example of a gamer ban. I think lifetime in like 7 years, I think I've banned single-digit people in the subs Discord server. Like it's really not a lot. Having that small nominal, you need to subscribe on one of my platforms pre-filters out a lot of people who are gonna end up being problematic. We're sweating, huh? Okay, gamer, that's your bro given right, I suppose. I do not have a specific affiliate link for AFK Journey anymore. That one rolled off. Although that does remind me when during the 2016 election cycle, some MAGA idiot donated me $5 or $10 or something, thinking that their hateful message was gonna get written out in chat, and they ended it with like Trump 2020 or whatever it was. So we pulled up the Biden campaign live on stream and fucking donated their money straight on ahead. It's like, yes, please own me harder by sending me your money. I have never felt more owned than when people send me money to own me. Please, no, don't, stop. Continue owning the libs by sending them money. It's just another one of those. You didn't think this through, did you, bud? I think we do this, and then we, like, Annihilus next turn, and then we play a bunch of demons and stuff out. Seems fine. Honestly, it might be wrong to put the... Oh, I would say it might be wrong to put the Widow on here, and they actually, I wasn't paying attention to their hand size. They actually only got one of the bites. Unlucky. That's fine. We'll have Darkhawk and demons next turn. It'll be lovely. Dark Jobs, do you have a question I missed? Sorry, the chat's moving a little quick. Overall thoughts on Nocturne. I don't think Nocturne's a must-have card by any means. I think she's a very serviceable, reasonable Marvel stat card that if you're missing her from your collection, you're still going to be plenty competitive. I think we went through a bunch of the cards earlier, and I think that describes a lot of the cards that are going to be releasing. They're like perfectly playable, serviceable effects that like you're not going to feel compelled to have. Like if you like how they play, pick them up and you'll be happy to play them, but you're also not going to be behind if you don't have them. Yeah, having the extra gambit targets here was great. Looks like we put our sweaty gamer firmly in a box. I would like to say, I know we just jettisoned a couple of shitters, but in general, I'm very happy / proud of the community we've built here in this internet space. We can talk about things that are important and only drop like 150 viewers out of the 3,800 people that we had. Just a majority of people just like, yep, that's fine. Humans should have rights. You're all right, Twitch chat. I'll deny ever saying that if you try and bring it up in the future, so don't clip it. But you're all right sometimes. Quantum Tunnel, insert does Conquest have feature locations comment here. Ooh, get rocks. The Darkhawk package is kind of funny into Quantum Tunnel because like the rocks are obviously very good, but Black Widow is very bad. What does Blink do in this deck? I'm not convinced Blink does anything useful in this deck just yet, if I'm being obvious. Calm down, Zabu. Oh, whoa, kitty. Hey, Essex, thank you for the gifted sub. More rocks. Our Quantum Tunnel is poppin'. I'm vibing on this for the last turn. So far, Blink hasn't really felt like very useful. Zabu Wave. Probably the Living Tribunal deck if I had to venture a guess.
Behold my mighty hand.
Yeah, confirmed. So definitely want to cut them off a draw here. Oh no! I turned my demon into a demon! Shit.
I am Iron Man.
The mystery intrigues me.
This matchup is pretty alright for us overall. Sometimes. And that's exactly the problem with Darkhawk, even when it's good, is that was a good example of that asymmetrical information I was talking about, yeah? Where they get to know when they hit their combo despite my disruption, so they stay in and they take my lunch money, and I don't get to know. I think I'm vibing on this for now, because I don't have a Nihilist guaranteed. Magic, maybe? They're definitely a magic deck. Surprise. Annie! Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? We'll get to Blink the Hood. Actually, with the extra turn, I think I'm going to Sentry Hood next turn and then Blink the Hood on 6, I think is my plan. Because if the Hood turns into a Nihilist, I want to... Isn't this? There could be merit to beasting here as well. Oh, gamers. Final answer. Oh, we could blink the white widow to guarantee a 5. That's a good thought. I didn't think about that. That's a good observation.
Behold my mighty hand.
How do you get the gifts after you watch 6 hours? Just use your Twitch inventory. Check the link there. I think I'm just doing this and hoping they don't have it again, yeah? And then we Darkhawk in 2 spots to win the game. Well, if I end on the 3, we're guaranteed to blink the Hawk. Yeah, but I kind of need 2 Hawks to win, yes? I don't think that matters. God.
Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Oh, come on, game. That's so sad. I just can't win either of the other two, chat.
Escaped.
They also left. They didn't have it. That's funny.
Snap.
I'm still not convinced on the Blink, chat. Especially with the Sentry Annihilus package. It feels like this is... It feels like this is too many 4s and 5s for this kind of core. Alright, it looks like we're going to be doing a long stream again today, so I think we need to do some afternoon pedaling. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. We're not signing off. Let's get some blood flowing up. Lady Deathstrike is better than Blink in the show. I believe that, but I also don't know that I believe you need that effect. World is sad. I would love to be able to bounce this rocks. Is there ever a world where I do this and just put a bunch of Vibranium in my deck? Being able to bounce this is a lot of value. Oh, fucking got him, chat. Perfection. Never before have I been so rewarded. The non-Loki deck, I keep hearing about the Valentina video highlight from last week. Yeah, the little one. I think it's this. So I can Annie the Hood over at the end. Although I guess I don't. I guess I actually don't have time to Annie the Hood, right? Because I'm gonna replay these next turn and then Hawk the following turn. Yeah, I'm actually gonna just turn the Hood into a demon. Doesn't have room to play the Annie. And this is again what always felt like the problem with these Sentry Darkhawk decks. It feels like there's just you're doing too many things at your top end. I just never have time. Holy shit. It's a rug. Do do do. Pull. Boop boop boop. Boo do 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 do. Best card in Marvel Snapchat. 10 out of 10 on the Jeff scale. Super playable. If you missed pulling for her, you fucked up. You better spend tokens on her. She's so lovely.
I am.
I think we still beat that, yeah? Yeah, cool. She snaps Swiss Army knife ready for anything. Yep.
Victory.
Is this the proving grounds? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't remember what what version of Conquest this is. I just keep clicking the play button and clicking the snap button. And however it works out, it works out. Just keep peddling, peddling, peddling. Do, 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 do. Yeah, no beast here for the lab, but we have Sentry into Annie. We get to move Jeff over. Fine, we're in a fine spot. I think I'm staying. We're probably dead, but I'm done playing this match. It's been too long.
I am Iron Man.
So if they tribunal middle, they'll have 30, 120, 123 minus 11 is 112. 112 divided by 3 is like 30-ish everywhere. 30, 37. It's pretty dead, gamers.
Such is my judgment.
I bailed out of the center here because we were always losing the center on the off chance they don't have Tribunal. We could win left and right. Oh, I love some White Widow boosties. No, that must have been silver. Otherwise, if it was proving guards, it would have showed us back here, yeah? Alright, chat, I think I'm over trying to blink in Darkhawk. I think this deck already felt clunky with this many 4s and 5s, and I think adding another 5 that is a pretty strict sequencing decision does not feel great. You know what else doesn't feel great, chat? These adverts, but they feel alright for me, because they make me money. So, we'll suffer through them for 120 seconds together. I will see you on the other side. We're gonna have another viewer deck. It's actually kind of a spicy one. We've got Cerebro 3 using Yellow Jacket and Bass to make Sarah have 3 power for the last turn of the game. So novel concept here for sure. We'll see you after the break. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You want to watch Jeff scroll through his gold variants? There's some non-golds in here, but got a lot at this point. Excited to move this split to the new Psylocke. You have Quantum Realm or Sewer, you could leave Sarah off and play Cerebro 2 by shrinking your 3s. That's cute. There. All cards on my resplit list. We've got boosters for them and inks. Just need to go for gold at some point. Guardian, no boosters, slowly working up on him, almost to our 4th split. Best Scarlet Witch variant. Yeah, I think so. I like it a lot. My personal favorites. Particularly useful one for us. Yes, I agree that Scarlet Witch is not as playable as you'd like that type of effect to be generally. Especially with her daughter power creeping her most recently. She's a proud mother. Yeah, that's all of our goal as parents, Chad, is to have our children power creep us. Yeah, they're here. But like, why?
Victory.
Are they staying? I don't want to sit here and take turns while they do nothing. I messed up. I forgot. We're no longer playing a HUD deck. Let's restart the client to clear the crackling. We can't fix it while we're still playing HUD. Reload it now that we're done. What's the hood bug? The low fireplace sound crackling audio gets stuck in a loop inside of the actual game once you play a hood. Almost sounds like you're next to a fireplace. You can listen very faintly for it.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
On Sentinel, so if this location is bad, we can reroll it. And if this location is fine, we'll probably just end up like not Scarlet Witching for the game. I'll punch Nebula next turn. Yeah, it's fine. Some folks asking what Sarah's doing in here. You could use Sarah with Yellow Jacket to get her down to 3 power, or you could Master. I suppose it is worth noting that requires a clean path to do, right? So I'll need to Sarah over here. That's not really a big deal either. Valk could work. The problem with playing Valk is it kind of defeats the purpose of playing Sarah to begin with, because you can no longer play a bunch of cards the last turn if one of them has to be a 4 energy Valkyrie. They're locked in the middle, yeah? -1, 2, 4, so 3 total. I do this, it gets me to 7. This wins the center and plays for left and right. Expect them to be able to add more stats middle with their deck. Oh, I forgot. I forgot they were going to lose the Nebula with the Annihilus. Okay, we win the Breaker, yeah? Close. By one point. But should have put 8 in the middle, for sure. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. Should win a game without the namesake. Not bad. Message it, doing some lifting. dude. My greatest nemesis, chat, the Crimson Cosmos. Okay, it's fine. Nico's gonna roll the location change mode, and then Yellow Jacket's gonna unlock it. Yeah. That tracks. Streamer 5, maybe? Yes. I guess this gives us another 5. Alright, yeah, I guess we're Cerebro of 5.
Escaped.
Thoughts on Rhino versus Scarlet Witch? Scarlet Witch is definitely the better card, but I think they're both superseded by Nocturne and other options. Rhino's basically never been playable. Scarlet Witch has at least been fringe playable at times. 3/3 is just such an awful rate for that kind of effect. You'd rather take a little bit of variance with it and get something more efficient.
Victory.
Someone give us a free ticket. I would like more Red Guardian boosters, though. Oh, man, I like Mogwai's content, but he just, like, when he goes off on stat monetization, he's always just way off base. Literally every card game is cheaper than Marvel Snap. No. Look, but I know Runeterra that died because it was free was cheaper than Marvel Snap. But, like, it's, like, less than a third of the price to stay collection complete in Marvel Snap than it is to do the same in Magic Arena. This person saying Magic Arena is better monetized. It's not. It's differently monetized and also more expensive. I'm not even talking about paper. I'm not even talking about paper. I'm talking digital to digital. It costs somewhere between $2,400 and $3,000 a year or more to stay collection complete on Magic Arena, and it's less than $100 a month to do that on Snap. It's just like it's by the numbers. It's just not. It's not comparable. Every time it's just like a Reddit level take where like someone just like makes this claim and provides no numbers for either side of the claim that they're making, and their claim is just wildly incorrect when you actually look at what the numbers are. Is Isn't Magic the most expensive card game they keep up with? I wouldn't be surprised if Magic Arena is the most expensive, yeah? That would not surprise me in the slightest. I mean, all of these games are literally free to play if someone wants. Which is why I think the measuring stick of, okay, what is it to get collection complete? If you could have all the game pieces is like a reasonable one. Literally collection complete in Arena, or collection complete is and have all the cards to play all the competitive decks. I'm talking about having all of the cards, period, end statement. That doesn't account for acquiring an initial collection. I mean, once you already have all of the cards, which costs tens of thousands of dollars at this point, I would wager, it costs $2 to $3 grand per year past that to continue keeping up and continuing to acquire everything. And that number's not even theoretical. That's the number I spent for 3 years. And they were actually releasing less cards on Magic Arena when I was spending that number. Oh, Snap's very expensive to have cosmetics in. Not gonna argue with that. Spend plenty on cosmetics. We play. Go right! Go right! Game. I don't know. Like I always say, I am super fine, and I think it's perfectly reasonable to just be like, I don't like this subjective thing about Marvel Snap. This subjective thing I don't enjoy. The thing that grinds my gears is the things that like Mogwai just did there, where he just like took a statement where he's trying to say this is objectively true, and it is very much not objectively true. Past not being objectively true, it's just very wrong. Very, very wrong. Yeah, for about 15 bucks a month, you get 75% of the cards on release. Hey, what's going on, Ashra? Welcome to Hoaglandia. I do unfortunately have to inform you that fast drops are a lie. Your drops on this channel will run at the same speed as they do absolutely every single other channel on Twitch. The fast drops thing in the Marvel Snap category is a bit of a hazing slash scammy slash whatever you want to call it to mislead people for the sake of hoping they'll watch particular streams longer instead of looking around at what's on the category.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Not sure this build is disruptive enough. Definitely not against Destroy. There's been a lot of Destroy today. Like people defaulted back to that. The only fast thing I activate is the amount of cubes I lose. Fair, honestly. How are the catch-up mechanics in Snap versus other card games? I feel like getting 3 cards a week is quite good. It is. Like, like, if you asked a Magic Arena or Hearthstone player today, how long would it take me or how much would it cost to start a new account and get every card in the game? They would just fucking laugh at you, honestly. It's just like, not a request that's like remotely reasonable, because it's just not a thing that's gonna happen without a giant, massive pile of money. Whereas like Marvel Snap is a game whose economy is fundamentally structured so you can always get Series 3 complete no matter when you started. Of all the locations in Marvel Snap, those are certainly 3 of them.
Escaped.
Yeah, so Michael, they moved up this round of Twitch drops close to the last one because they're X-Men 97 themed and they wanted to coincide with new X-Men 97 episodes from yesterday or yesterday or the day before, I think. So the variants aren't random this time through, they're explicitly 97 variants. Alright, put them back to back a little bit close to each other. I'm not gonna look a variant gift horse in the mouth, touche. I might just play Nico, and then we might just pass and copy Cerebro, honestly. Well, you can play Cerebro in Deep Space, then move it out. Now, with the Strange Academy, I need to fill the center, I think. I will say, it was incredibly surprising to me to hear that Lady Deathstrike was outperforming Annihilus in the Sentry decks. That's one of those things where when I hear it said, it's like, that doesn't make sense. No way that's true. It just doesn't match my experience playing with the cards at all. Let's do this now. Gives me +8 in the middle. Well, I haven't seen Lady Deathstrike all that much. Yeah, that's because not all the Sentry decks play it. Actually, I wonder. No, they must adjust for when drawn when played, yeah? Speaking of Lady Deathstrike, we do lose to Lady Deathstrike here, yeah? We beat Annie, cool. See? We would have lost Lady Deathstrike, but we beat Annie.
Victory.
All right, quick pause. I've been following the Marvel Rivals stuff. There's a giant list of characters. If this is really, this is data mined, so I guess it's not official. I wonder if they'll all be in the test. Hulk, Punisher, Storm, Loki, Human Torch, Strange, Mantis, Captain America, Rocket Raccoon, Hela, Cloak. Are Cloak and Dagger one character or two, I wonder? Black Panther, Groot, Ultron, Magic, Moon Knight, Luna Snow, Squirrel Girl, Black Widow, Iron Man, Venom, Spider-Man, Magneto, Scarlet Witch, Thor, Mr. Fantastic, Winter Soldier, Penny Parker, Star-Lord, Blade, Namor, Adam Warlock, Jeff the Land Shark, Poppy, Psylocke, Wolverine, Invisible Woman, Thing, and Iron Fist. Okay, that's a lot of characters. I wonder if they'll all be at the start. That's a list of, so the Marvel Rivals is a Marvel Overwatch style third person team combat game that's going into closed test on Friday. 7 p.m. Central on Friday. We'll be streaming it. I have secured a key, so we'll be streaming it at 7 o'clock on Friday. We'll do a long stream day. We'll do a long stream day for Marvel Snap with drops, and then we'll give that a try. It is supposed to have console releases in the long run. I don't believe it's supposed to be on mobile. PC, and PlayStation is my understanding, and Xbox. Play rates are just coincidence. Nothing has particularly high play rates at the moment. Alright, Wanda, don't fuck me on this. Are streamers telling people to type the activate fast drop sign? I thought it was just an explanation here. It's an explanation here, Zedwall, because there are other chats where when you type ! fast drops, you get a message telling you that your drops are going to be faster now. I think I'd rather copy the Cerebro, right? Anecdotally, I feel like I play against a lot of Professor X. Professor X has an almost 20% play rate. There isn't a high play rate on any single individual archetypes, but Professor X is a toxic card that spans multiple archetypes. So, its play rate is not in your head. It definitely has a high one. I'm about ready to move on from this one. This felt really clunky and not competitive. Edge. I'm living up to the Cerebro 3 name. Alright, gamers, I'm gonna tap some adverts. I need to run to the restroom. I'll see you in 120 seconds. We'll be back with something else when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, snap.
This is the in-game music. Yeah, it's the menu music. They update the main menu music every season. There's always some kind of bop. Alright, let's put Professor X back to a serviceable variant. Excuse to play my Havoc. So, what does Blink do in this deck? She looks at original costs. So she like fishes up your 5s after you play Mr. Negative on 4. She gives you an extra draw at Jane Foster, kinda. Sure. Wait, I've played worse. I've played worse today. Might happen once, maybe twice if we're lucky. That's a Marvel Sapien right there.
Opponent snapped.
All right, not Iron Man. Perfect. And you know what's sick? With the Psylocke here, we're guaranteed to play her next turn, yeah? Oh no, what if we get Cosmo? Never Cosmo me, chat. They have a heart. No! I think we're still good. Oh, I should have played Blue Marvel last in case I drove a sneak.
All systems go.
I'd be surprised if you drew a mistake. There's no Mystique in this deck?
Iron Man.
Knowledge is power.
Did you spend the money on the Newverse website, Holy Cats, or was it inside of the application? They're pretty active on Discord too,
Oh, snap.
as an FYI.
Opponent snapped.
I am Iron Man.
This is funny, it gives me Mr. Negative, but is that useful? It's not really, right? I go to 26. Spectrum only puts them to 25.
Knowledge is power.
Victory.
Yeah. The nebulas were a wash. Calm down.
Snap.
And these negative hands have been bangers, chat. Much like our heaven variant. This was the most expensive card in their hand, FYI. Yes, I plan to be streaming for a little while, but if I do end up ending and you're not quite done yet, I will 100% be rating someone else doing drops for Snap. You think they X the Hala? X here. Oh, wait. The Hala's gonna move, yeah? Almost murdered our sunspot. What's that about the track? There's a track rule that says if a player doesn't have enough points after the deduction, the corresponding rewards will be removed at the end of the season. It sounds like they might try and take the variant away from those of us that got them for free. But that would also be a colossal mistake, so, you know, hopefully they don't do that. That'd be a good way to make a lot of noise. I do not know what that means if you're reading that on the Whale Track site. I don't know. I'll find out though, because I don't intend to spend anything on their web store this season. I got the rewards for free, so we'll know for the future, I suppose.
Victory.
Playing Loki into my Mr. Negative deck is not exactly a winning proposition. Save them from their own choice this time around. Monster Island is a location that's polarized for them because they're assuredly a Shang-Chi deck and we are not. Yeah, I'd assume that rule is for refunds, but one would hope they wouldn't use it to take away a thing that was bugged. I will say every time we've had a bug that was basically a bank error in your favor in the past, they just let the bank error lie. So. What are they gonna do? Put me in credit debt next season? Because that shit is gone, dude. Accurate. Think move will ever be meta? Probably not. Step one to maybe making move ever meta is getting rid of Professor X, because he's a big part of what keeps it from ever being competitive. Yes, the updated whale track only counts money you spend directly on the new verse site moving forward. Oh, what is it with Loki Gamers chat? Blocked Shang-Chi. You ever thought if Snap added a rotation, they'd be one of the absolute worst things they could ever do? Nice Shang-Chi nerd. Out of my game. I think when Snap wants to push their metagame in a particular direction, they can very easily do that by buffing underserved cards or taking some things at the top of the metagame and pushing them down slightly, rather than forcibly making the entire format change on an arbitrary time schedule. I actually think it's one of Snap's greatest strengths in the card game space long term, is they've positioned themselves with their regular live balance to be able to keep things somewhat churning and interesting despite an ever-growing card pool through regular passes. Yeah, it's OTAs are basically rotations at home. Completely agree. Couldn't have said it better myself. How do you replace Havoc? Yeah, Mystique or Morph probably. Another 0 cost for sure. Probably dead here. Snap that express spots, so I'm gonna suck to play interview for the most part. They do a good job of keeping the game fresh and balanced. I also think, I know, when you go back and look at the points where Snap had its worst metagames over its lifespan so far, it was explicitly during time periods like the end of the year when they cut their regular balance passes down. So it's not like they were doing their regular efficient balance passes, keeping things good, and things weren't good. It was for whatever reason they decided to go on a hiatus from that regular TLC. Mr. Negative into Adelan, sign me up. Sick. And then this even lets me play Jade next turn despite her costing 6, which is gas.
Clear for takeoff.
Although, looking at it, is that Iron Man the only 0 in my deck? I think it was, yeah? Hottest non-game take nowadays. You mean like Marvel Snap take not related to gameplay, or takes about life in general? So Sunspot was in our hand when I missed her negative. So he's on a 0 right now. Left. Not of their own choosing. Honestly, Agatha played that okay. We're still gonna crush them here. God, I really hope they nerf Loki, chat. Deck's pretty unfair.
I am Iron Man.
Definitely hope they finally address him in an update. It's casual 8-0. What is rotation? Yeah, so basically other card games have what are called formats that define which cards can be played in them. And typically they'll have a format where like it's only the last 2 years worth of cards. And then like Magic has a format that's like the last 6 years and then 15 years and then everything. And they kind of do that to kind of differentiate which cards you play where. And a lot of that is monetization focused too, because by having a format where only the newest cards get played, encourage you to buy new product to keep up with it. Just hottest life tech in general. Exercise more frequently and eat better, and you'll probably feel happier. That's not bunk. It's actually just true. Well, it's one of those things people always tell you that you ignore, and then you actually start doing it, and you're like, man, fuck those people. Why were they right? Those assholes weren't just gloating. only ever played Snap as a card game to those systems devalue older cards. Yeah, in a lot of instances that does end up devaluing older cards, JLP. I feel like this negative build doesn't have enough actual zero power cards in it. I keep getting into spots where like I have negative and I have blink, but I don't actually have zero power cards to pair with them. There's Havoc in my deck right now, I guess. Yeah, so I could blink the negative to get a blue Marvel. I think I want to just Professor X and then Iron Man, though. Oh, wait. Thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. I don't know, as someone who's played a lot of this archetype, I think the negatives, you're probably just supposed to play more good cards. That are good hits. I am gonna make a Marvel Rivals channel in the subs Discord right now, so I stop forgetting. Good. If you got a code you're looking to group up with people, I have secured a code as well.
Escaped.
I did get a key. I didn't get one from the Rivals people. They still haven't responded to my creator application, I don't think. Still must be buried in the pile. I had a viewer that got one at random that sent me one. They said they weren't going to be able to play that much anyways. The test goes live Friday at 7 p.m. Central, so probably then. I'll get it downloaded and loaded up in advance. Super Tech God, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Super generous of you. Gamers, if you weren't here yesterday, we rated Super Tech God when we signed off. You're an excellent staff content creator. Be sure to tap the heart button over the stream to give them a follow if you're not already. Don't already have them on your list. Hope your stream was good last night.
Opponent snapped.
Nebula with Dark Tower is actually one of those good combos, because it gives tension between where your opponent feels compelled to play. They also have it. I think she's honestly just like the best one drop in the game right now. She's so strong. Your Grandmaster, your Blink, does it change your Blink or your Grandmaster? It trades out whatever the card was you played before the Blink. Or before the Grandmaster. So it depends on what the answer to that question is.
We are the future.
Yes, cards like Grandmaster don't count as your last played card until their ability has completely resolved. This is accurate.
Doom rules all.
I am Iron Man. All systems go.
Churched. Yeah, I'm gonna move on from this one. A lot of these decks have Blink into play. Let's play a deck where Blink felt good. A lot of these last few Blink decks we tried on the viewer submissions have like, it's like, this feels worse than just like playing a different card in this slot. I think my favorite Blink deck we've played so far is this Blink 3-6 deck. So Blink's the only card that costs 4 or 5. So anytime we play Blink after playing a 3-drop, we get a 6-drop. Should I be doing Proving Grounds to try and win my league? Yeah, probably. So speaking of Grandmaster and Blink, I've really liked Grandmaster in this shell with her. The basic, like, nuts draw in this deck is you play Electro or Wave on 3, into Blink on 4, into 3-drop plus Grandmaster, Blink your next 3-drop on 5, and then play a follow-up third 6-drop on 6. Really strong 3, 4, 5 in the middle if everything lines up for you. Oh god, if that's a Savage Lands, it's so bad. Of course, in order for that draw to work out, you need to not draw 3 of your 4 6-drops.
We are the future.
Future. Loki Viper? Weird. Yeah, Electro is definitely your best ramp tool in this deck, because there's some games where you don't have that full combo I just talked about, but you go like, go Electro into Blink on 4, and then you're just like 6-drop on 5, 6-drop on 6, played out organically. So just like, this is fine. I think my opponent was expecting to Grandmaster the Loki. Apparently they haven't played with this shit card before. Got him. Does Red Guardian prevent the real Mysterio from standing up? I actually don't know the answer to that. We'll find out here potentially.
We are the future.
It does, in fact, make the real Mysterio stay sitting down.
Victory.
Noted. Sweet. I'd like to dedicate this game to all of the Taco Hulk haters out there who told me he should be Giganto last time we played this deck. This one goes out to you. I'm eating both of these tacos myself. I am not sharing. Strangest sense of deja vu. I've been playing this deck, but I keep drawing all of my 6s. It's definitely real and not confirmation bias making me salty. How dare you? Thoughts on the data mine changes for tomorrow? Ultron seems a bit overtuned if the changes here. I would love to live in a fucking world, gamer, where that Ultron change is overtuned. I think the stark reality is that Ultron's probably still shit. Would be my personal expectation.
Wind, aid my hand.
I'm gonna storm the left. Get fucked, Buttercup.
Opponent snapped.
Do you think they also have a Magento? No, they top decked their copy of Red Hulk, sure thing. I suppose they can play my Magneto here and then we tie over here.
We are the future.
No, wait, I'm up by 2. I'm fine. JK, LOL. What is this? A second game in a row where Hulk won. Lovely Hulk. Did they get rid of the free Series 3 card? They did not. It just no longer is a section in your shop if you're Series 3 complete. Section that is that goes away. Or means you're Series 3 complete gamer. I got that section back when they did a series drop. Yeah, that's expected.
Oh, snap. Opponent.
What if we have She-Hulk plus input here with Electro being swapped to Copy? I think that's worse than just having the other good 6 drops. The times that they have upside is just like not worthwhile. I think it's especially awkward because it's like playing to maximize a draw like when you have Electro, and like if you have Electro, your draw is probably great. So like you don't need to maximize it further. Yes, Blink base is based on original cost, so it does not work with Pixie or Negative.
Wind, aid my hand.
Actual perfection. Then I get to go Dr. Doom into Red Hulk on the right. You play chess when you were a kid or other card game? I mean, I knew mechanically how to play chess, but I wouldn't say I played it competitively.
What a game!
I grew up playing Magic the Gathering. This was definitely this is Definitely the best performing and most interesting of the Blink decks I've played so far. Feels really cohesive and clean. Zola incoming. Yeah, maybe. Except for layer lose condition.
Enough said, Bob.
Chess hasn't released enough expansion packs. Yeah, accurate. I'm playing Giganto instead of Red Hulk because I don't have Red Hulk and it's felt pretty bad. I lose this if Wolverine goes center and then goes back to the left again, right? They needed to hit the 1 and 3 followed by the 1 and 3 again, so we win this 5 out of 6 times. What are the Grandmaster lines in this deck? When you play Blink on turn 4, you then play a 3-drop plus Grandmaster the Blink on turn 5. You also Grandmaster Storm, Red Guardian, or Doctor Doom with some amount of frequency, but your big fast combo draw is Blink on 4 into 3-drop Grandmaster Blink on 5. Crank those 6s out onto the battlefield. In fact, one of the things you want to think about when you're sequencing with this deck is making sure that you leave either the left or right side path with no on reveals in it, so you can set up Blink there and have Grandmaster guaranteed to hit her. Because if you play Grandmaster into a path with multiple on reveals, he grabs one at random. Nebula and Sunspot, the 1-drops that you have a cleaner Grandmaster lane. What other 1-drops when I play? Those are like 2 of the best 1-drops in Marvel stat. They do keep paths cleaner for Grandmaster, but that's not like an explicit consideration. Blink feels like the most interesting deck building puzzle in a while. I agree, Gap. There was someone in chat earlier who was like, Blink's not very interesting, and I was like, well, I mean, I guess if you just like do the content creator thing and like shove her in Hela and like go on with your day, sure, that's true. But like, if you're actually thinking about and trying to play the card, she's immensely interesting. Is Blob an option for Hulk? No, I don't think so. I think if you're missing any of these 6-drops, you replace with Giganto. You don't want to blob your deck on turn 4. I would be incredibly surprised if Blink was not good. Truly, genuinely would be incredibly surprised if Blink was not good. At an absolute minimum, I think she's going to be stellar inside of the Hela deck. Khalid was sworn to discard here. Oh my god. I was about to say this feels kind of like cheating, and then they fucking got Sokovia. What even? Thank you, Broad. Appreciate you, bud. Would be able to be here without you. They would change for Red Guardian. You can sub Red Guardian for a different 3 energy card that you like. I think Grandmaster is unfortunately required, though. I think the deck gets a good bit worse without Grandmaster. Let's be them in for a Tuma. Oh, that's a good thought. I don't know. I think I just want to compete everywhere here.
Victory.
Does it breed more power? No, I want to compete on all 3 lanes. That's the best play here. Visiting Warlock, Coulson, Dazzler, Green Goblin, Leader, Orca, Rogue, Sora to Series 3. Currently being offered Coulson. Should I bite? I mean, do you want to play Loki? Coulson, Dazzler, Green Goblin are probably the 3 playable ones there. It all comes down to which decks do you want to play. Coulson's a very playable card. But he's playable in Loki, and he's playable in the Valentina deck. And that's kind of like the Loki-less Loki deck people have been calling it. Do collector's tokens have a cap? That depends. What's the spending limit on your credit card? So yes, and I reached it months ago. What number Cerebro deck do you claim is the most competitive to most meta decks? All the data says Cerebro 2 has the best stats over larger sample sizes. Cerebro 3 like periodically pops up with okay stats, but the samples are never very large, and by the time the sample gets bigger, the deck falls off hard in terms of metrics is usually what happens.
We are the future.
Blink! One of your finest blinks, please, Nick. Psylocke leads Cerebro 2. So we will definitely be playing. We will definitely be playing freaking Leech inside of Cerebro 2 tomorrow. 100%. One of Cerebro's two's bad matchups was Hela. That's also true what Big Baby said there. Leech does curve into Blink as a noteworthy interaction. So we're going to re-explore some Blink archetypes post Leech change.
Minions to me.
I'd assume that's not a mistake that those two curve nicely together. This is the skillful part of Marvel Snap where we flip a coin, yeah? Unlucky. No, we knew they had a Red Hulk, Big Baby. Oh, sorry, I put it.
Escaped.
I'm hoping Leech psychologically pushes Hela out of the meta. I would be surprised if that's the case. Like when Mobius released, people kept playing decks that were terrible into Mobius for weeks. Took a long time for things to actually adjust. Speaking of adjusting, chat, you should adjust your TV to these adverts. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for the 70 months. Welcome back. Not Living Tribunal negative would be right now. I think it's the Toxic negative deck. It's probably my pick. Okay, I have that saved in my editor still. I haven't saved as Loki negative. I like this pile of cards for negative. I don't know that it's tippy top in anything, but it's reasonably serviceable. I'm actually not sure if the Loki slot is worthwhile. It's like a mulligan kind of, but might be better just like play another 0 there. Or something cheap that works with Professor X. This slot might be better as Nebula, honestly. She's pretty good. Having another cheap thing, make sure Jane Foster's better. Honestly, I might make that swap. Thoughts on Nocturne? Very playable, reasonable Marvel Snap card. Hey, Goots! Thanks for the over 5 years. Welcome back. Sage will be interesting. Yeah, Sage will be a nice negative card for sure. Agree. Is it worth pulling for? How much Angela do you play? If you play a lot of Angela decks, Nocturne's a solid card for those. You don't play a lot of Angela or Surfer are the two places she's a solid upgrade for. Here's some Nocturne decks on untap. Sure, I haven't looked at untap most of the day. If Angela's your favorite card, I'm right there with you. You should probably pick up Nocturne. She's a wonderful, wonderful addition. So most of Blink is just people playing Hela. Gosh, we played something close to this today and it felt super clunky and bad. Hey, look, chat. It's the deck I was just playing that I said felt really good. Not bad. 500 games. Solid sample size. One of the better non-Hela decks. Not surprising to see Nocturne performing really well inside of these shells. This Movers deck was pretty good. Streamer 5 doing some numbers here. Love that. That was our deck highlight yesterday. I think that's just the autofill Blink Nocturne list. Sure. Yeah, you gotta remember the autofill eventually matches what people are playing. Hey, Immortal, thanks for over 6 years. Welcome back. I know it's been even more than that. Honestly, this type of deck is one of the most exciting type of Nocturne decks for me because it's literally just playing her because fuck Crimson Cosmos and other locations that you can't play into normally. Like it's actually just like I'll take my 3/5 because I need to mitigate location variance. Like, let's copy that one. We're gonna play some games with that, if not today, then tomorrow. Yeah, Pad, we can switch to that. We do the Blink deck more later. That sounds lovely. Thoughts on Cerebro 2 getting Leech? Cerebro 2 very likely wants Leech. Card fixes a problem matchup. Cerebro 2 is a shit Hela matchup. This is an interesting pile of cards. I think a big part of what makes the other Blink deck we were playing good is playing both of these 1-drops. So playing both of these 1-drops with this other core seems solid. Jubilee with some of these cards makes me nervous though. Fucking Jubilee into Legion and Quake sounds a little monka. Playing with fire, gamers. Hey, look at that. People are doing some numbers with their little disruption deck. This one was fun yesterday. I'm a sucker for Havoc, chat. It's my kryptonite. I did get a code for Marvel Rivals, yeah.
Infinity.
Okay, we're gonna spin Kazar once before we play this. See if we can strike gold here. Unlucky. I actually don't think I have that many splits on him. I think my inked was really early. Yeah, it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was a 4 split ink on him. Another spotlight key, yeah. Have a good night, Dread Pirate. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Unironically, we're probably getting rid of that. That location is almost assuredly better for them than us. As someone who doesn't watch Marvel, is the Jeff card an homage to you, or is it a Marvel character? No, I'm not nearly that big of a deal. The baby land shark is in fact a real Marvel set card. Is a real Marvel character, I guess. Obviously, it's a real card. It's a real character. We are, Marty. Good evening. Fair. Do I wait one turn on this since we drew blue Marvel? I think so. Gosh, where's Lucas when you need him, chat? Deck. Accurate. Even if I generate 2 squirrels, this is still 3, which would let me play her alongside Debris, but I think that's fine. Finished. This. I'm gonna get plus a few in the middle. Wait, are we good? We're in the breaker here, yeah, perfect. Close. Thanks, Dazzler.
Victory.
Thank you, Dazzler. Appreciate it. Nocturn being partially responsible there. Letting us turn off the Elysium so their sunspot soaked less. Malo, thank you for the 6 months. Again, I think this is just much better for them than us, so I'm just gonna turn it off. Nip it in the bud here. Hey, Geist Muffin, thank you for the Baker's Dozen. Good evening and welcome back. I guess I get Debris into there still, technically. Nebula path, so she grows up a little bit. Oh, and it protects her from Red Guardian. That's so good, gamers. Holy. Let's not commit that yet. Let's put Kizar down.
I'm about to juice this up.
Marvel into Cole Dazzler. This actually ties on... This ties on the right? Gets me 9-9. And it puts a bunch of points on the board. I think we win the breaker, yeah? The other play is like Cull here, armor here. Because armor is 4 up to 8, and this takes me to 10. This is 11, puts me to 19, so I'm plus 18 here. That's probably the better play, yeah. Just be plus 18 in the middle. We're even beating most Hulks that way. Squirrel Girl right is better than armor. Oh, that's a good call. Because Squirrel Girl is also 4 because of Kazar, and she gives me some tiebreaker on the left. Yeah, that's a good shout. I'm gonna play this here. I might as well play Squirrel Girl instead. That felt all right. These Call Mockingbird Kazar decks have been putting up some all right numbers for a little bit now. Nocturne seems like a solid tool for them to mitigate some location variance they normally have a hard time with. Squirrel Girl, right. Dazzler, armor. Yeah, maybe that was more. I didn't count that, actually. You might be right.
Oh, snap.
Hey, seeing that on the first turn of the game, chat, it's so infuriating. Allow me to let you know that you're fucked. It looks so good with the Fool's Gold background, too. So it's so much better than the Spotlight variant. So if I do this, wait, I learned this lesson. I need to play Squirrel Girl and then move Nocturne, so that way if this hits Lamaria, my Squirrel Girl flips up. And then Squirrel Girl makes Mockingbird cost 1, which means I can Blue Marvel plus Mockingbird in my 2 open slots next turn. Oh, clean curve here.
We are the future.
Are you Magneto? Are you the future? I'm kind of impressed, chat. I was not expecting a lot from this deck looking at it. It feels solidly all right. They only have Black Cat and Infinite. I'm going up to 28 over here. We beat a lot of their Hela permutations here. All of them? I think we beat all of them, yeah?
Minions to me.
Is there a single Hela permutation that beats us? Black Cat right beats us. They needed Black Cat right and then Infinite and one of the other 2. So we win the 1 in 3 when this goes here, or if it goes to the same spot as our Black Cat goes to these other ones. Cool. That's sweet. Used all of our resources efficiently. We like got the Mockingbird down to an exact perfect 1. There's so much to do with these new cards. I can't believe how many people are just like jamming Hela. I don't know. Maybe content creators really like Hela. I can't do it. It's so dry. I always watch stuff in the evenings after I sign off on drop sites. I like flipped through a bunch of different channels last night. It was just like Hela gameplay on almost all of them. It was just like, please, for the love of God.
Opponent snap.
When you start getting Crackle splits, your 6th split is your first chance at Crackle. It's actually fairly rare. Armor? Okay. Scary. Now, the good news is the average Nova deck is usually not a dedicated Destroy deck. Most Nova decks these days are Surfer. How greedy am I? Be greedy. I do not have any extra information on frames. You can tell Dara signed off and passed the torch over to Dexter, because we got a few people come in and try to activate fast drops in the last little bit here. Welcome to Hoaglandia, folks. There are no fast drops here or anywhere else on Twitch.tv. I am unfortunately here to inform you that you've been scammed. I'm really impressed with what this deck is doing, chat. Nocturne feels like such a cool inclusion in here.
Victory.
I just like mitigates locations this deck can't play into, gives you counterplay into magic, like. Jeff, I've already copied it. I don't need more convincing.
Victory.
I always thought fast drops was an obvious meme / troll. Is that not the case? So the thing you need to understand is that Marvel Snap as a category, on average, has about 3,000 people watching it outside of drops. During drops, especially the first couple days, the category typically has somewhere between 15 and 30,000 people watching it. Those extra 25,000 people coming into the Marvel Snap category on Twitch aren't regular Twitch viewers. They don't understand how this works, and they don't know that it's obviously a joke. The only reason stuff like that gets said is because it misleads people. It misleads people who don't know any better. And it makes a lot of people's first experience on this platform essentially being hazed or bullied or made fun of by people who are in the know. It's a huge difference, Trout. To give you a loose example, while obviously more viewers often turn into more subscribers, the very direct result of increase in viewership is that loosely running 3 minutes of ads per hour on Twitch, you make about 10 USD per hour per 1,000 viewers that you have running ads. So there is a very direct monetary incentive to mislead, to encourage people to be in your channel where they think they're getting something that they won't get somewhere else. It's a bummer to see Dara engage in that behavior. Unironically, Dara invented fast drops. I've been in other categories of games that do drops. It's literally not a thing outside of here, and it's something that Dara started in this category. He is wholly and solely responsible for it proliferating through the game category, and people like myself and others having to explain that is bullshit. I think I'm gonna want to get rid of Throne Room, but Crown City's also a possibility I want to get rid of, so I think I play her here. Honestly, I could see any of these locations being the one that I get rid of. So close. Figuring out where to play Nocturne is a unique question. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of sweet. Okay, if we could dodge an Odin, we could dodge them all. It's the game we are currently playing. What's the best Nocturne replace for this deck? Probably something like Scarlet Witch. If I hover my mouse over yours, it's like we're holding hands. Thanks for the primary injury. Hopefully, make time for some games here soon. Maybe I play Blue Marble here, and then like Debris somewhere. I don't know. Oh, I don't know exactly what I'm doing with this Nocturne just yet.
Doom rules all.
That's a call Obsidian. If I do this, I think I like it. I think I like it. Maybe I should just leave Nocturne Light. I think they're like Odenig, right? And like, I don't know that I can debris block them necessarily. I think I also want to fill 2 lanes so my Dazzler gets bigger. If we call mid, we could leave Nocturne. Yeah, but then my Dazzler's only 5 over here then instead of 6. Which might be enough. Oh no! Oh no! Wow! Brutal, savage, wrecked. I keep saying, chat, Legion has been a really impressive card every time we've played it. And he like, if you made me pick most underrated card in Marvel Snap right now, I think it's Legion. I think just like not like obviously that game's fucking absurd, but like there's so many spots like that in Snap where like you're just like, yeah, just completely blown out in a way no other card could blow you out. So it's so strong. Legion lost 1 point of power and the card lost all respect. Yeah, unironically, that's what happened. Deal, thanks for the brand new primer. Gamers, if you have a Prime sub, you don't necessarily have to use it here, but make sure you use it somewhere this month especially, because starting at the beginning of June, Papa Bezos is tightening his purse strings and cutting how much Prime subs are worth. They're gonna be going from $2.50 in support to the streamer that you give it to, down to as little as 9 cents in some places, with a ceiling being 2.25. So in some spots they'll be worth significantly less, and even in the best of cases going to be worth a good chunk less. At least 10%. Our destroy matchup is probably tough if we don't draw armor. A lot of them. 9 cents is an extreme. I'm clickbaiting you a little bit. But most of them, I believe, looking at the list, will be somewhere between like $1.10 and $1.75, if I recall correctly. Which is still a good bit less than what they are now, but they're not all quite 9 cents bad. Okay, so them turning that into a 9-power demon means they're less incentivized to Killmonger, which is good for us. Yeah, it's really gonna depend on... Oh no! Nocturne! Nocturne! How much a Prime cut ends up being will largely depend on where a streamer's primary audience is based. I would like, for me, take me for example, like 80% of my subscribers are located in like Canada and the US, where Prime subs will still be worth 2.25, so only a 10% reduction. But like people who their primary base is in like non-English speaking countries or countries where Prime is much cheaper, they're gonna get hit. They're gonna get hit pretty hard. Does this let me win center? Probably not, right? This is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I need to do this and hope for the best. There's another world where we just do this and they don't play for here. We go a couple ways. I think assuming they don't play for here is probably accurate. Rough. We're a little bit short, yeah, because I lost the Ant-Man bonus. Kill Daddy was also scary. I didn't have any other lines here. Probably, unsurprisingly, probably need to draw armor to have a serviceable destroy deck matchup. Would Mockingbird mid Ant-Man right have won? Mockingbird, I don't know. Maybe go back and count. It might have. It might have. Can you trigger Nocturne multiple times by having other cards move her? Yes. So she can move herself once, but then she also changes the location every time she moves. Sorry. My furious typing there was a reminder that I hadn't complained about Hela in my official complaining channels recently. Reminder to bitch about Hela. wanted to get that complaint in before I forgot about it. Shadow Smith, thanks for the third of a year. And I assume Hela is extra overrepresented on the ladder at this very moment because the feature location is good for Hela. Uh-oh, snap back to reality. We're kind of hoping to draw Squirrel Girl, yeah? So we could like set up 5-drop into 2/3/1 or like 2+3 into 5/1. Is the ideal for us here. I love the animation on this art too. The fire around the hands is so good.
I am inevitable.
Oh, they've assembled Big Thanos, chat. Scary. Freaking got him. Nailed it. That's the good stuff right there, gamers. That's the good stuff right there.
We are the future.
Victory.
This deck is such a clean mix of stuff. Just like little bit of disruption / interaction, Nocturne to smooth, cards that go wide, Cull, Mockingbird, Dazzler that goes tall. Right, you know what they say, chat? A dose of a sweet deck helps the adverts go down. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Bree, more like double Professor X. More like double Spider-Man, yeah, because we still got to play there. It's almost back to 3,000 medals, slow and steady. I'm writing a cover letter and I have no idea what to put in that. I assume you're just supposed to tell them why you're awesome, Marty. Sub for White Widow and Cull. Widow, I assume you just play another generically good 2-drop. Just like pick your favorite stat stick, Jeff or Silk maybe. If you have either of those. Cull's harder to replace because there's not. I guess you could play. You know what? Crossbones is the answer for Cull now, right? This deck probably has priority in a number of spots. Probably your favorite 2-drop that has 3 or more power for White Widow, and then I'd say Crossbones for Cull. I think Mockingbird's important. Mockingbird regularly becomes 1 energy. I think you need her. Hey, the captain. Thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate the support. Been sitting for a bit. Let's stand up, huh? This is your reminder if you're a fellow old, don't forget to stand and stretch. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water. If you're someone new here and you're taken a little aback and thinking, fellow old, Jeff can't possibly be talking to me, is he? I have a very simple test for you to tell if I'm talking to you. If you ever woke up feeling injured because you slept funny, I'm talking to you. Stand up, have yourself a stretch. You'll feel better for it. I will say, one of the takeaways I've had on White Widow that's felt really impressive is that White Widow consistently is really good at grabbing priority, which feels good in like the what's it called matchup, the Destroy matchup. Greg, thank you for the gifted subs. It's very generous of you. Getting rid of Lady Deathstrike sounds lovely. I think we're just jamming Cull in the middle. On Jefferson. Oh. Lady Deathstrike. There's no way they're a Killmonger deck with Nightcrawler, right? Deathstrike's an interesting one. It's a card that's not usually in their output range. I think it's Blue Marvel this turn. Blue Marvel puts me to 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 over here. And then I'll have at least 12 over here. Alright, look at these golden gals, chat. Gorgeous. 16 on the left here. For a long time, you know, we've identified and talked about how the struggle of these types of Khazar decks is that they struggle to go tall. And Cull and Mockingbird really feel like they've worked towards making that no longer be the case. Big Green Yeti, thank you for the entire year of support. Appreciate that. Taskmaster. Oh, are they Shuri Kitty? They must be Shuri Kitty with the Taskmaster, yeah? That would make sense. A misclick? It had to be a misclick, right? Is that what you think 4 is winning there?
Opponent snapped.
These are truly the most baffling stays in Marvel Snap. Like if you're gonna sweat this out, why on God's green earth would you stay in that last game? Like there's no way you thought that play actually won the game, right? Perplexing. Do they only play 1 card this turn? They probably play 2. I might not get a rock in the middle. Maybe they're farming boosters. I always have to point this out when this comes up. Staying in 1 game playing 2 cubes to 10 doesn't help you farm boosters faster. You could easily just play another game against somebody else and get the exact same number of boosters. The only way staying in the same game for an extended period of time helps you acquire more boosters is if your queue times are multiple minutes. Oh my god, get absolutely fucking brutalized, gamer. God, our brain is huge. Get wrecked. Oh no! Nocturne! Why Nocturne? Wait, did you just... honey, did you just give me rocks? Obviously, we have a bit of a New York coin flip now, but I think this is the best bet. The Lady Deathstrike is very strange in their list. I think everything else seems fine.
Victory.
I still blame Wanda. To be fair, it is Wanda's offspring. Happily play Nebula into the Forge here, so that way if they want to stop her from getting points of power, they have to clutter their hand. Please be like Sanctum Sanctorum on the left.
Opponent snapped.
If they snap me back on one, I play these best of one, but you want to wait to snap until your Kitty Pride deck gets to play Shuri's Lab, we'll go next.
Snap.
I don't have to be afraid anymore, chat. Do you think this game is beginner friendly after all the things they've implemented? Because I have several friends who want to get into it, but they are hesitant because they won't have good cards against people that they've played for a long time. So something your friends should be aware of is that Marvel Snap for new players has what's called collection level base matchmaking, where when you're playing on the ranked ladder, you're going to explicitly play into people who have a similar collection size to you. They'll get some AI opponents, and even their human opponents will be at a similar spot in their collection. They're gonna fill the white hot room here, which is scary. Until they hit infinite. Most people aren't going to hit infinite, especially if you're someone who's like actively worrying about that type of stuff. They're probably not super experienced players. And you gotta remember, the average person doesn't get anywhere near infinite gamers. It's only a small percentage of the player base that does. So the question here is, do I want to turn off Crimson Cosmos going into next round? I think I do. I think I do. Do I? Yeah, if I draw like debris, I need space to play her. Do I? Maybe not. Yeah, Crimson Cosmos is way worse for them than us, I think is the conclusion here. I think Crimson Cosmos is the worst location. You're in good company, which is why Nocturne is one of the cards I've been most looking forward to. Yeah, they made their 6-cost card 3 as well because of Quinjet. Nocturne is a card I've been looking forward to for a long time because all of my favorite decks just can't play into Crimson Cosmos. I love playing decks with low curves and lots of sequencing decisions, and Crimson Cosmos just absolutely brutalizes those. Are definitely turning off Dream Dimension. I'm not a monster. Fuck that one in particular, gamers. That's I love deck preference, true or cause, card games, or staff specific. Yeah, I think decks that have more sequencing decisions tend to be more fun in general for me. Went from having less energy to more? What a joyous change. Truly, truly blessed and joyous change. If I play Debris, this is 3 next turn, so I still can't Marvel in that. I think it's just Blue Marvel to give them the least information about what I do. I don't want to fill the left side and let them know how many points I'm going to have there. I think this deck's probably real, Mao. It's felt real clean. In the center. This Dazzler is 7. The Debris is 4. That's 11. I go to 19. It's not very good, yeah? Hey, Buff Captain. Good to have you. I think we're dead, unfortunately, here. Argene Gray was real solid this game. How's it match versus Hela? The clutter aspect in tandem with cards that can get tall, it felt okay into Hela.
Escaped.
Unironically, all of this deck's best draws involve Squirrel Girl. We definitely want to Debris here or here because I want to put a rock into the Nebula path. Mysterio could fit into this deck. Maybe. I feel like there's a chance you probably clutter yourself too much with that. What a banger, Triskelion. Really? Spooked out. Oh, they were setting up crossbones. That makes sense. Wow, you mean there was a reasonable explanation for my opponent's play and they weren't ghosting? This is unfortunate. Alright, we drew Squirrel Girl, so we probably win. Just have, like, call Squirrel Girl next turn. Oh, no! Ant-Man! Ant-Man! Fuck! Oh, that's so bad for us. Okay, I guess we have to hope this is enough then. Cause I can't play Cull here. Cause I was going to go Squirrel Girl Cull. That's not an option now. Okay, I mean we're gonna add 11 and then another 4 here, so we're gonna go to 21. This is probably good enough. Gene's been hella annoying.
Victory.
So I think, especially with Strange Academy, I don't want to play Squirrel Girl on curve. I think we hold her for later. We could probably fit her in on turns 3 or 4. They're not a Killmonger deck either, though. Oh, they're leaving? Really? Are they leaving the match? Are we gonna play? Okay, I just gotta bounce. I want to play that really well. It was a fun, close set. I'm super glad we scrolled through and found this one. I think it was our second gold ticket we claimed with that. It's been neat to see. I think you could play Crossbones over Call Marty. So if you're missing cards in here, I think you have to have Mockingbird. I think you could probably sub White Widow for Silk or Jeff, and you could probably sub Crossbones for Call. Or sorry, Call for Crossbones. Nocturne, you could maybe play Scarlet Witch, but you'll lose some utility. This deck's been slowly gaining pieces towards fixing problems that you've had, right? Like, it didn't have things that got tall. Call and Mockingbird help you get tall. Dazzler's redesign helps you get tall. Nocturne mitigates location variance, gets rid of opposing limbos, just stellar overall. You've got a little bit of disruption with the White Widow and Debris being clutter. You've got armor for protection and anti-destroy. And then you just like buff up your cards as they go wide with Kazar and Blue Marble. That was really slick. All right, gamers, I've been live for almost 12 hours for the second day in a row. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an evening. We have an OTA update tomorrow where Ultron and Claw are getting some buffs based on the leaks, and Darkhawk and Lady Deathstrike are getting some unwarranted nerfs. I'll be back to do a nice solid day again tomorrow and check out some new cards. If you didn't catch it, what's my deck highlight? I'm gonna raid someone here on the Twitch side. But if you want some more content from me, forget what deck I have queued up. Oh, we have a sweet one. So this deck list carried me through the 90s, end of the 80s and up into the 90s yesterday. It's a Nocturne Little Disruption deck with my pet card Havoc. So if you missed that part of the stream yesterday, it's gonna get published on my Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel here momentarily. Let's find someone to raid here on the old Twitchy side. Go ahead and send you over Suzuna's way.